If day one of a Pro Tour is where dreams begin, then day two is where legends are forged. From the second day of competition here from Pro Tour London, we are live. Sam O'Byrne, Pankaj Bajwani, going to be bringing you the action all day long.
The tension's rising and the blood is pumping. Day two of a Pro Tour, folks, is just a different beast entirely. All these players at the different standings so far coming to day two. Some with their backs against the wall in the X3 bracket need to win it out to make top 8, and some coming in with that confidence of being the undefeated going to day two. We're in for a magnificent day of some flesh and blood.
Yeah, I am ready for this, Pankaj. I cannot wait to see just which players are going to battle through the field of the world's best and actually make it to that top 8. It all starts to ratchet up in intensity once we hit day 2. All of a sudden, every single block, every single pitch, every single decision matters infinitely more, as these players are close to life-changing money with that top 8. Not only the money, the recognition, the fame, we talked about it right at the beginning of the cast, the legends that begin to be forged. All of a sudden, when you cement yourself in the top 8 of a Pro Tour, you're on the podcasts, right? You're getting stopped for pictures. It literally changes the lives of these competitors.
You're getting invites to teams. Each small mistake, each small little victory stays with you throughout the rest of your Flesh and Blood career in your day 2 run.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good one, folks. I think it's going to be a good day, given all of the incredible games we got the chance to check out yesterday. It's just going to get more intense from here. Let's see exactly what these players are fighting for as we look at the prizing from the Pro Tour here. Let's take a look at what we're looking at on this beautiful little screen. We've got $50,000 to the first place winner, as well as that gold foil legendary, the PT Singapore invite, and the Champions prize card. But we talk about life-changing money. You look down 5th to 8th place, 4,500 USD, 10,000 USD for the 3rd and 4th place winner. I mean, dude, you're buying a car. Well, talk to me, Ponch, about what's on the line for these players.
Well, all the way up until 32, these players get their chance to run it back again at Pro Tour Singapore, where they can come back and compete again with these same stakes. But yes, let's focus on the top 8, Sam. Life-changing money for everyone there, and of course, the gold foil legendary as well. And of course, the first place. 50,000 USD with the gold foil legendary, with the invite to Singapore, and of course the Champions prize card. The hero you won the Pro Tour with, immortalized in the Champion prize card.
Yeah, you can see there some of our past winners. A couple of them have ascended to Living Legend, but Azuri's Switchblade, love seeing her there in the middle, given that she was the surprise of Pro Tour Amsterdam. But just because she's the surprise didn't mean that she does not also get that incredible immortalization in those cards that are so hard to come by. What do you think is going to be? Do you think there's going to be a dark horse this tournament? You think it's going to be Aurora, Enigma? Like, you think we're seeing another dark horse up on that roster at the end of all things?
Well, based on the number of heroes of certain classes that have made to day 2 of a Pro Tour today, it seems like Aurora and Enigma are very, very likely to be there. But I'm personally rooting for that Kano. We have a Kano that has made day 2, and they're X1, I believe. If they can make it through a draft, I do think Kano is poised very well in the current CC meta. Actually has a positive win rate into the illusionist of the format, which is Enigma.
Oh, one of our 2 undefeated players today was actually on Prism. And during the CC rounds, I had a chance to catch up with the gentleman, and he took down 2 Kanos on his way to draft. Of the 8 Kanos in the room, the Prism faced 2 of them.
Yeah, so that's the illusionist of the format that Kano is still bad into, but Kano is good into the Enigmas.
Let's go ahead and check out some of our players to watch that we went ahead and, highlighted at the top of the broadcast. You got a lot of players here that are, Pro Tour winners, Pro Tour runners-up, some World Championship runners-up, some Pro Tour top 8 competitors, World top 8 competitors. These are some of the titans, the giants in the room, and all of them are still alive and fighting, but we've only got one player here currently sitting at that sterling X&1 record, Sam Sutherland. He's got a good first name, rockin' Zen and CC, and still 7-1 after the first day of competition.
Lots of different teams here as well, Sam. We've got a few members of Blue Pitch, Shing Tsang, Alan Lau, Pudding Tom, Sam Sutherland, Yuki Lee Bender, of course part of Team Armory, Andrew Rothermel from the Wolfpack, and a few others as well, Rob Catton, Value Vampires, I believe. So many different teams being represented on this roster here.
Andrew Rothermel, my dog, just shows up to tier 4s and wins. I think he's got a job that keeps him from playing, a bunch of Callings, a bunch of Battle Hardens. That doesn't stop this Terminator from showing up and top 8ing these Pro Tours. You see him here at 6-2. It's like unfathomable the amount that Rothermel just shows up and wins. You mentioned a couple teams, right? You mentioned Wolfpack, you mentioned Runaways, right? We've got some teams that we want to highlight, just making sure everyone out there is aware. These aren't the only teams in Flesh and Blood. These are just some of the teams we wanted to highlight this weekend, and one of them being the Value Vampires, European-based team. they are doing quite well for themselves, Pankaj.
Lots of enigmas showing up in the team as well, really. And that's been a bit of the narrative of this weekend. There was a lot of people saying Aurora is unquestionably the best deck, but I would say that's maybe about 70 to 75% of the room. There was a minority compared to the number of people who think Aurora's best deck, who thought that Enigma is the best deck, and it seems like Value Vampires is very much in that category, sporting looks like 6 Enigmas across the players that they've brought to World Tour London.
As well as a couple of Vynnsets over there at 5-3 and 6-2 after draft. Looking forward to see if the Mistress of Pain herself will be able to convert. I think we've got an American team to check out. We've got the Runaways here. Not as sterling of a record save for our undefeated and spoiler alert featured drafter today, Charles Dunn, sitting there, one of the only 2 players at 8-0. The question is, you know, a little, if you do some smack talk, if you will, do you think an 8-0 makes up for an 8-drop roster?
I'm not going to comment on that, not trying to get flamed on Twitter in the comments, but yes, not a great showing for the Runaways at World Tour London this time at least, but we can expect they'll show up in force at Pro Tour Singapore as well. But yes, let's focus on the 8-0 that they have managed to bring to World Tour London in the form of Charles Dunn, previous US national champion as well, and our featured drafter for today.
Yeah, and you know, we've got a world's top 8 competitor, No Bigelman, a world's top 4 competitor, Daniel Rakowski here, right? You know, these players, a couple battle-hardened champions, these players are no stranger calling champions. These players are no slouches, no stranger, and just because a single tournament doesn't go someone's way does not mean that, you know, the team is moot.
And I brought up Kano just now. We have an X2 Kano on this team. Julian Sniffins, of course, went 5-0 in CC yesterday. 1-2 in the draft. Let's see how his draft goes today, and we might maybe see a Kano in top 8 at a Pro Tour.
Let's check out another team here, Team Sigil. Kind of a European slant, but definitely a bit of an international flavor here. A lot of players sitting, though, at 5-3 and 6-2.
Very consistent team. It looks like Shamir, we brought him up on our players to watch screen as well as part of Team Sigil. Gonna need to go through his draft. I think he went 1-2 in draft today. He was XO in CC. Draft didn't work out as well for him yesterday. I got a glimpse of his deck today. Seemed pretty decent. I think he's pretty confident in a 2-1 for draft today, and then it'll be CC for him again.
Yeah, and then he'll have to win out from there. Shamir, of course, a top 8 competitor in the Pro Tour in Lille. Looking down there, we can see Jack Montfort actually in the UK, not the US. So another one of the jolly old Brits for you there from Team Sigil. Let's go ahead and move on because we've got here quite an exciting team to look at, the Armory International team. This is just a whole host of names. You know, I'll peel behind the curtain a little bit. When we were going over the broadcast, one of my compatriots, one of my coworkers at LSS, I was showing them this team slide, and he just goes, "Ah, cool. Wait, that's not a real team, is it?" He was like, "That's just an example." I'm like, no, that's a real team. Talk to me, Pankaj, about why that's so unbelievable.
This was the team that had all eyes on it coming into this weekend. This is a team that Simon Nielsen put together for this event, and he grabbed a whole bunch of players from different teams, which for some people was a little contentious, pulling out some of their best players from their respective teams that were really, really attached to, but for that same reason, had a lot of eyes on it. And one thing that was really interesting about the heroes that they brought is that you would expect a team of this caliber to coalesce onto what they think is the best deck, and most of the team bringing that best deck. Something like the reverse happened, actually. Yeah. 6 different heroes being represented in this team of the top players in the world.
Yeah, and you can see, look at all of these Slippies there. Aaron Shantz at 7-1. 4 players from this team at 7-1. Shout out to all the teams in Flesh and Blood. Don't have, you know, the space in the broadcast to go over every single one, but teams are the lifeblood of our competitive scene, and we love to see these players out here and competing. Let's look at the standings after Blue Pitch, because we've got one more team for you here, and this one is a, you know, always perennially kicking around the top of the leaderboards here. We've got 3 of them still fighting Mr. Reliables themselves, the consistent trio, Alan, Shing, and Pudding.
I'm such a simp for Blue Sims. For Blue Pitch, Sam. I'm such a simp for Blue Sim. I'm a simp for Blue Pitch, Sam. I love this team so much, and Alan, Shing, and Pudding, every single time I interact with them, I just have such a great time. And as you said, they are the consistent hallmarks of their team and of this game.
Consistent cohort over there in blue pitch. Now let's check out the standings because we have got some players here between 1 through 10. These are the very top of the standings. There aren't necessarily, there are considerably more 7 and 1s than we're looking at right here, but let's take a look at the very top of the leaderboard. What's sticking out to you, Ponkid? Because I know we may be across the pond. I'm noticing a fair amount of American flags sitting here at the very top of our standings.
The other thing that sticks out to me, Sam, is that we spend a lot of time focusing on the well-known players in the game and the people part of these established teams. But what I really enjoy about these Tier 4 events are the players that aren't part of these established teams that are making a name for themselves. And they get to the point where teams want to reach out to them and recruit them. And I think that is an aspect of these Tier 4 events that sometimes goes a little bit unnoticed. We are building stars over here. There's so many fresh names on these standings that we haven't seen, and they're about to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, we can see here on these top 10 players, you see Andrew Cook rocking Prism and CC, Dunn on Aurora, but Aaron Shantz on that Slippy deck. You go down the line, you have Aurora, Enigma, Aurora as you make it down to Enki in particular. And then, of course, where Kevin Murphy comes into play, we've got another Prism at X and 1, and then actually Gustavo down there at 7 and 1 on Vynnset. I think we maybe even saw Gustavo on stream.
We did see him on stream yesterday.
What an impressive finish of the day for Gustavo. Looking here at the remainder of our 7 and 1s. Pablo Pintor, of course, rocking Enigma. There's that Kano at 7 and 1. Bartosz Siemba. We've got a 2-time Pro Tour runner-up. Still kicking. He is on Aurora, of course. Arthur Trehey, Pro Tour Los Angeles champion on Enigma. Then we've got Shawn Dhaliwal on Aurora, and Victor kicking around as well. Jose, what an incredible record for the Victor. And then Enigma and Zen as we look down the remainder of the standings between Sam Sutherland, Shamir Sami, and then Alexander Vore at 6 and 2. We know he is on that Scepter of Pain Florian in CC.
So many players on this list are just hungry for the Pro Tour top 8 and Pro Tour win. Bartosz, of course, 2-time Pro Tour finalist, is looking to finally clinch that victory. And a couple of returning Pro Tour champions as well, in the form of Arthur Trehey and Pablo Pintor. You just know they want to be the first to say they have won 2 Pro Tours in this game.
All right, folks, it's all getting down to it now. We have seen some of our players kicking around at the top of the standings, and we have to imagine a fair number of those players sitting at 7 and 1 very well might be in our top 8. But there's a whole nother hunted draft before we will find out who is in that special list. Let's set up the draft, Ponkage. I want you to just help me explain to all of the fine folks at home what's going on in this draft format, because we've got a whole nother draft to watch with our undefeated player.
I will do my best, Sam. Try and do this draft format justice, which is very, very intricate and very, very value-based and math-based, but also has lots of tricks up its sleeves in the form of the defense and attack reactions.
All right, folks. I think we have some ability to look through some of the key cards, some of the draft archetypes with calling top 8 competitor Ponkage Bajwani, one of the greatest minds in our game. Let's talk Cindra first.
So in Cindra, you definitely want some number of fealty payoffs, and we're going to start with Art of Dragonfire. Now, Red Dragon Power also occupies the same slot, where you need some spike turns. Cindra, for most of the game, is going to be doing consistent 1-for-4s, swing a dagger here, 0-for-3 here, buy back the dagger. But to actually close out the game, you need the spike power turns. Art of Dragonfire and Dragon Powers are typically the cards that allow you to do that.
Yeah, so we're looking here. These are the cards you imagine you're getting past pack 1, pick 4, 5. When you start to see these type of cards, these 3 cards and cards like it, these are the cards that are going to make you want to play Cindra, correct? These are the things like, oh, hold on, I am getting a signal that the players passing to me are clearly not playing Cindra because these cards are cracked.
Absolutely. And later on, if you see a Wrath of Retribution, this is not super common to see, but if you see this in somewhere in the middle of the pack, you know you should be in the Cindra seat. This card is absolutely incredible, and you don't even need to set it up too much. Now, you can sometimes have 3 dagger swings if you have a Danger Digits and a Cindra buyback in the middle of your turn, but even if you just pitch a blue for this and send both daggers, you get a 2-card 7, which is very, very strong and limited.
Let's go ahead. We've talked about some of the signal cards. Let's talk about the different types of Cindra decks you can draft, because just because you're drafting Cindra doesn't mean you're drafting the same Cindra as the other Cindra player or players in the pod.
And I do want to frame this conversation of archetypes around one particular idea, which is these archetypes aren't typically super clear-cut. The best decks often involve a gradient between both archetypes. You are maybe mostly leaning towards one, but if you see a good card of the other archetype, you're still going to take it over, say, a middling power card in the archetype that you're currently in. So let's start with the one-cost Cindra. This Cindra deck typically wants to play cards like Dust Runner Outlaw or the one-cost extenders such as... the name of the card is, Tag the Target, that you can also mark and get your fealties for your fealty payoffs. So you go Dagger, one cost. That one typically can be a finisher, like a 1 for 5, the critical strike sort of value, and then you buy back a Dagger at the end of it to repeat that on the following turn.
Kind of like attack with a dagger, lose a dagger, but always bring a dagger back. You want to pitch a blue every single turn. Also, those fealty payoffs so important with those, Art of the Dragon type effects. Dragon power as well. So you're looking for fealty generation, display loyalties, ways to mark, ways to make sure you get those payoffs.
And then you have Redline Cindra. This is more like the Cheerios version. This one you want a lot of the 0 for 3s, the Ronin Renegades, the Lava Vein loyalties, and just go 0 for 3, 0 for 3, 0 for 3. One concept that has been said a lot about this draft format is you want to, as much as possible, convert all of your cards to at least 3 value, and that's how you get ahead. This is what this Redline Cindra deck aims to do with just each card being worth 3 value on offense. Now, this is typically a bit more difficult to pull off because you will just end up with some number of yellows and blues that you can't really do much with in this archetype, and that's where the conversation around being a gradient between both archetypes really comes into play.
All right, we've talked Cindra. Let's talk Fang, the other draconic hero in the set. These are the signal cards, at least some of the signal cards we want to highlight. Talk to me about what they signal when you see them across the table coming through these packs.
So the first one, Affirm Loyalty, is perhaps the easiest fealty generation that Fang has access to because it's a 0-cost react, which means on your first dagger swing, you could have used a 1-cost react on it, and you still get to play your Affirm Loyalty and get that fealty generation going. So once we get into archetypes, we'll talk about the different Fang list. There's one that really wants to get a 3 fealty as soon as possible, and another that really wants to maybe play a little bit more value on the way. Affirm Loyalty, very much a card that supports the Fang archetype that wants to get that fealty generation going. Tooth of the Dragon, however, is one of those cards that really works in any Fang deck. This card is so incredible because of the way it sidesteps your opponent's blocks. In the late game, when your opponent's at a low life total and you send your first dagger for 1, they're forced to block it, and typically they want to put a 3 block in front of it, and you just say Tooth of the Dragon to go ahead and put the pump on your following attack instead of the one that they've already blocked.
Also, just the art on all 3 of these cards. Just stunning. It's rare that I get to see it blown up such high quality before me. Look at what's going on Tooth of the Dragon. Just the fire being poured down, becoming the fire brand. You talk about brand with Cinderclaw. I'd like to be branded with the dragon.
It does remind me a lot of the brand with Cinderclaw art. And then I also want to talk about Cut Deep, which is a little bit more in the vein of the value Fang deck. This deck will make a couple of fealties here and there just to turn some reacts draconic so that you can give the Obsidian Fire Veins go again. But really just wants to play strong non-attacks in this 0 for 4 with go again in the form of Cut Deep.
All right, we've talked about some signal cards. You see these cards coming in your packs late in pack 1, even maybe early. You might know that Fang is open in your pod. Let's talk about the different archetypes for Fang, because I think Fang and Arakni have maybe some more significant differences between their decks that you can draft. So walk me through a couple of that we have right here.
So we're going to start with Mark Fang. This is the one that isn't really, I know we call it Mark Fang, but it's weird to say it isn't really trying to get the 3 fealty. Really, in this one, you're trying to use your fealties just to give your attack, give your Obsidian Fire Veins go again with the warrior attack reactions rather than the draconic warrior attack reactions. And what that means is that your deck is also full of more 3 blocks like the Cut Deeps and things like that. And fealty is really just smoothing out your turns rather than being the payoff you're trying to get to with 3 fealty.
Yeah, kind of similar to what we saw Charles had yesterday, maybe a little bit of that value, the seesawing back and forth of those fealty generations. And as we saw, Charles took it to 3-0.
Exactly. And the other Fang archetype is the one that really wants more of those Affirm Loyalty type cards. Affirm Loyalty and Dear Devotion to get Fang online as soon as possible, effectively making him a 5 intellect hero. And now this Fang version also has access to a bit of a combo game plan. Now, if you get Fire and Brimstone or some number of the stances, like the Flurry stances, you can have these 20 damage turns where you swing Obsidian Fire Vein 4 times because your deck is full of these draconic reacts, but you need to be online for Fang before you can get them. That's a bit of a sub-branch of this archetype, if you will.
Alrighty, folks, I believe we have talked enough about the Draconic heroes. I want to know about the Web of Deceit. Assassin class, near and dear to, I believe, both of our hearts. I have had a good bit of time drafting Arakni in this format. Talk to me about what we're looking at here.
I want to start with the equipment on the screen, Sam. The Danger Digits. Now, it is a card that can be used in both Cindra and Arakni, but really in Arakni is where it shines the most, because not only is it dealing the 1 extra damage, it's typically going to mark your opponent when they are unmarked, which gives your stealth attack that is on the combat chain +1 as well, and can go ahead and sneak in that on-hit that you really need to get through. And the type of on-hits that you want to get through are cards like Mark of the Black Widow, perhaps the strongest stealth card that Arakni has access to, because you disrupt their hand directly as opposed to something like Mark of the Funnel Web. We saw that card be a little bit awkward yesterday as well, because if the opponent has a defense reaction in Arsenal, that card isn't doing much, whereas Mark of the Black Widow, they always need to respect it. Speaking of things that they need to respect, the attack reacts. Razor's Edge, +3 on your cards. This is the reason that Arakni, the endgame states in Arakni can be particularly tricky, and oftentimes if your opponent doesn't have the defense reaction, they might just need to let your on-hit go through because they can't afford to block and then get attack reacted over.
Yeah, Razor's Edge, a card that I've really enjoyed playing in Classic Constructed and was happy to see it return to us in the Hunted Limited format. Now, we've talked about a couple different ways to play these heroes. Arakni, there's really a couple ways that are the most prevalent. Daggers and stealth. Talk to me about it, Ponkage.
So a little bit of trivia. The Dagger Pump version of Arakni is actually Brian Gottlieb's favorite version of Arakni in this Hunted format. I managed to have a conversation with him about this format before we started the stream today. This version of Arakni leans a lot into the dagger pumps, playing buffs before swinging the dagger, but also putting attack reacts on the dagger itself. Cards like Scar Tissue. And what this can often mean is that your opponent is seeing you swing the dagger with 3 cards in hand, and they say, okay, I need to save my blocks for your follow-up attack that's likely disruptive. But instead you spend all your 3 cards to pump that dagger, and suddenly they just took 10 damage from nowhere and they weren't expecting it, and then they're left with these blocking cards that they were expecting to be able to convert to blocks.
Yeah, it is something that no player likes to face down. No player is excited when the dagger immediately is pumped up to 10, but that's like the name of the game with Assassin. Am I doing something on this chain link or the next? You have to worry about an on-hit of losing a card from hand or an on-hit of losing, you know, the rest of your life.
And then, of course, there is the stealth-based Arakni. Again, both these archetypes do share a fair number of cards, but the stealth one really wants some of those defense reactions that mark on defense, because marking with this version is very, very important, but often very inefficient. You really don't want to be swinging your dagger. You're converting 1 card into 1 damage and a mark, I suppose. But if you can get your hands on those defense reaction traps, or even some number of Scar Tissues to mark in other ways, Public Bounty, also a card that this version of Arakni really, really likes, then you get to send in your stealth attacks with those disruptive on-hits like the Mark of the Black Widow.
Alrighty, folks, we've talked about the various ways these heroes can be drafted. It's time to see if Charles Dunn on the right side of your screen can find his lane as effectively as possible. He wants to continue his undefeated reign, but he's got a number of killers around the table that he's going to have to get through.
This whole pod is stacked, and that's the other thing that happens on day 2 of Pro Tours. We speak about these players, their blood's pumping, the tension's rising. The other thing is, once you start matching into people and you get put in your pods, you are just facing all these names that you have seen before, and everyone's a killer.
Yeah, and you can see there the seat numbers atop the flags there. So Charles at number 5 will be playing Andrew Cook across the table. You always play right across the table in draft, in, you know, really any level. So Charles and Andrew will be doing battle. Let's waste no further time, my friends. The Dunn did it yesterday. Can he do it again? We've got Charles Dunn on the docket for you. It's the Hunted Draft. It's day 2 of competition here from Pro Tour London, and the picks are about to get underway.
Just double checking that the number of cards in the pack is correct, and let's look through what we see over here.
Oh my God, a Hunt's End right at the back. That's a huge, immediate grab that Charles might be able to have.
It's one of those cards that can be very, very risky because if you see it too early before your fealty, before you have your 3 fealty, that card is literally unplayable. It still blocks 3, so that's not bad, but can be a bit of a risky pickup. I think the defense reactions are really what sticks out here. The put in context and the smoke out in particular. You do want defense reactions in this format as much as possible to deal with those tricky endgame states when you're against Fangs and against Araknis.
Charles also bringing a blistering blade to the front. He looked at that put in context as well. You can see a yellow bite. There's a good piece of equipment. It's hard for me. He's going to leave the Hunt's End. He's going to put the blistering blade down for his pick. He's leaving the Majestic, like you said. He doesn't want it to just be a 3-block that does nothing.
Especially since, you know, we just went over the Fang archetypes as well. Not all Fangs are going to be reaching 3 fealties consistently. We saw his Fang deck yesterday not even reach that point. I'm more surprised that he didn't pick up the put in context. That card's a defense reaction. It's a blue block 3. It's incredibly, incredibly strong. Charles Dunn perhaps showing us a little bit of his bias, and that is something that has come about in these different testing teams, that they have their different preferences for the way they like to draft. I know some really like forcing Arakni, some really like forcing Cindra. Looks like Charles Dunn and perhaps some members of the Runaways enjoy forcing Fang.
Yeah, maybe put in context a little bit more of a way to stay open, but Charles, they're grabbing that first pick. That is not necessarily like hedging the bets. That's saying, I want to play Fang, and I'm going to try to do it with this very first pick. Red alert gloves, the second pick there for Mr. Dunn. We can see the equipment come up on the right side of your screen. Let's see what the next pick is.
And one advantage you get by first picking a Blistering Blade is that you immediately send a signal to your left telling them, hey, don't go into Fang, I'm going to Fang. The person to your left knows, oh, okay, the person to my right is almost certainly forcing Fang, or they found a really good Fang comment. Now they are incentivized to not go into it.
I mean, you did also pass a Hunt's End immediately. But the question is Hunt's End, you know, because of how potentially challenging it is to get those 3 fealties, Charles really only had it like one time in both games we watched yesterday. It can be hard to get off.
And again, Charles just bringing the warrior cards to the front over here. 2 blue, 3 blocks. You're not too sad about it, but I think he really would have preferred a red or maybe a solid piece of equipment to go into his Fang deck. And it does look like Charles isn't messing around with staying open at all. Just immediately forcing Fang, takes another common warrior card, sending the signal, letting them know the lane that he's in.
Yeah, blue cut deep. Going to be the pick there. Let's see what the follow-up is.
Not too many options here for our Fang drafter in this one, which also means that the wheel potentially isn't going to be very great for this pack at least. Still has a blue 3 block in the form of that Incision. And has a point of engagement as well, red 3 block. That card can be pretty decent. You'd rather have something like a cut deep, like a red cut deep, it's a 0 for 4. Point of engagement, you need to work a little bit harder to have it be above rate. But you're not too sad about picking that card either. Front pumps and Fang are also very, very strong if you can't get your hands on too many attack reactions.
Yeah, point of engagement. The dude in the art looks pretty stoked with his dagger. Charles Dunn probably stoked with the pick as well.
Ooh, Path of Vengeance, that is a very, very good pickup in Fang. We saw Charles use that to great effect yesterday. We spoke about how Tooth of the Dragon allows you to sidestep your opponent's blocks a lot. Path of the Vengeance, if you're against an Arakni, lets you do the same thing.
And you can see Charles here, he organizes the pack, right? He's bringing assassin cards together. He's looking at what's still remaining as he looks to make his pick. It is going to be the Path of Vengeance. See Charles here, maybe a little bit of a smile as he places the cards down to his left, a little bit of an inhale as he looks through this next pack, and I'm seeing more good cards for Fang, Pankaj.
Yeah, this Imperial Intent, not exactly the Draconic React that you want. I wonder if he might make the call to try and wheel that potentially. There was a Scalding Iron in the previous pack, which he might be able to wheel, especially because he sent the strong signal that he's in Fang. In this pack, though, yeah, it looks like he's going to take the Imperial Intent, passing over the yellow point of engagement.
Imperial Intent going to be the call, letting that point of engagement go around. Maybe it will come back. He's got a Vow of Vengeance. We've seen Path of Vengeance and Vow of Vengeance used so effectively in his games yesterday.
Red Public Bounty as well, and the 2 for 6 in the form of the For the Emperor, both not bad cards. For the Emperor, bit of a sleeper pick sometimes. If you have a 0-cost react, it fits perfectly into the cost curve, or you swing Obsidian 5 and play a 0-cost react on it, and you end with a For the Emperor, which can be really, really good. That is one card that converts to 6 value. And something we haven't quite touched on yet is that this format can sometimes get to a little bit of a fatigue end state, where you are fatiguing by damage. And having one card that converts to 6 damage really helps you get ahead on that front.
Yeah, looks like it was the Vow of Vengeance there for the selection. Blue tip-off just going to be the grab. Also, maybe grabbing the foil just to keep, you know, signals going around in a specific way. You grab the foil. That doesn't really send any signal of which card in which slot you took. You can see here, there's a Hunt's End. Did that come all the way back around? We're on pick 9. He tabled the Hunt's End. Do you think he takes it here?
I'm not sure. That card, it could be a very big liability. I think more often than not, it is just a block 3, and he might like it for that reason. But one thing about Blessing of Vynnset is that it helps you bypass a little bit of the going first disadvantage that exists in this format. If you get a Blessing of Vynnset, it looks like he managed to pick up a solid red warrior action there.
Red Incision, I believe, is going to be the pickup.
Now that is a wheel he's very, very happy with. And in this case, wheel the blue Sworn Vengeance as well. This draft is going incredibly well for Charles Dunn.
You see Charles confused about the grow clause there.
And here we see the Scalding Iron, that wheel that we spoke about just now. Looks like he might prefer to rake over the coals instead.
Yeah, rake over the coals going to be the call. Grabs, I think there's a Scalding Iron there, and then a yellow point of engagement. So there was the Scalding Iron, and then the yellow point of engagement for those final 2 picks. As we can see Charles Dunn begin to go through his pack.
He's absolutely in the correct Fang seat over here. Not a single dead pick in this entire 14-card pack, and has 3 pieces of equipment to boot. Our undefeated player, one of our undefeated players here, is very incredibly set up to do well in this draft format.
Let's look through and see just precisely. There's the Hunt's End that went all the way around the table. He's got 2 pieces of equipment. He's got a Majestic.
3 pieces of equipment, I believe, Sam's got 2
he got the red alert
and the red alert gloves as well.
About the gloves.
And in this format, you really want to get 4 equipment if you can. And given the fact that he doesn't have a single dead pick so far, I think he's going to be able to get to the 4th equipment piece very, very easily.
Those Vengeance pieces are so impressive in the in most drafts, but honestly, you get value out of them either way. You either get the block or you get just the, honestly, kind of like sometimes oppressive feeling effect when you play against Arakni, and your Arakni opponent's like, why am I getting targeted?
The Path of Vengeance in particular, just allowing you to sidestep, which is one of the strongest plays that Fang has.
All right, we're on to pack 2, folks. Let's see what we're looking at. There's a starting point. We see the danger digits. That's going to be huge for some player not named Charles Dunn. Let's see what the pick is here. Not an incredible pack for Fang, but pack 1 went so well, I don't think Charles can be too disappointed.
And remember, folks, this time we're passing the other way, so we're going to be able to see some signals coming from the other direction. Looks like he's moving forward for the Emperor, the Public Bounty, and the Point of Engagement. Perhaps think of what he can wheel as well. That is something you want to think about, particularly in your first pick of these packs. We saw some good warrior cards wheel going around in pack 1, so maybe he's saying this red Point of Engagement, perhaps hoping to wheel that one, and instead picking a generic card like that Public Bounty.
Looks like it is going to be the Public Bounty for Charles Dunn. Gets to mark, gives the attack +3.
Ooh, and for the Drakai as well. Just 0 for Ended Devotion as well. Not a bad card.
Ooh, both of those are quite nice.
But again, Ended Devotion might be a card he just hopes to wheel over here. Although Blue Sworn Vengeance also a card that we saw wheel already in pack 1 and might just wheel again, might rely on that one wheeling. For the Drakai, not something that's going to wheel, though. Cindras will want it, and other Fangs possibly want it as well.
Yeah, I mean, wheeling in Dear Devotion would be he'd be so up, especially because there's really no other options for Fang in that pack in the Draconic slot. I wonder if he's going to take the Drakai, just like you said, because of how flexible it is. Sometimes it's hard to get value off of the second dagger's go again in Fang, and being able to follow up that dagger with a 0-cost 4-power attack, exactly where you want to be.
We spoke about Fang archetypes, and it seems like Charles Dunn, based on his draft yesterday and his pick priority today as well, really prefers that 3-block Mark Fang archetype, where he's not concerned about getting the 3 fealties. He just wants to have good 3 blocks in his deck, and he's fine pitching blues for his daggers because he'll just get his numbers by good blocks and by weird blocking numbers for the opponent.
Pocket, I ain't even gonna hold you. When that Blaze Headlong hit the pack, or hit our camera screen, my jaw literally dropped. Pick 3 of pack 2, able to pick up 2 0-for-4s, but Blade Headlong infinitely more reliable. A Tooth of the Dragon, a Loyalty Beyond the Grave. What is happening here in the feature match area?
I wonder whether he's gonna pick that Loyalty Beyond the Grave. It's not the best defense reaction. You typically want the defense reactions that can mark your opponent, because Loyalty Beyond the Grave, unless you pick a second one, which is almost never gonna happen, is just gonna be a 0-for-3 at reaction speed. But you do want some number of defense reactions. Looks like he hasn't picked up any so far, I believe, but Still, his offense looks absolutely incredible so far. Down to Spider, immediately bringing up to the front. We just spoke about defense reactions, and this one does mark on defense.
Yeah, this is a tough pick. Searing Gaze as well, super flexible, a way to continue the Draconic reaction chain, but he's got no defense, Charles has, in the reaction slot yet. He's got plenty of offense, but needs to maybe find some ways to shore up some of the damage that his opponents will be throwing his way. Let's see if Den of the Spider is going to be the call.
Pick 4, Tooth of the Dragon coming the other way around just tells us how Charles has carved out his lane, passing, you know, like from the beginning, he told his players to the left that I am in Fang, and now he's getting rewarded in Pack 2 as well. Coming the other way, they're just giving him these Tooth of the Dragons, Den of the Spiders, letting him just his pick of the litter, really.
I love the way you said that. He didn't find his lane, he made his lane. He said, you other players need to get out of my way or your draft is not going to be good, putting his faith that no one else would come in and try to cut him, and it looks as though he is getting rewarded. He is 8-0. He doesn't need any favors. He is so good at this game. The Yellow Hunter Killer going to be the call. Looks like Charles Dunn has maybe put himself into position to create his own destiny here in the second draft of this Pro Tour London.
Picking Yellow Hunter Killer instead of Blessing of Vincericry really just shows us, again, reinforces how much he values the 3 blocks over here. He's a man who knows the Fang archetype he likes to draft, and he has been carving out his lane from the beginning.
Sizzling Steel pulled to the front. That's going to be the call. Sizzling Steel gets that kind of modal additional effect based on the number of Draconic Chain Links. Blaze Headlong's a nice way to get an extra Draconic Chain Link. And
he is lacking a little bit in the reaction front, both defense reaction and attack reaction, so perhaps that's why you picked that over the 3 block that was available in that pack.
Sworn Vengeance looks like it's going to be the call. It's a red one that, if you look over on the right side of your screens, his picks are ruby red so far, not needing a lot of blues. Yet in this pack, it looks like he's confident based on maybe where he thinks he is in the pod. He'll be able to find him later in Pack 2 and Pack 3.
And that red point of engagement wheeled over here, this was the pick 1 that he had access to, and he picked the generic card hoping to wheel a warrior card, and that's exactly what happened. And both these picks so far goes back. Yeah, he picked Public Bounty and Further Try, saying these warrior cards will wheel based on what I imagine everyone else is drafting. Now he's picking up his blues, picking up the Red Sisters of Fire there as well. This has been such a successful draw for Charles Dunn.
You can see Charles looking down. Seems like he's even confused. There's the Blue Hunter Killer right as we say it. Charles Dunn shows us his strategy. I am confident. There are not enough Fangs in here for my blues to be contested. Another blue cut deep at the end of the pack. Everything is coming up Charles.
Finally, that's one dead card the whole way. Last pick of Pack 2. Charles Dunn has so many playables. He almost has a complete draft deck, and this is just the end of Pack 2, folks.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is pretty damn nice if you're Charles Dunn. What are the even needs? You think some more attack reactions, I heard you saying, finding some more ways to give the daggers go again, but like he's already got a pretty good deck.
At this point, I think he wants some defense reactions, Sam. Still a little bit low on that front, just has 1, and if you're against another Fang, looks like there aren't too many Fangs at the table, but if you're against an Arakni, you really want to have just some defense reactions to not get stuck in the endgame loop that Arakni really likes to put you in.
See, look at all of these red cards that Charles Dunn is bringing forth. There's that Hunt's End that he wheeled in Pack 1. And a bunch of blues now after the first 2 packs. We saw his draft strategy pay off in the games yesterday. He was comfortable just pitching a blue to utilize a bunch of on-rate cards, or on or over-rate cards, but just making sure he was efficient with his resources here.
I'd be surprised if he brings the Hunt's End in, because currently his fealty generation isn't too high. He has a couple of 1s here and there, maybe a couple of marks, and can maybe get that. But getting a 3 fealty doesn't seem to be the name of the game for him. But he might just bring it in as a 3 block, and we know this man loves his 3 blocks.
All right. We're on to Pack 3, folks. This is the final chance for Charles Dunn to shore up any weaknesses that he has remaining. Let's see what it has for him. You can see the red cut deep, the hunt, the hunted. Or the hunted or hunter as well. Take a stab.
Red cut deep all the way. He's still missing a chest piece as well. So aside from defense reactions, possibly we'll want to find that piece of equipment as well.
Hunted or hunter, I believe, actually just assassin.
Yeah.
Yeah, not the dual class card.
So as a take a stab is an option as well, but that is a 2 block. Yellow cut from the same cloth. Not a bad pickup either, but if you have a red cut deep, I think he's just going to go ahead and slam that one. It is a 3 block as well, and one of the signal cards that we spoke about as well.
See there, March of Loyalty being brought to the front, just a Draconic card.
0 for 4.
Interestingly, seeing the Proclaim Vengeance as well as an option for these Draconic heroes at instant speed, a little bit more of that side step.
Also counts as a react for Fang's purposes, for the Obsidian 5 in purposes. Also nip at the heels. It's a blue card, blue block 3 that if you have a fealty lying around can also in a pinch give you Obsidian 5 in go again. Looks like he's just going to go for the March of Loyalty. Another 0 for 4, 3 block.
I mean, yeah, that's honestly nice. It's just a chain ender there. 0 for 4, 3 block. Not like the sexiest pick so far for Charles Dunn in this pack, but he's got plenty of ways to go. And like we said, his strength of deck is already so high, he's not needing too much.
Not too much in the form of a wheel as well in those first couple of picks over there. Ooh, red scar tissue. It would be quite a fine pickup. Another one of those cards that you can just pop a spare fealty into. And we know his deck isn't really trying to get a 3 fealty, so having a couple of non-draconic reacts that you can just use your fealties on, especially if it's a strong enough card like scar tissue, can be very, very strong. Since scar tissue typically refunds back the fealty that you use on it anyway.
All right, Charles Dunn brings the scar tissue forth. See the blue hunt a killer. Maybe he's hoping to bring that around like he did last pack. There's the scar tissue. It heads to the deck.
Yellow cut deep as well in that pack for him to wheel around. There's a chess piece in this, but not one that he can run. It's a leapfrog slime skin.
Knife through butter. Twist and turn being brought to the front of the pack.
Not even looking at that pledge fealty over there. Just telling us, yep, he's not super interested in getting the triple fealty. Pledge fealty just going to be 1 damage and go again. Now he'd rather have the 3 block or the knife through butter. Maybe potentially hoping to wheel this twist and turn and just pick up the knife through butter right here.
I mean, he was able to do so last pack very nicely. Found the blues exactly when he wanted them, and many of them did have that coveted block 3 in the bottom right. Is he just going to go ahead and take that front pump? Yes, he is. Knife through butter going to be the call.
Blue point of engagement in that pack as well for him to potentially wheel. There's a red point of engagement here. Still missing that chest piece. You know at this point he's flushed with the blues that he needs. He's also got fantastic reds in his deck. I think he really, really wants that chest piece or a defense reaction or 2.
He was hoping to find it in this pack, but the question is how many other players are looking for equipment in pack 3?
Such a great call from Charles to get his equipment in pack 1, because this is exactly the style of thing that can happen where some players maybe get a little bit greedy and wait for the equipment in packs 2 and 3. But if other players at the table are doing that as well, you could just get stuck and not have enough equipment for your draft. Ooh, Heart of Vengeance. That is a chess piece that he can run.
Just like that. He found it in this final, like nearly one of the final picks before the wheel actually comes around. There's the Heart of Vengeance. He brings it right to the front.
Considering
Good
that
fortune
other
for Charles.
dynastic dedication, but I think he's going to lean towards the chess piece for sure. You really want 4 equipment pieces. He is, honestly, if he just stops drafting right now, he'd be perfectly fine, but there's still so many more picks to go.
There's another dynastic dedication. How about 2 for the price of 1 as the dice also to the front. Look at him. He's holding all 3. It's an embarrassment of riches for Charles Dunn. He doesn't know which way to go. He doesn't know which way is up, but he does know one thing. This deck is cracked. He is hoping to take these picks and form the right picks as he gets the dynastic dedication. He is looking. There's a smile on that man's face. He knows what's going on.
This is absolutely the makings of a 3-0 draft. A stabbing pain here as well, all the way in pick 8.
Yeah, final pick. Yeah,
final pick before the wheel comes around. Still has a red Draconic Warrior attack reaction. He is just flushed with his pick of the litter and has so many good cards.
Let's see what's remaining here. I can't believe that Heart of Vengeance just showed up like the gods of the Demonastery and the Solanian Church just handed them down. The Emperor's Soul gifted this to Charles Dunn as he's going to find that blue dice here.
First pick of the wheel there, just going to be a blue block 3. And this was the pack we spoke about where the wheel was perhaps a little bit all right. Just gets a yellow cut deep. We'll be surprised if that makes his deck. He has enough playables. Doesn't need to run bananas.
How about an Imperial
as we
Intent?
Speak about it.
How about just, why not another Imperial Intent? Let's see. He's got a couple blue choices.
Blue block 3s.
Going to be the twist and turn there as we're looking towards the end of this one. He's got a couple choices here. Neither of them he can play. It's just a blood drop.
Overall, looks like, I think, that was just the second dead pick. And again, another playable for his last pick for Charles Dunn.
Engagement. So Charles Dunn here has the makings, like you described, of potentially a 3-0 deck. What a draft we just watched that man go through.
And it all just started with him carving out his lane from the beginning, right? Just picking up a warrior common that isn't too much to write home about, but he sends a signal to his left saying, I am in Fang, do not get into it, this is my spot.
Yeah, that was just absolutely beautiful to watch, just seeing the way that a calling champion, a U.S. national champion, you know, maybe flipped the script a little bit. You talked about, you know, high-level thinking, you don't want to force, you want to make sure you stay open, but Charles Dunn showing that, listen, sometimes you just want to stake your claim, stake your territory, and you might even find yourself with gold in them there hills. Let's take a look at some of the ways that this draft all shook out. We can look here at the way that the draft went down and look at Charles just sitting there in like the perfect Fang seat, a couple of assassins to his left, a couple of Cindras to his right, and Aaron Shantz, the only other Fang like nearly directly across the table.
And his first opponent is going to be Andrew Cook, who is on Arakni, and we know Fang has 3 pieces of the Vengeance equipment. He'll be very well stocked to take down this assassin.
All right, we can look here at the rest of this pod. You can see that he has the Path of Vengeance, the Heart of Vengeance, the Vow of Vengeance. He's ready to take on Araknis, and there are 3 in this pod. Let's go ahead and dive deeper into the deck that Charles Dunn did draft. If we could be so kind, we can see the draft here coming out onto your screens. What is speaking out to you, Ponkage?
The first thing that's sticking out to me is that there's just 2 dead picks, 42 picks. He has 40 potential playables. I don't think he needs to run any of these yellows. Potentially doesn't even need to run that Hunt's End, given that he's unlikely to get to the 3 fealty. But a whole bunch of blue 3 blocks and a whole bunch of reds. Enough draconic attack reacts as well. I think the only thing he's missing, Sam, is just maybe 1 or 2 more defense reactions, but he still has one of them, has 4 equipment pieces as well. He is absolutely set up to 3-0 this draft.
All right, well, let's start off. We can go through a lot of the draft here. Let's start off and look through the attack reactions. Let's see. We said it might have been a little light at one point. You think he's got enough?
I think so, yes. I'd say so, Sam. Imperial Intent, Blistering Blade, even the Incisions, which you can pop a fealty to go ahead and make Draconic Scar Tissue, and then a whole bunch of other Draconic attack reactions as well. Not the highest quality ones. You know, Sizzling Steels, Imperial Intents, not exactly the best ones, but still, just they serve their purpose, right?
Yeah, you can see here so many different ways to give these daggers go. Again, so many different ways to get them over the top. And if we can even get that Hunt's End online, it is going to be maybe lights out for these opponents moving forward. Not a lot of 3 blocks here, but that's not what they're here to do.
Yeah, the Draconic Warrior attack reactions do block too. That is their cost because they end up being kind of overrate on the Obsidian Fire Vein, and they also represent, in a sense, true damage because a lot of times your Fire Vein goes to 4 or 5 in the reaction step, making it very difficult for your opponent to block it out completely and efficiently. Yeah,
all right, let's take a look at all of the various ways that Charles is going to be able to mark his opponents because I'm not sure how many fealty generation tools he has just right off the bat. The question is, will he be able to utilize these mark effects, and that's how he's going to get his fealties.
Yeah, about half of these are blue, which isn't something he really wants to play, but the Public Bounty really sticks out as an unconditional mark on the opponent. They can't do anything about it, so that's going to be 1 fealty you'll eventually generate once you resolve a Public Bounty. Scar Tissue, another one of those cards that's just very difficult for them to block. You're almost certainly getting a mark on that as well. Den of the Spider, this is possibly one of the most efficient ways for these heroes in the Hunter draft to mark their opponent is these traps that mark the opponent once the condition is fulfilled. Against an Arakni, it's going to be very, very easy to meet this condition. Against a Cindra, a little bit more difficult, but in that matchup, it's just a little bit more racing anyway. You don't super need to mark them. Against Arakni, though, that card's going to be absolutely vital for the game plan, and his first opponent is Andrew Cook on Arakni.
Yeah, we can see they're looking through these various ways. Only the one Den of the Spider, but we have the ability to mark in various ways. Even the Public Bounty, like you kind of mentioned, just a way to just get that mark off. You don't need to hit. You don't need to do anything. You just mark them. And then for the rest of that, until he is hit, Arakni or these other opponents will be creating fealties on hit from that point forward.
And unlikely to get to the 3 fealty point. Again, we've brought this up so many times. We saw his Fang draft yesterday as well. Isn't too concerned with getting to 3 fealty. So I'll be surprised to see if that Hunt's End comes in against even the Arakni is going to face. But you know, could be a fun little lights out moment, as you pointed out.
Yeah, there's that Hunt's End. You can see it's got that 3-block. I'm curious to see if Charles Dunn brings it in. Is there any bigger flex than drafting a Majestic, drafting a Hunt's End, and leaving it behind in the inventory?
Especially when you can end the game with this against an Arakni. It's just such an incredible flavor win with a flavor text as well. I love this flavor text.
Yeah.
It's the end of the road traitor by Fang. If you get to end the game against Arakni with this, you just win on flavor.
Yeah, let's take a look at the pieces of equipment as well that Charles has access to. That Heart of Vengeance. Truly, it is as if Fang finally got his inheritance from the Emperor, just delivered at the perfect moment of critical need, as we have got a full suite of equipment as well for this juice deck.
Path of Vengeance, you would have preferred more red alert pieces, but given that his first opponent is Arakni, can be very, very happy with his pickups. But especially the Path of Vengeance. We saw him use that to great effect yesterday to sidestep the opponent. It's like an on-board Tooth of the Dragon, if you will. I think he's very, very happy with this equipment loadout that he's got.
Let's take a look one more time at the full deck here for Charles Dunn. These are all the playables. He's got 36. If you're looking at this punkage, what are the cuts?
Almost certainly the 4 yellows. This deck is such high quality that you don't really need the yellows. And then after that, you just need to cut 2 more cards. The Rake Over the Coals is potentially not super necessary. It's a 0 for 2 a lot of the time because you're just going to be buffing both daggers, or you buff a dagger and your Draconic attack at the end, like the 4 Draconic Blaze Headlong. But it doesn't block, and I think Charles Dunn is a sort of player that really likes having all his 3 blocks. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see that card come in. Potentially even might get rid of the blue tip-off, but the blue tip-off, ways to unconditionally mark your opponent just have some inherent value in them. And it's also an extender for those hands where if you're left with 4 cards and you can't convert all of them, discarding a card to mark your opponent can sometimes also be quite valuable.
So, folks, we think we maybe have found a potential, a 3-0 capable deck, but it's not up to us. It's up to Charles Dunn. Will he be able to pilot this masterpiece truly to a 3-0 record, or one of these other opponents, all absolutely killers in their own right, who have made their way into this draft pot at the top of this day? Will they have something to say about it? Let's head down into the arena and find out which of our undefeated players will be the first to fall. We've got Andrew Cook, Charles Dunn. We may be in England, but it's not the British that are coming. The Americans are here at 8-0. Which of our 2 undefeated players will be the first to lose? It's all going to come down to these first couple turns.
First round of Day 2, World Tour London, and we're going to know which is going to have 1 undefeated player left after this round. Both these players are itching to be that player. Charles Dunn going first, starting with a yellow Hunter Killer, did bring one of those bananas that we affectionately call them into this matchup. Perhaps value being just the fact that it is a 3-block. Possibly happy to just see it on turn 0. Still buys 2 cards from the opponent. Effectively, if that was a red or a yellow, not too much of a difference there.
We've talked a lot about these type of games throughout this format. Charles, not happy to be going first, wants to get that tempo from going second, but he is the first to an arsenal. Andrew did give a couple cards to block on that first dagger after the hunt to killer. So the question is, how will Andrew be able to utilize the cards in his hand? He's a 1 of 3 Arakni, but he's got the tempo. Can he utilize it here and put himself in the driver's seat?
Not just the tempo. Look at that equipment loadout from Andrew Cook. He's got away with murder. 3 red alert pieces, incredible against Fang, and a Blade Beckoner gauntlets as well. That is pack 1, pick 1 material right there. Andrew Cook looks like he had a very successful draft in his own right as well. I think we are in for an absolute banger of a game, folks.
Yeah, I could not agree more. There's a potential for 8 life in Andrew Cook's equipment suite. He might be sitting at a veritable 28. Even though Charles' deck looks to be disgusting, it might be Andrew who has the last chaotic laugh. And
against Fang especially, these red alert pieces are almost always going to be blocking too. You just put one of those pieces in front of the first Obsidian Fire Vein, you're almost certainly getting 2 block out of it, unless Charles Dunn has the Tooth of the Dragon specifically, or uses a Path of Vengeance on that to prevent the fact that to not have played an attack reaction on that link.
I bet you that is exactly what Charles Dunn is thinking. He's looking at the red alert visor, and he is looking at his Path of Vengeance. He's looking at those red alert pieces. I bet you my dog is going to wait to use the Path of Vengeance until he sees one of those red alert pieces used.
And Blade back in the gauntlets as well, always is going to be blocking too. Andrew Cook discarding Yellow Reaper's Call in the reaction step over here, making his Mark the Prey go up to 4 with the on-hit mark and on-hit go again, thanks to Arakni Web of Deceit's ability. And it's going to retain the mark from the Mark of the Prey.
Yeah, so that's huge. Charles Dunn is marked and then becomes marked again. Now the plunge, the prospect gets to come in, and the Arakni Web of Deceit ability and its own text, making this attack come in for 5.
What an incredible start by Andrew Cook over here. Looks pretty unseeming just starting on the red Mark the Prey, but going over just by 1 and then plunge the prospect. One of those unassuming cards at the beginning of the Hunted format, but as people got their hands on the set and played it more and more, this card has gone up in the pick order priority for many high-level players.
Andrew Cook here staring across the table. You can see he's cool, calm, and collected. He's 8-0 for a reason. He is not afraid of Charles Dunn, and he is getting 5 damage across as Charles heads down to 14.
9 damage presented by Andrew Cook there across his 3 cards. That's where you want to be. Each card converting a 3 value. You're happy with that. Charles Dunn at 14. What does he have? What is he working with? I see a red point of engagement and a draconic reaction.
Looks like he's got a blistering blade in there. 20 currently for Andrew Cook. Point of engagement going to come out with the cut deep into the Obsidian Fire Vein.
That is a big dagger. 8 damage just in the form of front pumps and still has 2 floating and a card in hand. I wonder whether Andrew Cook would just go ahead and just put a piece of equipment in front of this. Seems like this game might be a little bit shorter than we were expecting. Normally you see the Arakni Fang matchup can go to second cycle, can go to that almost fatigue sort of end state, but both players here having incredibly strong starts. Yeah, it looks like Blade back in the Gauntlet coming out, cashing a 2-block immediately.
Yeah, Blade Beckoner pieces so nice in this format when you can get the 2 value out of your defense on the equipment slots. It's so important when your life total is half of that in Classic Constructed. It begins to become so much more important to inch and eke out every single point of value.
Let's take a look at what Andrew is working with here. He's also got some fantastic cards in his list, Sam. 2 Sides to the Blade, Red Reaper's Call, Red Tip-Off as well. Doesn't have a blue in that hand, though, and the opponent is not marked currently. We'll need to find a way to convert the cards efficiently.
Asked some of our other team members if they could find out how Charles felt about his draft. Got the words, "My deck is absurd, 1 of 2 Fang," and he forced from pick 1 close to an ideal deck as the Blistering Blade comes down, making this 11 with go again. Charles probably happy to see that none of the red alert pieces were used here, as all of a sudden only a block for 2, 9 damage across. So down to 11 will go Andrew, as the final follow-up is going to be the Obsidian Fire Vein number 2 for an additional point of damage.
Leaking 9 on the first chain link already is Charles. 1 more damage to come in. Again, also converting all 4 cards to 12 damage total. Both players able to convert their cards to 3 value, exactly where they want to be. But someone's going to need to be able to do more than that to come out ahead. And Andrew Cook keeping all 4 cards, starting with a Red Reaper's Call. This is terrifying if you're in Charles's position. And this is where the lack of defense reactions, again, might come and bite Charles Dunn, because if you can defense react and stop the on-hit, then you can stop the go again from Arakni Web of Deceit as well.
Here we go. Yeah, look at this. Just a full block here from Charles, giving 2 cards to this attack.
But we know Andrew Cook has the 2 Sides of the Blade and a Stains of the Red back as well. Didn't need the on-hit for the go again. Is he also going to play the 2 Sides to the Blade over here to give the on-hit mark to Reaper's Call? Yes, looks like it is coming out.
The 2 Sides to the Blade going to be the final reaction. It's going to get +3, and on hit it will mark. No reactions for Charles Dunn, so taking a total of 3 down to 11. Here comes the mark back out.
And here we finally see one of the players not being able to convert their cards for 3 value each. This is 4 cards for 9 damage total, Sam. Andrew Cook needs to make up that point differential at some point, and you know what's going to help him with that? Converting into Arakni Black Widow.
Arakni Black Widow is the role for Andrew Cook, so he's going to have a 5-card hand potential with that draw up and the ability with the Black Widow ability to threaten a card from Charles's hand on the very next turn cycle.
And Charles on his right as well, not going to have the strongest turn. This is 2 cards converting to 4 damage. Does have the on-hit mark as well, but Andrew Cook with that Arakni Black Widow against a deck that doesn't have too many defense reactions.
We talked a lot about how sick Charles's deck is in the deck construction phase, but he is in a little bit of a tough position. He's not able to establish an arsenal yet. He's been working off of 4 cards this turn. Andrew's had an arsenal last turn. He's kept an arsenal for this turn. Charles currently at 11 to Andrew's 10, but the question is which player will be able to parlay the advantage and actually come out on top?
I also want to point out Charles's blocking and pitching decision over there. He blocked with the blue and decided to pitch the yellow instead of the other way around. But it just goes to show he wants to keep the threat density in his deck rather than the resource card, rather than the better resource card in the form of the blue twist and turn, opting to keep the yellow cut deep for later on instead.
On hit, the dagger's going to mark as the lair of the spider comes out. Doesn't need to mark as Fang remains marked on the hit from the last turn.
And now 4 cards for Andrew Cook as the opponent is marked. And he is Arakni Black Widow, starting a mark of the Huntsman. Going to come in for 2 because the opponent is marked. And that's where these defense reactions, these traps and mark your opponent, they do only block 3, but a lot of times they kind of converts to 4 value because the mark, especially with Arakni, typically converts to +1 damage. So his mark of the Huntsman coming in for 2 instead of 1.
2 damage for this mark of the Huntsman. Charles still working off of these 4 cards. Needs to find a way maybe to establish an arsenal. Looks like he's got a Blaze Headlong he's working with, Dynamic Dedication, Scar Tissue, so that can be a pretty impactful hand if he wants to keep it all. Question is how much damage will he be facing down, and will the Arakni Black Widow rip a card whether he likes it or not?
Lots of block 2s in that hand as well. 2 block 2s in front of Scar Tissue and the Blaze Headlong. It can be tempting sometimes to just let this mark of the Huntsman through because it most likely will remove your mark unless the opponent wants to break the dagger. However, with how fast this game is going, I think Andrew Cook wouldn't mind breaking this dagger if it goes through.
No blocks, no reactions. Take 2 is Charles going to do. Down to 9. He goes 9, currently playing 9 in round 9 of the Pro Tour here in London. Both players here at 8-0 and looking for their 9th win. Lucky number 9s here at the feature match table. Mark of the Funnel Web going to be the call. There's no on-hit from the Mark of the Funnel Web, but the Arakni Black Widow ability so impactful and important here with the potential to rip a card from Charles's hand if that card in Andrew's hand is discarded to the new Demi-Hero's ability.
What's the over-under on this attack going up to 9 as well, Sam? He's an attack react in Arsenal and the Assassin card in hand. He can easily make this go up to 9 with the Mark of the Black Widow.
I hope he doesn't. The stream will explode. The stream will just explode. It'll be too much, and it'll be too much for 2.
Too many 9s.
Yeah. The Vow of Vengeance and 2 cards going to be committed to this. Charles wants to keep the rest of the cards in his hand. No blocks, no reactions.
So wasn't able to push it up to 9. Could have easily made it 6, but Charles Dunn needing to overblock, which functionally means the on-hit of the Arakni Black Widow went through anyway because Charles had to overblock by 3. And we speak about how in this format you sort of get into the fatigue end states, and that's exactly why. Overblocking, Charles had to overblock there, losing out on the card equity exchange over there. Andrew Cook just sent 1 card and Charles had to give up 2 cards and an equipment piece to block.
And Charles here just trying to, like you say, get the most value out of the cards, just coming in 1 card for value and finally going to establish his first arsenal save for turn 0. Looking like going to hopefully use some life to pivot maybe. Let's see what Andrew's working with. He's probably going to want to give a single card to block this. Looks like he's lining up that yellow Mark the Prey.
Ooh, and a red Mark of the Black Widow. Andrew Cook managed to pick up an incredible stealth card in that.
1 damage over the top, which means the mark is going to be cleared and the fealty is going to be generated for Charles. The 9 parity has been broken. Andrew down to 8 as the Mark of the Huntsman comes in. 2 cards left in hand and a card in arsenal. One of those could not be used last turn. Wonder which one it was.
He had to keep a card in hand to threaten the Mark of the Black Widow effect. He is holding a Scar Tissue to go ahead and mark the opponent without losing the Mark of the Huntsman over here. But if Charles decides to block perhaps with a piece of equipment on this Mark of the Huntsman, we can be sure the Scar Tissue will come out to go ahead and mark the opponent so that his Mark of the Black Widow can be turned on.
Red Alert gloves here. There is a really nice call from Charles. He had no real way of knowing where the attack reactions would sit, but he just made the call, looked across the table and read the opponent. As the Red Alert gloves here going to get that extra point of value. So down to 8 goes Charles. These players remain at life parity. as even though not a lot of time has elapsed in this game with still 22 minutes remaining, the Mark of the Black Widow can now come down and threaten another card in the hand.
Value exchange definitely going the way of Charles Dunn there, managing to get 2 block out of his arms piece. Now, he has a bit of a read here based on Andrew Cook's lack of reaction from Arsenal on the previous turn. He might be able to just make the soul read that the Arsenal is not an attack reaction, and he can just go ahead and block fall cleanly on this to avoid the Mark of the Black Widow on hit. Because Andrew Cook on the previous turn had a card in hand and a card in Arsenal. If the Arsenal was a react, his attack could have gone to 9, but it didn't, so Charles Dunn might just be happy with an exact block on this.
No blocks, no reaction. There's the Den of the Spider. Now that the power is greater than its base, now Andrew gets marked, and there is no reaction. That's not something like a Razor's Edge or another ability with that 1 resource floating. So now Andrew's going to transform again. Number 2 means it's a Mark of the Funnel Web type of effect as the Funnel Web themselves comes in and hits the arena. And now Charles, 3 cards in hand and a card in arsenal. Will this be the turn that he really starts to lay down the pressure?
And we knew that Arsenal wasn't an attack react based on Andrew Cook's decisions on the previous turn. So Charles Dunn being able to track that, did manage to get a mark on the opponent as well. This time, the transformation to Funnel Web, not as scary as Black Widow, but you know Charles Dunn is going to try and empty his arsenal on this turn and also not end with an arsenal to just make that Funnel Web effectively pointless.
Yeah, that's the one, potential issue when you see the Funnel Web across the table, or when you become the Funnel Web. You can just really say, okay, well, I'm just make sure I don't keep an arsenal. You can still get your +3, but I don't want to lose the value on this turn.
And once again, these traps that mark on defense showing the value. Again, the Den of the Spider blocks 3, but the free mark means that you get free additional value from your cards like Knife Through Butter over here, just giving the go again because the opponent's already marked.
I want to call some attention. Charles keeps looking down at the board, but then looking across the table at his opponent, just giving his eyes up and trying to read Andrew Cook, trying to see how Andrew likes to make decisions. At this high-level play at the Pro Tour, it's not just about the playing on the table. It's not just about the cards. It's about what you imagine your opponent might do. It's going to be the red alert visor and a 3-block as Charles Dunn looks ahead at the rest of this turn.
A free go again here means Charles doesn't even need to play his react on this chain link, rendering that that red alert visor just blocking 1 does remove the mark, but now Charles Dunn gets to swing this Obsidian Fire Vein, and that means any of his attack reacts that care about 2 Draconic chain links kind of got turned on for free here because a Knife Through Butter gave the first dagger go again.
Yeah, Andrew Cook there needs to get the value out of these red alert pieces of equipment, but the Knife Through Butter just keeps the go again no matter what.
Question is whether Charles Dunn has 2 zero-cost reacts over here to empty that arsenal. You don't want to pass to your opponent as they are Funnel Web with an arsenal as much as possible, especially when you're a deck like Charles, and that 1 defense reaction that he knows that he has in his deck has already been used.
Let's see what the follow-up is going to be. Obsidian Fire Vein for 1, card in the arsenal, card in the hand. Charles is nearly out of equipment. All he has left is that Path of Vengeance.
If you're an Andrew Cook CT, you can definitely expect at least 1 reaction, but there's a good chance that it could be 2. And that could suddenly be lethal.
Yeah, it might be tempting to just put a couple pieces of red alert equipment in front of this one. We lost the value on the first. Declare a block for 1. Is the Path of Vengeance going to come out, or some attack reactions? Going to be the Dynastic Dedication. Up to 5 goes the dagger with go again. Block for 2 takes 3. Down to 4 goes Andrew. Is it one of those zero-cost attacks? We've seen the one. We haven't seen it. He's going to have to keep a card for the arsenal, which means Funnel Web all of a sudden looks a lot more appealing.
Although Andrew Cook doesn't know that that isn't a defense reaction, we as viewers know that Charles Dunn doesn't have more defense reactions. So Andrew Cook might need to play around it. For now, though, just starting his turn with Mark of the Huntsman. Once again, these turns a little bit inefficient from Andrew Cook, and here's where Fang can come out ahead against the Arakni because of the number of times they kind of need to swing the daggers, and those daggers aren't very, very efficient, Sam.
But all of a sudden, you talk about just dying out of nowhere. These daggers can get pumped up in a hurry. It's one of the archetypes we talked about, Dagger Arakni. We don't know if Andrew has the dagger pumps available, but we do know he has some ways to do something more on this turn.
And this is potentially threatening lethal already because Arakni Funnel Web can be used on this dagger. It won't have the on-hit banish a card in the arsenal because this dagger doesn't have stealth, but it is an assassin attack, which does allow you to activate the Funnel Web just for the +3. So if Andrew Cook has another +3 react that works on a dagger, like a Scar Tissue, This dagger could very easily go up to 8, and if Charles does not respect that, he could just die, and this could just be the end of the first round.
Yeah, Charles, I feel like you just have to give a card here. I don't think you can put your fate in the position of I'm just going to accept that it could be a +3 pump to the funnel web, a +3 pump on the dagger, and my Pro Tour undefeated run ends.
This is one of those, it could be one of those archetypes that Brian Gottlieb favors a lot, just a dagger pump Arakni. You put your opponent in such a fork because you are a funnel web. So if your opponent blocks this and then you just send a stealth attack and you have the card in hand to threaten a funnel web, then Charles Dunn is in a very tricky spot. But if you don't respect the dagger, then you could just die right now. This is the benefit that Arakni has.
Charles here giving this one a real think. Let's take a look at the cards in his hand. He's got a 4 the Jakaias, a nice little 3 block.
And again, this comes down to having defense reactions in your deck that just help you get out of these sticky situations. We speak about Charles Dunn's pick 1, where he picked a warrior card to carve out his lane, did pass a put in context.
To the point, is going to put it up to 6. And then the funnel web is going to come in as well. He's going to discard a card. All of a sudden, the attack goes up to 9.
And that's 6 damage over that Charles Dunn can't do anything about. Going all the way down to 2 against an Arakni. Does Andrew Cook have a follow-up?
He hasn't done anything with that card in the last couple turns. It's going to be the tip-off. He comes in for 5 here. With that final floating, Charles Dunn has to give another card and a piece of equipment just to stay alive at 1.
Going to 1 is so incredibly scary because of the card bite. You go to 1 against an Arakni, they can just keep 1 card in their turn and send a bite at you, and then you just lose the game unless you have something like a Calming Breeze or a Sigil of Solace. So it would be a very risky play by Charles if he goes to 1. He would need a very, very good reason to make that call. Looks like he's lining up a 2-card block instead to stay out of the suddenly dying to a card like Bite or a card like Throw Yourself at them. But then that's just more tempo that goes back to Andrew Cook's side. We were talking a lot about how Charles Dunn's deck is incredible, and it is, but it looks like Andrew Cook has managed to get some fantastic pieces for himself as well, and these 2 blocks from Charles really punishing over here.
Yeah, look at that. A full block for 5. What a beautiful follow-up from Andrew Cook with that 1 for 5 in the arsenal. We saw it sitting there for quite some time, but it's a play pattern that can be so effective in Arakni. You have the 1 floating. It's going to be a no-block call. Does Charles have the way to get over this? It's going to now go up to 5. We do have a defense reaction. There is the Hunted or Hunter that is going to mark and deal a point of damage. So now all of a sudden down to 1 goes Charles.
And that's the other reason you can't go to 1 in this format, Sam. We saw Charles use the equipment block to avoid himself going to 1. Had he not done that, he would have died right here. But we see the flexibility that defense reactions give you. Andrew Cook knew that because he was holding his defense reaction, he could have just said no block on the Obsidian Fire Vein, whereas Charles Dunn did not have that luxury on his turn when he was dealing with Andrew Cook's offense.
Andrew here putting forth the Red Alert boots.
That's twice now he's used his Red Alert pieces without getting the full value from it, but it is absolutely working for him. Now Charles needs to block every single dagger, but he has no defense reactions. If Andrew Cook has attack reactions on his dagger, Charles is making a call. If you have an attack react, I lose.
Scar Tissue is here, and that's going to get the fist bump. Andrew Cook takes down Charles Dunn. We sang the praises of the draft of Charles that entire time, but the ability of Andrew Cook to navigate that format, navigate that draft, and navigate that match, he moves on to the undefeated slot. What a game!
He had 3 pieces of Vengeance equipment. He wants to face Araknis with that equipment loadout. Did face an Arakni, but unfortunately, we brought this up during the draft, Sam. Didn't manage to get enough defense reactions, and that really hurt him there in that endgame. Not able to deal with a dagger that suddenly got pumped up to 9. Just had to take that damage, and then now you're at 2 against an Arakni. Still with no defense reactions. Dagger for 1. You can't keep overblocking daggers. Another attack react there. Just closed out the game for Andrew Cook.
This is just my favorite part of Pro Tour, when we are able to see players come out and have their coming out moment. They're welcome to the party. Welcome to the table. Charles Dunn, U.S. National Champion, calling champion, friend of the broadcast, friend of the show, and yet it doesn't matter when you're in the feature match area what you have done. It matters what you're about to do. And Andrew there able to go ahead and take control of that game, and now he is the player we are talking about moving into the next round. And again, we talked about it at the beginning of the broadcast. This is where legends are made, and we're going to have a top 8. I'm sure there are going to be some familiar faces, but we're going to be seeing some brand new friends joining these compatriots.
I just want to go all the the way back to that pack one, pick one from Charles Dunn, picking the red common warrior card instead of the put in context. He carved out his lane, told his rest of the pod that he was in the warrior seat, but he gave up a critical defense reaction, and sometimes that costs you.
What a game, and we have got so much more high-level Flesh and Blood coming up. And of course, if you're watching at home or here with us in the venue, we invite you to use the hashtag FabLondon, and we will look forward to, you know, seeing you, shouting you out, throwing some love to you on the stream. Let's take a look here. Lots of muffins on Blue Sky. Great second day of hashtag FabLondon. Played the Sync Below CC side event, went 2-2. Got to play some Leviathan Blitz. I wonder why this slide was chosen, but went 3-1. Gathering enough tickets for the beautiful life playmat, what they can use for their silly wizard things, calling London tomorrow. And of course, shout out, of course, to Lots of Muffins and all of you watching at home. If you use the hashtag FabLondon, take a picture of yourself with your friends watching the stream or are here in the venue hall with us, you could be entered to go in the draw to win a full playset of Sync Below promos. We're picking just one random post with the hashtag FabLondon, so we invite you to join the fun wherever you are in the world, because we've got plenty more Flesh and Blood coming up for you right after this. Charles Dunn taken down by the Andrew Cook ability to navigate a draft. Even though he's the 3 of Arakni, it doesn't matter when you can end up on top. More Flesh and Blood after this.
It's day 2 here at Pro Tour London, and the entire landscape has changed. The intensity has ratcheted up. The stakes are getting progressively higher round by round, and our players are starting to feel that fear, that doubt, that certainty, maybe.
For some.
Start to creep in. Hayden, you've been here before. You know what it's like. You're doing fantastic. You crushed day 1. You're in position. How do you stay balanced in such high-stakes moments?
I think the easiest thing to, well, easy is a relative term, but you've just got to take it a game at a time, one game at a time. You can't think, oh, I get to draft at this record, and then I go back to Classic Constructed, etc. You've got to say one game at a time.
And for our 2 undefeated players, they have just played one crucial game, and now there remains only one. Andrew Cook coming to us from America, I believe the Atlanta, Georgia region, representing for the dirty South down there. Looking so clean, though, thus far. Been perfect on Prism and perfect thus far on the second Arakni draft. Playing one of my favorite archetypes, it seems, Arakni with a little bit of a lean towards daggers. And there you see the records of our players. It is Andrew Cook moving on to 9-0. And we're starting to get a few 8-1s in the mix, including Andrew's opponent this round. It's Sam Cornelis coming to us from Belgium, sitting at 8-1. There's 3 other 8-1s presently in this pod. Aaron Shantz, Anki Dupaquier, and Charles Dunn all sitting at that very respectable record. But as I mentioned, only one 9-0, Hayden.
Yeah, interesting to see Aaron there. The other of the one of 2 Fangs that we saw, of course, we saw Charles last round. Aaron getting that dub in the first round, breaking out of those 2 Fangs. And then, yeah, Andrew, of course, now at that perfect 9-0 record with that Arakni deck that he cooked up.
3 Araknis in this pod, but thus far that has not stopped Andrew from looking really impressive. And look, we were singing the praises of Charles Dunn's draft, but I think it showed a slight weakness in its lack of defense reactions. Defense reactions feel so important to me in this hunted limited format.
Well, especially when you're playing into a deck like, you know, what Andrew's got as well, where you need those reacts because those daggers are going to come in, and if you overblock, then you're going to get severely punished. But if you only throw potentially the 1 card or a no block into it, then all of a sudden you could be taking 9-10 damage just from a couple of reacts on top.
A scary spot to be in. It
100%.
Sounds like our players are already down in the feature match area. Let's see if Andrew can make magic happen yet another time and stay cooking, taking on Sam Cornelis from Belgium. Arakni versus Cindra. I really like playing this matchup, Hayden. It's one of my favorites in this limited format. I mean, look, I love this limited format all around. But Arakni versus Cindra has a lot of intricacies. Both these decks capable of producing damage in bursts.
I'm really interested to see what kind of Cindra is Sam on. Is he playing more of this sort of 1-cost build, or is he playing a really heavy, true draconic, go wide, almost play pitchless on some turns, use those daggers a little bit less frequently, and then end with something potentially a little bit bigger? We see for the Drakai in Sam's hand, a pretty important card to have as a nice chain ender. You want those 0-cost chain enders. They're a real premium. There's not many of them. A lot of them are those 1-cost chain enders.
Cheeky turn 0 here from Andrew Cook, looking to leak a little damage, but it's going to get a small win instead in the form of getting the Leapfrog leggings committed to the chain here. Let's see if Andrew has a follow-up, wants to keep playing on this turn, or if he's content to just go ahead and Arsenal and take that small victory here.
Yeah, both players have a really nice equipment setup, I think, you know, particularly for this match, Sam having the double Leapfrog, one of those getting used up there because stopping that mark is so important. If you get marked on turn 0, that's best case scenario for Andrew Cook. So Sam's saying, no, I'm going to give you the Leapfrog here.
Still plenty of equipment options available on the side of Sam. Andrew was content to end that turn, just went ahead and arsenaled. Kept some powerful cards around for the next go, perhaps. Let's see how Sam wants to kick things off here.
Just looking at Sam's hand as well, a lot of these 0-cost Draconic cards, it looks like he might be on that more aggressive sort of 0-cost base, go really wide, try and play a lot of turns pitchless. And attacking with this Fire Tenant as opposed to pitching it maybe for a dagger tells me that, you know, he's not necessarily set up with the 1-cost, he's just got these 0 costs here. Yeah,
leads with the yellow here, but it gets all worse for Andrew from this point on. A bunch of reds rolled up in the hand for Sam. Let's see how we want to put them together.
I really like Fire Tenant Strike first because even at yellow, it is a 0 for 3, you know, and you play so many Draconic cards, it's so easy to pay off, especially in a build like I think we're going to see here from Sam.
Fire Tenant is going to go ahead and hit. Andrew falls down to 18. Follow-up of Ronin Renegade. Classic Draconic Ninja card
one of the most important cards for Cindra in this format is Ronin Renegade.
Coming in for a break point this time on the back of that strike first, coming in for 4.
Andrew just considering, I think, let's look at the Andrew's hand here. We've got a bite, a Reaper's Call, a Mark the Prey, and I think that's a defense reaction.
It is, yeah. It's a Hunted or Hunter, I believe, in Andrew's hand.
Yeah. So
Still not looking to block here. Wants to keep those cards around. 4 more damage, falling to 14 very early on in this contest. Grow Wings comes out.
yeah, very aggressive from Sam here. I don't think Sam's going to look to arsenal a card this turn. Just look to throw everything.
You've come this far, your opponent's telling you they're not interested in defending. Do you just want to go ahead and push the life advantage? Once again, no defenses. Here we do see the defense reaction applied here on the Grow Wings. And we wrap things up with For the Drakai from Sam.
Yeah.
4 chain links wide. Used the entire hand here, all 0 costs. Very clean.
Not going to be active in terms of, Andrew's not marked here, but it's a 0 for 4. It's just a good, efficient card to end with. This is a lot of damage from Sam on this turn. Going second in this format can be really, really impactful.
Andrew is going to look for a full block here. Uses the Blade Beckoners to go ahead and cover up.
I think Andrew was always going to defend with 2 cards this turn. I think he was just trying to feel out what was Sam going to do. Do I have to worry about an on-hit effect potentially? Block at the right time.
Yeah, you don't want to get caught with a mark effect there. That's about the worst thing that can happen. So just being careful, getting some more information before he commits cards.
So this is interesting, coming in with Mark the Prey, but Sam isn't marked currently, so this doesn't have Go Again, and we don't have the danger digits from Andrew Cook's side. Instead, he's got that Blade Beckoner, another very powerful piece of equipment, but not the danger digits, which can be so crucial to these Arakni decks for getting that mark, getting that Arakni base hero ability online. So, if I'm Sam's seat, I'm thinking, this has to be a reaction here. There's not really anything else. Andrew, if I'm Sam, I'm thinking Andrew's just wanting to get me marked here. So Sam facing a decision, do I defend this at all? And if I do, is it with 2 cards?
It's an impossible decision. It's an impossible question to answer. That's the thing that these assassins do to you time and time again. Even if you read them correctly, you know that reaction is coming. Giving 2 cards here does not feel good. That's the position they put you in time and time again, though.
But Sam has, I think, Loyalty from the Grave in his hand, it looks like. So it does have a defense reaction. Yeah, I think that's a Loyalty from the Grave.
It is a defense reaction, and we do see a reaction here, but it's going to be a Reaper's Call discarded to go ahead and mark Sam.
I'm just checking to see if Leapfrog says activate or play.
Now we do have Go Again, and we will be remarking if we succeed with the Mark the Prey.
Yeah, so Andrew discards the mark. That's an instant, not in a reaction. So Sam can't add the Leapfrog, because I think Sam might have had a line otherwise of Leapfrog, Loyalty to the Grave, cover that Mark the Prey, stay away from being marked, but that option is not open to Sam here.
And Sam is going to remain marked, and we're going to get a roll of the dice to see which Arakni is showing up, and it's going to be Orb Weaver here for Andrew Cook.
My second favorite.
Very, very solid addition to the crew. Does have still the 2 original Mark of the Huntsman. Don't know if he's going to be able to go ahead and make that Graphene Chelicera. We'll see how the turn goes.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe a little bit, without those danger digits, a bit harder to clear that dagger spot.
See our first kunai attack of the game here from Sam. Coming in 4-1. Happy to get the value on these Blade Beckoners is Andrew Cook.
Full 2 value there. Breaking the chain to Sam there. Tells us that we're going to see that kunai come back at the end of the turn. So you break the chain, at least you'll get 1 back this turn.
Yep. And now you can kind of anticipate how wide the rest of this chain is going to go. You expect to see a rebuy there.
Yeah, this hand's not amazing from Sam, to be honest. So we're going to see a cut through here, a blue though. So not the most exciting at using your blue for just 2 damage.
Yeah, double blue hand. You really don't want to see that as Cindra. You want to stay as lean as possible.
And this is the challenge as well. Maybe Sam could have blocked with one of these blues, but they're both 2 blocks. This just shows how important these 3 blocks are in this format. But also, Cindra has the least access to these 3 blocks.
Yeah, it's hard for Cindra to really be rolled up with 3 blocks.
I will decline a blocks. All right, take 2, go to 11.
Andrew happy to take 2 once more. Falls down to 11 here. And now Sam going to go ahead and fire off that Burning Blade Dance.
Yeah, and then Andrew's thinking, okay, what do I have to worry about after this? We know that it's the Loyalty from the Grave. It's a defense reaction that's going to tuck itself up nicely in Sam's arsenal.
Remark you, but you're already marked. Yep.
No block here, but there is a reaction from Andrew's hand. Layer of the Spider going to defend, and now we get a rebuy of that kunai and just an arsenal card here. As you mentioned, Hayden, we know the context We know it's a defense reaction. Let's see how important that is on this turn cycle.
And I think Andrew's got to have some sense. When he saw that leapfrog get looked at, I think Andrew's got to have a sense of, why did we look at the leapfrog there if we weren't trying to potentially defend for 4? So Andrew might have a sense that Sam has that defense reaction ready and set.
2 cards left in hand for Andrew. Mark of the Huntsman. Picking up its buff by attacking a marked Cindra here.
Yeah, tough decision for Sam here because he knows that Orb-Weaver's there. So if he lets this hit, Andrew very likely to just throw it straight at Sam.
Yeah.
You know, the mark isn't what Sam's worried about here. He's already marked. But what he's worried about is clearing space for that Orb-Weaver that Andrew is currently an Agent of Chaos in, and then getting that Callisto.
Yeah, it feels like a card that you have to respect in this instance. It does not feel good to give a card to a Mark of the Huntsman, but and Sam says no. He lets it go ahead and hit.
I think the challenge was Sam wouldn't be able to block both. So, and he has that defense reaction, but he has a really powerful hand. He has an Art of Dragon Fire, but currently doesn't have access to that fealty.
Mark of the Huntsman is used here as we expected, and that means that Orb Weaver well and truly online, able to get max value out of that if he wants to, is Andrew Cook.
Andrew in the tank a little bit, just working out what the follow-up play here is going to be. Sequencing maybe how he wants to create this dagger. What card he might want to give up, and what card he might want to play.
Orb Weaver was the last of the Araknis to have its text box finalized.
Really?
Hotly debated throughout development. That singular line, Graphene Chelicerae, costs you 1 less to activate on and off this card.
So powerful.
Yeah, we knew it was a big power push to go ahead and add it, but we felt like the balance was right.
So I think what Andrew is weighing up here is, of course, the effect is free, right? But the thing is if he comes in with the Chelicerae now, loses the mark, what's his follow-up play? Or does he potentially make the dagger, but not swing with it, instead swing with a stealth attack? I think that is what Andrew... Can we get a peek at Andrew's hand, potentially?
Yeah, let's go in.
He's got a reaction. He's got 2 sides of the blade and a mark
of the funnel web. Very nice card to have in this situation.
So not an easy decision here. Okay. So it tells me we're probably going to see the dagger come in and then play the react on it. Just push that damage this turn. I mean, that's a good turn.
It is a good turn, and that's the thing about these Araknis is, yes, they're disruptive, yes, they're deceptive, but sometimes the damage comes in big bursts.
Yeah. Okay, so I think there's an attack action in Andrew, so he's unmarked now for Sam.
Oh, beautiful. Wow. The perfect attack action there. It is, in fact, a tip-off. Uses all the resources perfectly and gets in for 5 on the end of the chain here.
So I guess what Andrew was just deciding is what he wanted to keep around for his arsenal, I think. Yeah. Because this line is so clean.
One of my favorite turn enders is just that efficient tip-off, oftentimes out of the arsenal.
I think the 1 for 5s really define this format in terms of how you get good value out of it. There's so often you have that third resource around because of the structure of, you know, dagger for 2 heroes and single dagger for another hero. And that 1 cost, that critical strike, as we like to call them, those 1 for 5s, really important. And Sam has a good hand here.
Art of the Dragon Fire in hand, a Sigil of Solace to go ahead and buff that life total up a little bit, tag the target, and up sticks and run.
Sam being really patient with that loyalty beyond the grave.
Starts things off with the tag here. Now it's back over to Andrew to decide on defending decisions. This hand looking a lot like all the hands for Andrew. A bunch of pumps, double scar tissue available.
Yeah, I think the challenge with these is they do defend for 2. So yes, you have these sort of powerful pumps that can potentially mark your opponent in the form of scar tissue, but if you draw multiple of them, they can be a little bit awkward.
No blocks.
Here's that Art of the Dragon. It is not buffed up here. Just going to come in 4/5,
yes,
and Andrew falls to 6.
More of a sort of setup turn for Sam here in terms of bring back the kunai and then get it set up with a double kunai potential finish to the end game. Make sure maybe even if you're going to swing, maybe double kunai, which you don't see very often unless you're trying to finish the game off, but it might be a case of single kunai next turn, single kunai the following turn.
I actually don't think he had the Draconic chain link.
Oh, he didn't? He couldn't return?
Yeah, so there's no return.
The target.
Yeah, so I would say that's a bit of an off turn entirely for Sam. The hand just didn't line up very well. The Sigil certainly a bailout there, but unable to set up double dagger on this next turn, is still ready with the defense reaction in arsenal. Really, really important against this Arakni.
Yeah, of course, we didn't speak about it. It didn't have the fealty to actually be able to activate that.
Andrew's done a good job of keeping fealty out of the equation, not getting marked at all in this game, choosing the spots to take damage.
Of course, Sam 1 of 3 Cindra, so I think you're seeing some of these yellows that maybe Sam wouldn't potentially want to have in his deck, maybe not quite all the cards he'd want to see.
But Andrew 1 of 3 Arachnis, and I'm not really feeling that from his deck thus far. It seems completely fine.
I think that shows you where finding a lane is, though. He's really on this dagger focus sort of pump, and if you take cards like Scar Tissue early.
And here we see my favorite way to go ahead and play with Arakni, offering 9 damage. Andrew just goes for it, tries to find lethal here. Luckily for Sam, there is the answer out of the arsenal, but still a huge burst of output from Andrew on this turn.
Showing the value of the patience. And this is where the leapfrog, it feels so powerful, except when your opponent just says, well, I'm just going to go tall. I'm not going to go wide.
I will not break the dagger, of course, so I will move to N and... Yep.
We're going to transform one more time as Arakni here. Sitting at 6 life, facing 4 cards and a single kunai from Cindra. A defensive option could be quite good here.
Imagine a 6.
It's going to be a 1. Okay.
Andrew's
yeah, 6 would have been fantastic.
Andrew's a true brute player at heart there. The 6 would have been epic. The 1 comes in for him.
Look, Black Widow's still pretty good in almost all spots. Just getting access to another attack reaction.
Yeah, and
not bad.
Sam now out of defense reactions, so Sam potentially in the spot where he has to overblock next turn if he wants to, if he thinks that he needs to, to survive the turn.
It's like a double grow wings alongside an upsticks and run. Not quite sure of the last card in hand.
I think it's an ignite.
Okay.
Not a particularly exciting hand for Sam here.
Yeah, I just feel like Sam hasn't really had his hands come together thus far. They've been fine. They're not bad hands. And that's one of the reasons why Cindra is successful in this format. Even when you don't get your perfect combination of cards, you still do consistently powerful things. You get wide. You have those kunais, which are challenging to deal with. You can have something like Danger Digits to get some free damage. It all always works somewhat. I don't think we've seen the ceiling, though, from this deck on display thus far from Sam.
Yeah, potentially. It just feels very much like a 1 of 3 Cindra.
Yeah.
Or at least this half of the deck we're seeing, definitely. And Andrew's still got all 3 of his red alert equipment available here.
Strong position to be in. 4 is the attack here from the kunai, getting buffed by the upsticks and run.
Do have a grow wings in Sam's hand. That's gonna be relevant. Oh, that's a good card to have, Mark of the Black Widow, while the opponent is marked, while you have access to Black Widow this turn as well.
Yeah, I think Andrew's got some extra cards here, I would say. Going to look to do some defending for sure.
Yeah, Andrew can easily just keep 2 cards here and be pretty happy. They're going to have a great turn.
The thing about keeping 2 cards as an assassin is that represents 6. You put 3 on the table and it represents 6, and your opponent has to ask themselves, can they afford to account for that?
So I'm really just thinking about the next line here. Andrew pondering if there might be an on-hit that he has to worry about, or just best to use the 3 block now, cover up the most amount of damage.
Tough call for Andrew.
I think because Andrew has these equipment that he can fairly safely just pop down a card here, defend, keep your life at 5, use that 2-card hand we spoke about, and minimum you're going to take 2 cards back from Sam.
Feels good to have that red alert insurance policy sitting around, ready to go ahead and be committed to the defense should you need it. Andrew does just use the Reaper's Call here to go ahead and cover up. Ignite is available for Sam, and Sam is going to go ahead and arsenal that Ignite. I think that makes a lot of sense. You have to look for a big turn. Oh, excuse me, he's going to fire. Okay.
Just breaks the chain first.
Yeah, closes the chain perhaps for the kunai. Still gets a dagger rebuy here.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, uses reduction, cost 1 less. Uses reduction from Ignite in conjunction with the 1 chain link to get a rebuy from the Cindra. Okay,
I could see playing both ways. I think we agreed there because we thought he might need to keep it for a Draconic starter to make sure that if he gets to keep 2 cards next turn, he can play a 3-card hand with a guaranteed starter.
Yep.
That's going to mean that you could also rebuy a kunai potentially, but guarantee the kunai now.
It felt like Andrew at 5 life, 3 red alerts available. You needed to look for that ceiling a little bit more if you're in Sam's seat. But I could see just having both kunai also being important. But he's going to fire one more time on the kunai. This time it gets the red alert. Could always danger digits here to get a double rebuy if you want. Just going to rebuy on the kunai. I guess the sequencing would have to be different for a rebuy.
There's a lot of options open there till Sam, actually. Like we spoke about, it could Arsenal, you could play it that way, you could rebuy the second one, have 2 kunai. There's a few different ways Sam could have done that. I think I like Arsenaling the Ignite there. I think it has the biggest upside to your point. And I think Sam is behind.
It really depends how you're going to deal with this turn. If you've made up your mind that you're just forcing your opponent to have it, you're going to commit maybe only 1 card, you can talk yourself into some different lines, I think. It's all about how you've chosen to respect Andrew's output. Are you starting to get yourself into a place where you feel like you have to give multiples, or are you just saying, I'm willing to die if you have it?
The problem is, I think it's pretty face up, right? Like the blue just lets you double. This is the power of the Graphene. The blue is going to let you double dagger swing, and because of Black Widow, Sam's in such a tough spot here.
Yeah, double dagger is enough to get the job done. Believe one more piece of defensive capability on Sam's side that could be used to cover up something like the Chalice Array. But you can't overblock here. You just don't have the option any longer.
Yep. Activate Arakni, give it +3.
There is the +3.
This was attacking for 2 go again already. So sorry, yeah, block 3. Yeah, block 3. Yeah, sorry.
And it's going to push over to 5.
Yes, you go to 1.
So Sam down to 1 now. And then demanding another card from the Graphene.
Yeah, so we'll go. I will. Who am I going to break? No, I will not break. Closer for 1.
Yeah, so this is a total of 6. It's 6 damage either way, whether Andrew decided to keep an attack action and do it that way, or whether to do it this way.
And now Sam at a precarious 1 life. I will point out a danger digits over on Sam's side, and you see why they was not able to go ahead and use that coat on the defense. Wants to get a play with only a single card here for the Emperor, coming in 1 for 5. We mentioned this particular stat line feels very important in the Hunted, and I love this particular play pattern as well. Pop your chest, go ahead and just fire off, buy yourself an arsenal for a future turn.
1 card 5.
2 cards committed here from Andrew on the defense.
Yeah, the thing is,
it's going to be 2 cards to come back with, but the play patterns feel very similar, Hayden.
Yeah, this is almost like a Kodachi lock situation, right? Like you're at 1 life, and we already seen Sam play a sigil. Unless he has a second one, it's going to be so he's going to have to give 2 cards.
Every
he's out of
single
equipment
turn.
now. Can he make something happen? He does have a card in Arsenal, so potentially he can set up a 3-card hand here. But I can't see any way where Andrew isn't saying, give me 3 cards this turn. 1 card left in hand for Andrew here.
And a pump just has to be lights out here for Sam. I don't see there's any way you can give multiple cards. You're just, again, facing the same thing, turn after turn after turn.
Yeah, I don't think you can respect it, unfortunately. And that's the thing, right? If you just don't know, does he have the attack action, or does he have the something like a take a stab, the pump for the dagger? I think if you're Sam here, though, you just have to... You can't beat the react, so you just have to hope that it's the attack action, and you block as if it is. And Sam just working out what 2 cards does he want to have next turn. So which card does he not want to defend with, so he can use that card plus the Arsenal slot.
Andrew well and truly in the driver's seat right now, on the verge of moving to 10-0 at the Pro Tour. And we see Sam reaching for 2 cards here.
Look at Andrew just laid back there, just staring into Sam's eyes, just seeing, waiting. Yeah, I think Sam correctly identified there. I can only defend with 1.
Has to. And there is the buff, and that feels bad. But Sam, you made the right call, buddy. You had to just hope that Andrew did not have it. Unfortunately for you, he is well and truly cooking right now. Andrew Cook moves on to 10-0 at Pro Tour London. What a position to be in. 5 rounds remain after this. Andrew Cook probably needs 2 wins in those 5 rounds. I hate to get ahead of myself, Hayden. We keep talking about how important it is to stay in the moment. Don't start hearing those footsteps. Don't start thinking about that top 8. But
One
you know
game
he's
at a time.
doing the same counting I am. He's thinking.
You always do it.
2 more wins, and I'm totally fine. I guess I have to. I'm here to cast this event and tell you the story of it, so I'm always going to be looking towards the future. If you're in Andrew's seat, it's hard not to let that potential victory celebration start to play in your mind.
It's so hard. Or does the doubt start to creep in? You know, I'm 10-0. If I don't make top 8 now, how am I going to feel? You know, this is the best chance possibly I'll ever have to top 8 a Pro Tour, you know, and it's tough. It's a mental battle down the stretch when it comes to Pro Tours.
We're going to learn a lot more about the type of player that Andrew Cook is over the next few rounds. I want to know about the type of player you are, though. And the only way for me to learn that is for you to start participating in our ProQuest scene. And there is, of course, another ProQuest season coming up right around the corner. If you want to join us at the next Pro Tour, you got to get down April 19th to May 18th at your local game store. And we're going to go ahead and find out who our competitor is going to be at Pro Tour Singapore, one of the most beautiful countries in the world. Cannot wait to make my first ever trip over to Singapore, Hayden.
Yeah, I'm excited for you to be there. I've been a couple of times. Love Singapore. Happy to show you around, Brian. I'll be your tour guide. I will be down playing some ProQuest this season. I'm excited off the back of what we see this weekend. I'm thinking Slippy, honestly.
Sounds pretty good to me. Pankaj Bhajwani, native of Singapore, has promised to go ahead and give personal tours to literally anyone on the planet who wants one. He says hit him up on Twitter, and he will just be at your service, show you all the best spots in Singapore with no objections whatsoever. And that sounds pretty good to me, but not as good as participating at the Pro Tour and going ahead and picking up some sweet swag for doing so. There is, of course, huge prizes on the line at your local ProQuest, including that top 4 prize, those rainbow foil Valda Seismic Impact. Hayden, where are you feeling on Valda? You're starting to get excited about this hero's potential in the CC metagame?
Well, I've always been a massive fan. I've had this thing for a long time. I want to play an Aura Guardian. And so every time a new Guardian comes around, I go, could this be my time to play Aura Guardian? Seismic Surges, though, makes me think I'm going to go big, I'm going to go tall. We've seen some previews from the Mastery set Guardian, so I'm getting a little bit more amped up about what Valda could do.
Yeah, Mastery Pack Guardian going to offer some big tools to Valda for sure. For the time being, it is Jarl as the definitive Guardian. You see it captured on that beautiful playmat there. So many good reasons to go ahead and head to your local ProQuest. You know, I think about the journey of Flesh and Blood, what we're trying to do here, the type of scene we're trying to create. And I reflect on my own ProQuest history and how important it was to get my roots in around my local community, to know people who now, decades later, have become my best friends. And I see here in this room today, they're still with me on this journey. You just create an entirely different life for yourself by being a part of these scenes.
You do, whether it's at the local scene, at your ProQuest scene, then on to the World Tour scene. I think you just make friends for life, like you say. And I think, you know, if you want to beat the best in the world, then you need to start by beating the best in your area. And ProQuest is where you do that.
Can't wait to start. I can't wait to see y'all down there in the ProQuest arena. But we have more Pro Tour to play, and we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. We have one singular round of draft left. Thus far, Andrew Cook sitting at 2-0 in this draft pod. Does he have what it takes to keep cooking and punch his 3-0? back. We're back for round 11 here at the Pro Tour. I am Brian Gottlieb. That is Hayden Dale. And the stakes keep getting higher. We're battling now to figure out who is going to be the 3-0 in the feature pod here at the Pro Tour. And what a feeling it is to go ahead and conquer draft. And if you're Andrew Cook, truly conquer draft 6-0 throughout his performance here at the Pro Tour. What a story.
I mean, this perfect record has the opportunity to keep on a truckin'. And yeah, we spoke about if you're Andrew in that. I actually spoke to Andrew briefly just before after his second round to see how he was feeling. And he was like, yeah, dream start. Couldn't be going better for me. He's just so, I think he's one of those players who just takes it a game at a time. Like he was seeming so happy, just I'm going to get into this. I'm just going to keep playing. I'm going to take it a game at a time, like we said, and see what happens.
Yeah, Andrew, not a household name of Flesh and Blood yet. And sometimes when these players have their first experience, when I first see them get into the spotlight, you have some doubts. You see a little bit of wavering. You see the moment sort of creep in on them and overwhelm them. I'm not seeing that with Andrew so far. I'm not seeing it at all. And that's the type of icy cold demeanor where I start to go, this person feels like a threat. I may not be familiar with them yet, but I feel like I'm going to get real familiar with them throughout the coming years around the Flesh and Blood World Tour.
Yeah, you can see just how relaxed Andrew was in that last game when he had it in hand, had it in control.
He has a massive task in front of him to go ahead and take down this pod. There is one other 2-0 in the pod, and it's none other than world's top 8 competitor, Aaron Shantz. What a showdown we have coming up for you. Looking to take on that other Fang that was in the pod, and Aaron Shantz sitting at 2-0 on Fang, Charles Dunn sitting at 0-2.
Yeah.
We sang the praises a lot of that draft, but I think these few missing elements for Charles have really come back to bite him as this draft has proceeded.
I mean, we saw it in that first round, right? That lack of defense reaction, just some of those important missing parts. And I'm interested to see what Aaron has, because Aaron, the other 2-0 Fang player in this, and I actually stood a bit behind Aaron during his draft just to get a bit of a look at what his deck looked like, and it does look quite good. We watched that draft and we saw Charles get that Heart of Vengeance. It was the chess piece he needed. Aaron doesn't have a chess piece. He was looking to wield that Heart of Vengeance. He had a really tough decision in his pack 3 between a red cut from the same cloth and that Heart of Vengeance that he agonized over, took this cut from the same cloth in the end, and then that Heart of Vengeance ended up in Charles' deck, but Aaron's at 2-0.
Yeah, what stands out to you in terms of differences between how Aaron's deck is set up and Charles's deck is set up? Why is Aaron finding success where thus far Charles has not?
I mean, sometimes I think it's a bit hard. I think both their decks look fairly solid, I think. But sometimes the games just don't go your way, right? Or your matchups don't go. I know Aaron's played against a Cindra, for instance. Might have been a slightly nicer matchup than playing against an Arakni that can take advantage of those lack of defense reactions. Aaron does have a couple of defense reactions as well. I think maybe the difference for Aaron is that he's in that front pump slot. He has a lot of those really good non-attack actions that set him up for good value. So even on his awkward hands, I think his deck operates really, really well. And I think that might be the difference. He's about, I think, 5 or 6 draconic reacts. And then he's got things like red dice, for instance. I think his deck just looks quite nice overall.
He's going to need all of that firepower to take down Andrew Cook, who has been flawless thus far here at Pro Tour London. Is he able to keep it going? Only one way to find out. Let's head down to the feature match area. There you see on the left-hand side, it is Andrew Cook, 10-0, unblemished, but a fierce competitor across the way in Aaron Shantz. World's top 8 competitor. Nice logo on the jacket there. I can't quite make out what that says, Hayden. Can you read that?
I can see that. He's ready to set up his Arsenal and pass the turn, I think.
Okay. Solid strategy, I've heard.
I think Aaron's secretly one of the best limited players in the world as well. You know, he is someone who is, he's one of those players that really thinks about how they're going to set up their draft, how they're going to create archetypes, the cards that they might need, how they're going to wield cards. He's very methodical when it comes to how he sets up his approach to limited and to draft in particular.
Yeah, we called it out, Hayden. We are starting with a weakness. Chess piece unavailable. We're going to fire off the Obsidian Fire Vein to get things rolling. Andrew has to be thrilled to have triple red alert at the ready for this Fang matchup. 2 cards in front of the Obsidian Fire Vein. And a nice start on turn 0 for Andrew Cook. Discards the Reaper's Call, gets the mark already.
Andrew's winning any equipment battle, I think, but particularly into a Fang where he has that red alert plus the blade back in the gloves. We saw Aaron pitch the red dice there. This is a matchup that can very, very much go to second cycle, so that red dice that Aaron pitched could be very relevant in the endgame. But Aaron ending turn 0, yes, with an arsenal, but also being marked by Andrew.
Oh, and stains of the red back available over on Andrew's side, so thrilled to have gotten that mark for sure. Mark the Prey as well. Love having that one with a source of potential go again rolled up.
Yeah. Mark the Prey. Probably the best one to have in the early game, best stealth attack in the early game when your opponent is marked on turn 0. This is probably Andrew, you know, maybe he would have put a blue into his hand, but he might not have drawn it up much better than this, honestly.
Strong start for sure if you're in Andrew Cook's seat.
I think my question here for Andrew is, yeah, how does he use the daggers this turn? How does he want to, is he okay to throw a dagger here? Because if he connects, we are going to lose that mark. I think Andrew has to be comfortable to also throw the dagger.
Pushes forward. Mark of the Huntsman coming in 4-2. And gets to go ahead and dodge the destruction of the Mark of the Huntsman by virtue of Scar Tissue, which is going to remark anyway. And Aaron Shantz already taking 4 damage. Follow up here. Mark the Prey. Going to keep the mark train rolling for sure.
And then another yellow stealth attack in Andrew's hand, which he could probably just Arsenal, I think, at this point. I don't think he's going to swing the dagger and risk. The one thing the reason I spoke about the dagger piece, though, is Andrew does want to clear a dagger slot for his Graphene. He does have, you know, some ways to get that. So I was just curious whether he wanted to clear it this early or whether he's okay to be a bit more patient in a matchup that can go the distance against a hero like Fang. Yeah,
I've seen that losing that second dagger come back to bite you. If it doesn't line up, if you're forced into defensive cycles when you have access to your Graphene Chelicerae, it can get problematic to not have a second dagger in the late game. Knife through butter going to be the defense here. Yeah, no reactions from Andrew, just going to take the damage and remark.
Got to be so intentional about when you utilize the first dagger, because if you have to then give up the second dagger, like you say, you can find yourself in a very, very tough spot.
One more time, Black Widow shows up in our feature match area for Andrew Cook.
Twice in a row now.
Not bad.
Aaron with a pretty sizable grip here, though.
Yeah, only committed 1 card to the defense. Last go around has the blue, so plenty of resources. Starts things off with the Obsidian Fire Vein. Checking on Aaron Shantz's hand. What are we working with for future chain links?
Hunter Killer and for the Emperor, I think, was it? Or for the...
One of those attack actions, for sure. Didn't quite make out exactly what one it is. Shantz has 5 of those Draconic, or excuse me, 4 of those Draconic attack actions in his deck.
Yeah, I spoke to him about that, actually. I asked him, because he picked up a couple in Pack 3, and I said, how many of those do you want? And he said, I really don't like having more than 4, because it can really clog up the hand. He was deciding whether he was going to play 3 or 4 in his deck when I spoke to him.
First Red Alert Visor being pushed forward here, adding a little bit of potential defense to this chain, because you assume there is going to be a reaction. There is, in fact, the Searing Gaze from Arsenal.
I really like using the Red Alert equipment early, at least a couple of them, because you want to get your full value out of them. And the later you go, sometimes it can be a little bit awkward. Your opponent can play around it. Maybe you need to almost overblock in a reaction, then all of a sudden a Tooth of the Dragon comes out or something, and your value's down. So I do like just getting 1 or 2 out early, get the value out of it.
Aaron Shantz looking to go ahead and get the fealty train rolling. Cracks that Vow of Vengeance to go ahead and mark target Arakni. Andrew Cook is Arakni. And first fealty is picked up. How likely do you think it is that Aaron Shantz's deck really wants to get to that 3 fealty threshold, and how likely is it that he achieves that goal?
I don't think he really is bothered about it. He wants a couple of fealty to use for his... We saw that red dice, for instance. Turn that red dice in the late game into a Draconic is huge. That's 0 for 5. You know, I think that's what he is looking to do. Less so is he trying to get online with 3 fealty. But I think he can. He has a one pledge fealty in his deck. It's not out of the question that he turns on, if it hands line up, turn 2, turn 3 maybe, and then in the end game has some good ways to turn something like a Diced into a Draconic React, because he does have a good chunk of blue. So he's not really... A lot of the time with those Fang decks that are looking to get to that fealty to turn on the hero ability, they like to play almost pitchless or down on pitch, but we know Aaron has these 2 cost attacks. He has, you know, he's playing with more resources. I think he's playing 8 or 9 blues in his deck, so his deck's a little bit different.
I love that Fangs can sit anywhere on the spectrum of how much they care about fealty. and the decks can all be phenomenal. They can care not at all. They can be desperate for it, and all of those decks have potential to succeed in this environment.
Andrew really likes his hand here, and he's gonna be marked again.
You're willing to take the chance that he pushes Fang to that eventual 3 fealty threshold, but keeping this entire grip tells me that Andrew believes in his damage output on this particular turn, thinks he can push this match towards a more rapid conclusion, has the blue to kick things off on the back of that Mark of the Huntsman.
We can get a peek at Andrew's hand if he wants to pick it up. He's a table sitter with his hand. He likes to commit to his play. We might see it now, though. Yeah, oh, he's got the red scar tissue as well. And he more tall attacks.
Yeah, 2 sides of the blade present.
And he does have a yellow stealth attack. He's got a plunge in arsenal.
Worth noting that Black Widow is online as well.
No reactions. And I will break it on hit to reapply the mark. Sure.
So just taking the 2 damage here, not willing to fire off that scar tissue quite yet.
But this is the time Andrew has decided he wants to now clear that dagger slot out. He's identified this is the turn to do it because he could have kept it. He could have used the scar tissue if he wanted to there.
Blue Mark of the Funnel Web here, just coming in for 1, but it still has that disruptive effect. Potential to banish the arsenal here from Shantz.
Yeah, very threatening. And Aaron knows minimum this is going to 4 if Andrew discards a card, but it could be going to 7, you know?
And at that point, it picks up double disruption, perhaps, from the Black Widow. So this is a problem for Shantz.
Yeah, Black Widow just so powerful, especially in conjunction with another on-hit. You're facing down the barrel of potentially losing, you know, 2 cards. That's a massive swing. Aaron's really going to have to consider how he wants to defend this turn and then what he wants to do. And he knows, right? Andrew was just not interested in defending. Like, letting yourself be marked when Aaron's already at 1 fealty is a big decision. And Andrew did it pretty easily, I would say. So if I'm Aaron, I'm starting to get a little bit worried about what could happen here.
Yeah, his plan is certainly not to go ahead and take an IP penalty after giving up all of that. He wants to use these cards in hand and punish Shantz. Can he get over the defense threshold that Shantz is going to put forth?
Does Aaron have a defense reaction? I think that's going to be the question. He's going to block the full 7. He's going to overblock for the double reaction.
Feels like you have to. Feels like you have to in this instance. Okay. I believe it's a 6 block right now. So there's the scar tissue. We're going to push up 2-4. And there is one more react in hand here. Red Alert Gloves is going to go ahead and buff up here.
7.
I will then go. I will go 2 sides of the blade. Bring it up to 7.
Okay, we're even now.
And I will stain to the red.
Oh, it's the
and
stains.
there
I
is
thought it was the yellow, but
yep.
it's the stains, of course. He held that. He didn't use it on that previous turn, so he was able to triple react, including the Arakni hero ability here to get all the way to that 10. That's huge.
That is a big, big punish.
Yeah, you see Aaron there. He knows how big. Aaron was across it, right? Like, I'm going to be able to defend 7. I'm going to be able to defend against the Arakni hero ability and a reaction. But double? Triple?
Yeah, and now Aaron loses so much to these reactions.
Yeah, this is 10 damage and 2 cards from Aaron, including that nice value attack action there. Because, you know, you think, well, Aaron could just come back with a nice 2-card hand. That's cut off now.
Big win for Andrew Cook. Did end up remarked by virtue of that Mark of the Huntsman. Pledge fealty to tick up and keep that first fealty here from Shantz.
I like that a lot. I think if Aaron's going to win this game now, it involves getting 3 fealty, I think. It involves being able to play on a more value axis, and that's going to be swinging daggers for 0. And so create the fealty. Andrew's still marked. Next turn, find a way to crack over, get that 3rd fealty, and then hopefully stay in the game to be able to play with that Fang hero ability and play pitchless into your daggers.
But Andrew's right back at it with a 4-card hand here. Kicks things off with Mark of the Huntsman buffed once more as it attacks a marked hero.
I just can't get over that Andrew's 1 of 3 Arakni.
Doesn't feel like it. It does not feel like it at all.
Stains of the red back. Lots of good ways to mark. I mean, we have seen some cards that aren't super ideal. He's just pitched a yellow bite. But he's got a lair in his hand, for instance. He's got a red to the point.
More reactions from Andrew, and truly committed to this dagger pump archetype, already up to 6 on this particular Mark of the Huntsman. Is there even more to come from Andrew's hand?
Aaron's close to being dead here.
There is. He adds a 2 sides to the blade, and that number ticks even higher, up to 9.
If Andrew had a blue there, that would have been ridiculous. He would have kept that defense reaction as well.
Still got to feel pretty good about this rapidly developing life gap. Does let the mark be cleared here. Feels like he needs to keep that Mark of the Huntsman around.
Aaron definitely back against the wall here. Is going to have to find something very special to claw this back here.
4 cards, 2 fealty. Cut Deep leads things off for Aaron Shantz. Five is the attack on this first Obsidian Firebane. Again, you expect a reaction here. Get that red alert value while you can.
Yeah, Aaron fully committed to keeping that 4 card. I don't think Aaron thought he was going to fall to 1. I think he thought probably I was going to fall to, 2 or 3 and follow-up attack.
This is why I'm such an Arakni Daggers believer. The numbers just don't make sense. They're not predictable. You can't effectively game plan around it because you take burst damage like that routinely.
Yeah, but you still have to play so well because I've played, in the early days of drafting this, I've tried to draft this archetype and be like, this feels like soup. Like you do have to navigate it well. Some of the cards feel underrated if you don't get to utilize them the right way, but when you have the right setup.
And look at this from the arsenal. It's Hunted or Hunter, and that's going to do a point of damage, and Andrew Cook rolls Aaron Shantz. That was not close, Hayden. Not close whatsoever.
Wow. It just ripped back into that, drew back up, had the defense reaction there, the finishing move. It feels like he's a brute player. It's just like playing Reckless. So he's used to it. Told you.
Unbelievable stuff there from Andrew, showing off in full display the power of Daggers Arakni for folks getting ready for their national season, for their ProQuest season. Take note, this dude showed you how to do it. He showed you exactly how to set up this archetype, and you see the problem of playing against it. How can you possibly predict what he's capable of? Even finding damage from the arsenal, it just didn't make any sense from Aaron Shantz's side. The disruption was there, the damage was there, and like I said, that match was not close.
I mean, it wasn't. I think that's the most sort of one-sided match we've seen at Pro Tour so far, I think. And it wasn't. It didn't start that way, right?
No,
like it felt like we were setting up into. Red dice gets pitched. We're going to potentially go to second cycle in this matchup. Andrew says, no second cycle here. We're cooking. We're just going straight through. And that turn was insane. The triple react. And I think Aaron played as well as he could have. Like he respected the double react. He was patient on his equipment. He used it in the right way. It just didn't matter. Like Andrew had all the answers.
I want to point out how often Aaron Shantz was marked in that match. It felt like he was just under immense pressure from turn 0, constantly facing down the mark. And I think that's the thing that, despite the match not being close, the snowball started there. That eternal mark that he was facing just meant everything that Andrew wanted to do, he was capable of. And let's also call out a fine roll of the dice to go ahead and find Black Widow, which I think was the perfect combination with his hand at that point, clearing both Arsenal and a card from Aaron Shantz's hand.
Yeah, look, I mean, Andrew definitely got a little bit fortunate there, but he set himself up in the right way to do so. He arsenaled that red stains the red back. He had the right, I think, combination of cards to try and push. Like, he knew what he wanted to do. He was very clear on his game plan of, I am going to go wide sometimes. I'm going to find an attack here or there. Mark of the Prey was a card that he really utilized, and then just said, well, now I've drawn the react, so I'm going to just play the tall attack here. It's just, yeah, so well done.
We got to talk a little bit about how this pod went, because I think it was not the way anyone expected it to go. Charles Dunn 0-3'd that draft. 2 Fangs, felt like it was in a great seat. He was over the moon about his draft. Felt like everything happened the way he drew it up, the way he wanted it to happen. And now the complete opposite result of Andrew Cook. And look, let's just be frank about this, Hayden. I tell you, there's 2 undefeateds on day 1 of the Pro Tour. It's Charles Dunn and Andrew Cook, and one of them's going to be 11-0 after this all wraps up. You're probably picking Charles. Charles has the pedigree. He's got the record over time. But Andrew Cook is saying, you may not be intimately familiar with me yet, but you're going to be by the end of today. You're going to know my name. You're going to know what I'm capable of. And now we have to unpack the consequences of this, because our lone undefeated player in this tournament, sitting at 11-0, needing probably one more win
Just one,
to
I
clinch
think, yeah.
a top 8 berth, is a Prism player.
Yeah, wow. Not an Aurora player, not an Enigma player, not a Slippy, not a Slip Through the Cracks player, a Prism player. And I think we're going to be discussing more about that, I'm sure. But I just can't get over the fact that, yeah, you know, Charles now back against the wall, right? Basically has to go 4-0 in this last bit of Constructed to do it.
Well, I want to hear more from the man that is becoming very quickly the story of Pro Tour London. Get to know a little bit about Andrew Cook. And Pankaj had a chance to sit down and talk with him. Why don't we go ahead and check that out?
Andrew Cook, our sole undefeated player remaining at World Tour London. How are you feeling, Andrew?
I'm feeling fantastic. It is, I said yesterday, it hadn't really settled in. How I was it's definitely starting to hit now. I'm getting jittery. I'm trying not to think too far ahead right now because we still got a lot of CC left to play. But I could not be feeling better, I don't think.
One game at a time, as they say.
Yeah.
I'm going to rewind a little bit to the start of the day.
Yeah.
How were you feeling coming in, sitting at your draft board, which was stacked? You had the other undefeated player, the U.S. national champion, Charles Dunn, a whole bunch of other amazing names at your draft board. How were you feeling?
I was just trying not to think about it, really. I was sitting there like we were waiting for the draft, kind of arms crossed, head down, just trying to keep myself focused and centered, because this draft format swings on a dime, and I feel like in almost every draft I've done, there's been like one pick that I messed up that I really regretted later on.
And you seem to have found your seat. It was one of 3 Arakni, but the moment you flipped up your equipment, I got the pleasure of casting your first game against Charles Dunn in the draft pod. You flipped up 3 red alert pieces, and I was like, whoa, this guy has found his seat. Yes.
I had the first piece pretty early in pack 1. The blade Beckner arms I got as my pack 1, pick 1, and pack 2. It's like perfect open. Got I think it was the chest I got pack 1. I got the head pretty early in pack 2. And then pack 3, I was just, give me the boots, give me the boots, give me the boots. Like 3 or 4 picks in, found the boots, were solid. And I mean, thank goodness it was a 2 Fang pod because those are just killer equipment into Fang specifically.
Definitely. Now, you drafted Arakni yesterday as well.
Yeah.
Was it the same archetype? The bit of the dagger pump?
Pretty
archetype?
much, yes. I like focusing on grabbing the reaction, so a lot of those just happen to hit the dagger, so we do that a lot. And then really only grabbing like the best red stealth cards. So Mark the Black Widow, Mark the Prey, Plunge the Prospect, really good, because it can be tough in Arakni to get just good value turns. All of those are how you do that.
We noticed that a lot. A lot of your turns started with dagger for 1 or dagger for 2, and you need to make that up somehow.
Yeah.
It looks like you found the way to do it.
Yes. Starting the daggers, both drafts, I kind of had an issue with, like, if I break the daggers, I can run into trouble. So scar tissues were high pickers. I think red scar tissues was my pack 1, pick 1 this draft. And even just playing the yellows, I was fine with, so I can send the dagger, get the mark, keep the marks rolling, because the marks are how we get our value and stay aggressive.
True. I don't think I saw any retrieve pieces, at least during that game.
Not in this draft. Nope.
Any Calicera generators?
Nope, that was the regret. In the second pack, there were several Calicera makers, the Whittle from Bone, that were going around. At the time, I had mistakenly thought there was only one other Arakni in the pod. So I thought that one of like the 3 that went by would wheel. There were 2 other Araknis, they scooped them up, so I didn't get any. So that was kind of my big anxiety throughout these games, was like, don't lose all your daggers. You need them for your pumps. You need to be able to keep the mark rolling in other ways.
Or you need to chance flip into Orb Weaver, but you can't rely on
that one, the second game of this draft was absolutely a lucky hit there, because just having the 2 dagger end game was such a big deal.
That's incredible. Also, fun fact, by the way, the dagger pump Arakni that you drafted both times, that is Brian Gottlieb's favorite way to draft and hunt it. So
I can see why it served me well here.
It's really strong. Unless they have the defense reaction, what they're going to do, overblock your dagger and then be open to a stealth attack?
Well, that's the thing. The top 8 was open deck list. So all 3 games, I sit down and look at my deck. Number one thing I'm looking at is how many defense reactions do they have? Nobody had more than 1 into me. So the second I saw, and even in that final round, his 1 defense reaction, he couldn't play well marked. So that whole game was just keep him marked, keep him marked, keep him marked, and he cannot stop me.
So congratulations again on your 3-0 draft. Let's move on and talk about the rest of your day here. Only undefeated player remaining.
Yeah.
You're sporting Prism for the CC rounds. And now you've seen the decks I've converted into day 2. A lot of Auroras, a lot of Enigmas, as expected. They kind of over-converted compared to the representation in day 1.
They did.
How are you feeling about your pick going to day 2 of CC?
Still very good. I don't think there are any any decks that were in the top cuts or roundabouts that I'm like actively scared to play against. Enigmas can be awkward. Other decks they can rule it and do bad things. I think the thing I least want to play is the mirror. There is another Prism player near the top who is currently X1. I think they're finishing their final round of draft right now. Kevin Murphy, who's a battle-hardened winner, buddy of mine. Been talking to him a lot this weekend. I don't want to play into him. I don't want to have that have to happen.
It does feel like it's difficult for you to tech for Aurora and Enigma, and then also have space remaining for the mirror.
Yeah, sideboard slots and Prism have always been the big thing. Unless you are just cutting the Aura package to just go full aggro, there's just very little room. And the mirror was not really much of a consideration. I didn't expect it to be highly represented. I'm glad to see it's been doing well, and now that's coming back to bite me a little bit, but it was not part of the preparation heavily.
So you mentioned you spoke to Kevin Murphy a bunch in preparation for this event.
Yeah.
Are you part of a team? Is there anyone else you're speaking to prepare?
Yes. I have a small testing team out of Georgia. We're Team Go Again, GA. Huge shout outs to them. They've been helping me throughout the whole weekend getting prepped. We sometimes partner with the card guys, so huge shout outs to them as well. The draft camp that was streamed that I was a part of with the card guys was how I got my bearing in this draft format. I would not have had nearly the confidence coming in without them. So huge thanks to all of them.
It sounds like it served you really well. 6-0 across 2 drafts in 2 days. That's not something many people get to say. So yeah, shout out to the card guys and Go Again for preparing you.
Okay.
Cool. Well, that was Andrew Cook, our only remaining undefeated player, day 2 of World Tour London. Thank you again, and congratulations.
Thank you.
And good luck.
Not much I can say, but yes, Chef, that dude is cooking right now. Andrew Cook, the last undefeated here at Pro Tour London, went and checked while Pankaj was doing that interview on Andrew Cook's past accolades in Flesh and Blood. Wanted to make sure I wasn't misremembering, you know, did he have a big finish in his past? I came up with a top 4 at a Battle Harden and a 27th at a Calling. This is a dude breaking through right now, having a special moment, putting together a special run. And what I see of him, I don't buy that this is a fluke at all. This is a dude who is completely composed. He's thinking through everything. He's calm. He's collected. He's assembled a good team around him. He speaks highly of Team Go Again that he's working with. Speaks highly of the card guys going ahead and setting him up with some draft knowledge. So he's doing all the things you have to do as a Flesh and Blood player to find success and getting rewarded for it in spades.
And this is what it's all about. You know, it's about getting your first opportunity. You know, this is why we're the Pro Quest scene, right? You win that Pro Quest, you get here to the Pro Tour, you prep in the way, you find a group of players who are like-minded, who are maybe also going to the Pro Tour, you know, reach out to other teams, you immerse yourself, you get into draft camps, and then all of a sudden you find yourself apparently undefeated at the Pro Tour.
Yeah, and playing CC with a deck you love, Prism, for a top 8 berth. In just a moment, we are going to see plenty more from Andrew Cook. We want to follow his journey. We want to see if he can go ahead and get the job done. It feels almost sacrilegious, Hayden, to stop talking about the Hunted. It's been such a phenomenal limited format. And I see you in the chat. I know there are disbelievers of the limited format out there, but I know we're also making you believers in just how good this format is to play, how fun it is to draft, how fun it is to cover. I'm having a blast covering it. But we're going to do it again with a new set in just a few months. It is High Seas out there on the horizon. Pre-release coming up May 30th, and you want to be there without a doubt. There is no better experience in Flesh and Blood than getting those first licks at a new set and figuring things out alongside all your friends, either at the world premiere or in your LGS.
Pre-release isn't my favorite time of year. Like you say, you get into the LGS, you get to hang out with your friends, you get to play a new set. Nothing more exciting than reading a card for the first time and working out how it operates and what it does.
Been reading a lot of these cards for the first time. As we mentioned at pre-release, you are going to go ahead and get that pre-release pack. There's 7 basic cards in there, formerly known as tokens, but I want to talk a lot about the consequences of this particular slide, Hayden. 2 weapons to choose from if you're going ahead and playing Marlin. That's going to add a lot of intricacies to these drafts. We talked a lot about the sub-archetypes in the Hunted. I would say these are just hard, different archetypes that you can go ahead and play as Marlin. How excited are you to explore a 2-weapon format?
My favorite thing in Limited is carving your lane. I mean, we just saw Andrew do it, right? He spoke about how he found his lane, how he came up with the archetype that he was playing into. And that's also one of my favorite things to do in Limited. And having signed postcards and these these weapons that allow you to really funnel into it, and know that if I draft in a particular way and play Hammerhead, I've already got the equipment. That's done and dusted. That's given to me already. Now I can just go out and draft towards my Hammerhead or towards my Red Spine.
Let's have a different conversation. Let's talk about Hammerhead just as a weapon in a vacuum. This looks different than Ranger weapons we've seen in the past. A bow cannon, two-handed bow cannon. What do you think about this new direction for Rangers?
I love it. I love that we're going to more of a, I don't want to say Guardian-esque, but it is kind of in a way, right? It's this big, punchy, powerful weapon. Usually the Guardians have been known for that. And now we've got access to it in Ranger as opposed to these, more finessed bows, your Death Dealers, your Red Liners, your Red Spine Mantas, for instance. Now we've got a little bit of a different flavor there as well, which I'm really excited to explore.
I can't wait for y'all to learn more about Marlon's playstyle. I'm not going to spoil it now, but we have spoiled some of what is in these treasure packs. There is the gold slot, golden cog, and gold kiss rum. Gold kiss rum, the hardest of those three to go ahead and pull from your treasure pack. And I think gold kiss rum is an important addition to the generic token items. Just going to point that out. There are some consequences. You don't want to get too loaded. You're not going to be able to wake up and get your untap on unless you're a pirate, unless you're built for the high seas. But I think gold kiss rum, an important card in the coming months and years of Flesh and Blood.
Interesting. Even us non-pirate people can have a sip.
Yeah, you're going to pay the cost, but it's not so bad. Still tasty. Other stuff in these treasure packs. There is a cold foil pirate card. Plenty of pirate booty in that particular slot. Look at that Conqueror of the High Seas. I guess this is just a great time, Hayden. Talk about these cards as cards. Tell me your opinions on Conqueror of the High Seas.
One thing I love, the thing that's been standing out to me through the start of what we've seen of High Seas is that 4-cost element. The gold plus the 4-cost. That's what I'm so excited to really explore and spend time with. And one of the most powerful cards we've seen so far. I mean, I love Command & Conquer. Why don't I do it on the High Seas, I guess? I
think it's an absolute staple. Also going to be a staple in people's hearts for sure. Polycranka, the all-star of that reveal. There you see Polycranka in all of their glory, soaring above the arena, perched upon Puffin's shoulder. This is just such a fun, flavorful card. Plenty of other lost treasure to discover along the way. Look at that Marvel Diamond Amulet. And of course, Legend of the Watery Grave on that card, Hayden. Gravy Bone's going to be so happy to pick up these particular cards. So many mysteries left to uncover in the High Seas. So much treasure worth hunting for. You are not going to want to miss your pre-release season. You're not going to want to miss the world premiere. You're not going to want to miss all the events that follow after that. High Seas, just a absolutely resonant set is how I like to describe it. It drips with flavor. It oozes with flavor. The gold pours forth. The play style is unlike anything you've seen before, and the pirate theme just soars above everything and really ties the whole package together.
I can't wait to get to Taipei now.
I can't wait for all of you to be in Taipei, but there's not a lot of time. You want to make sure you're grabbing those packages. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We have business, Hayden, and it is the most important business in all of Flesh and Blood. It's the business of crowning a Pro Tour champion. Andrew Cook remains unblemished. Can he keep it rolling and clinch?
Our feature drafter went 0-3, and the challenger
3-0. The other way around.
What? No, our feature drafter went 0-3.
Our feature drafter went 0-3. You are correct.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know why I had Andrew Cook in my head instead.
Yeah, and then the challenger went 3-0. You want to start that over?
Right.
You want to start that
Let's
over?
do this again. Let's do it again.
Our feature drafter went 0-3, and the challenger went 3-0 here as we move on to the CC rounds live from Pro Tour London. Sam O'Byrne, Pankaj Bajwani, never challenge me again.
Okay, I will not. That's Your Highness, which is very, very apt given that we're in UK.
I know, yes. All right, so we've got some classic stretch coming up, do we not, Pankaj?
We are done with the limited portion going into CC, about to see the very unique heroes that have made it to contention for top 8, and I can't be more excited.
Yeah, we have got a Prism that is about to play continually undefeated. If Andrew wins, I think just straight up locked at that point. 12-0 will be locked for the Pro Tour top 8, which means we will have a Prism at this top 8 in London, but we'll have to wait and see just if Andrew can get there, because the opponent, quite a spicy one. Before we get into it, let's check in with some of our teams we've been watching all weekend long. The Value Vampires still many of them cracking and alive for this top 8. From what we understand, from what we gather, it might be a damn near clean cut at X and 3 for the top 8. So you look up and down this roster, a lot of these players are playing for their tournament lives.
Many X3s on this list, Sam. If they manage to win out their CC rounds, they will be able to make it to the top 8. Rob Catton, of course, has won a Battle Hardened in this region. He's definitely looking to try and make his top 8 alongside his fellow teammates, David, Gilliam, Yassine, and Phillips and Matthewses, who are still very much live for their top 8.
Yeah, a couple of Vynnsets up there. Love to see them, and a bunch of Enigmas. Shout out to our European team for kicking some butt. Let's move on across the pond and see who is still kicking. Julian Sniffins, the Kano is alive. 8-3, went from a 1-2 draft yesterday to a 2-1 draft today. And when a Kano is alive in CC, anything is possible. Of course, Charles Dunn, he is not out of it yet, 8-0 into 0-3. I had a chance to get some words from Charles. He literally said to our production staff when asked about his draft, it is as close to an ideal deck as possible. He was unbelievably thrilled with that draft deck, and sometimes in draft, the variance can swing in various directions, and none of those games went his way.
I mean, we were saying that too when we looked at his draft. He carved out his Fang seed, was one of 2 Fangs, had almost no yellows in his deck. It was incredible, but as you pointed out, sometimes the draft, the die roll, or the games themselves just don't go your way. Moving on to our next team, Team Sigil. What do you see here, Sam?
Only a couple players that are really in contention. Really, Guy Cohen out there. He's rocking Zen. We've seen him calling Dallas winner. Alex Kitu up there, and Anton. They, maybe an X4 makes it, but probably not an X4 at this stage. Nearly guaranteed to not be the case. So on this team, really only one more that might make it. Let's take a look at the super team. Let's take a look at the armory. Who's still up there? Who's still fighting? We can see Aaron Shantz 9-2, Arthur Trehay 8-3, and Pablo Pintor over there 9-2 on Enigma.
2 ex-Pro Tour champions still live to make top 8 at World Tour London, and then of course 2 World Championships top 8s in the form of Aaron Shantz and Sam Sutherland, also very much live for World Tour London.
So we're going to have to wait and see just which of these players might make their way into the top 8. Blue Pitch, of course, our final team here, and we have got the consistent cohort still fighting. Alan Lau and Shing Tsang, both of them at 8-3. Their classic constructed rounds to follow will control their destiny. What a couple of games we have got ready for you. I'm looking forward to this one, Pankaj, because we have got an undefeated Prism, and the challenger might as well be the perfect counterpart. Let's head down into the arena, because it's the battle of light versus shadow as the classic constructed rounds are going to reach their fever pitch. Andrew Cook at 11-0 on the Awakener of Souls, but the Iron Maiden stands in her way as the battle of dusk till dawn constructed reaches the Pro Tour in London.
And we have seen Gustavo on stream before. We saw him yesterday expertly piloting the Vynnset deck, and Andrew Cook must not be happy for this matchup, Sam. Possibly one of the worst matchups for Prism Awakener of Soul over here. Looks like Gustavo has started the game, is going first as Vynnset really wants to do, and has found a very, very good setup here. Red Deathly Whale and 2 Banish to start with a red Runeblood Incantation on the field as well.
And from what I can understand, as we see Gustavo here establish the Runeblood Incantation, get that Deathly Whale in the Banish zone, and just like we saw him in stream yesterday, just get that Blood Debt counter rolling by establishing a bigger turn for later. I think we witnessed on stream Gustavo's only loss of this tournament so far. 10-1, 3-0'd both of those draft pods, and now we're going to see Andrew Cook here develop the dreaded double aura.
So luckily for Gustavo that he managed to go first there, because if Andrew Cook had to got to go first and set up this board state, Gustavo would find himself pretty far behind. This is interesting to see from Andrew Cook. Now, Prism has 2 strategies that she can enact. She's got a Herald strategy and she's got a heavy Aura package strategy. So Andrew Cook has elected to go for the Aura strategy into Vynnset, very much possibly because Vynnset has a whole bunch of natural poppers in the list, making the Herald plan very, very volatile and not super reliable. Whereas when you put these auras, you tax the Vynnset's action economy, and there's only so many go-again cards that a Vynnset deck has. There is Tear Through the Portal, there's Machinations of Dominion, and there's Shadow Puppetry, and that's about it, aside from some nifty things with Spellbound Creepers.
You can see the Merciful Retribution there and the Passing Mirage. Let's see what Gustavo's working with in the hand. Got a Revel and Runeblood, Succumb to Temptation. We know there's the Deathly Whale in the Banish. We know there's the Widespread Destruction. We're going to ping with Vynnset here. Or excuse me, ping ourselves down to 38. Goes Gustavo. 3 rune chance already thanks to that Runeblood Incantation. Next attack is going to get go again.
And the +1 as well. Widespread Destruction, however, in the Banish, not going to be too relevant this turn because Andrew Cook has gone off an Arsenal. However, this is still quite a bit of damage, and this Unpreventable Rune Chant is exactly why Vynnset is quite favored in this matchup. Prism's only ward, unlike Enigma, is these Angels with 4 ward and 4 health. To have that completely die after you put so much effort into it to just 1 Rune Chant, the Prism ends up losing a lot of value. And remember that she starts at 32 as well. You need those Angels to give you the 4 points of life, but against a Vynnset, that is simply not going to be very reliable.
Damage across. We've got the 2 rune chants still to follow.
And this Revel in Runeblood in Gustavo's hand, absolutely live. A non-attack action and an attack action have both been played.
But if you play the Revel in Runeblood, you lose out on the Deathly Whale's effect, potentially.
You do lose out a Deathly Whale. At least you make the 2 rune chants now and you have to send it this turn, but you still have the Runeblood Incantation, so you're still quite well set up for the following turn. The concern, however, is whether Gustavo can get rid of his own arsenal, because remember, he has paid life this turn, so if he sends a Widespread Destruction, he too will lose his arsenal when the combat chain closes. So the question is whether that arsenal is a non-attack with Go Again that he can empty out right now, or whether he chooses to just maybe not send the Widespread Destruction since Andrew Cook has already just folded this entire hand.
Yeah, there's the rest of the hand, which means Andrew Cook, remember, he started at 32 life. The Awakener of Soul does not have nearly as much life as much of the rest of the heroes in Classic Constructed. Only Kano has less life than her in CC at the moment because of the potential of those Angels to just create so much ward prevention.
And sending the Widespread Destruction also means that you're probably not clearing an aura. You really want to send the 6 damage to the Prism's face rather than at an aura. So Gustavo has a very interesting decision. You can send the Flail at one of these auras and give up the Revel in Runeblood play that you have, but you get to clear an aura, or you send a whole bunch of direct damage to the face, to Andrew Cook's face with you if you Revel and Widespread Destruction, but you leave him with 2 auras.
Yeah, so I think we're here going to have Gustavo having a quick moment checking in with one of our judge staff members that was nearby the feature match area. Think I'm hearing from the production staff, maybe just confirming Spectra interactions, but we're going to go head on back to the arena, to the table, and see the remainder of this turn.
Of course, you could Revel in Runeblood and make a bunch of rune chants and then send a flail at an aura and the rune chants will still go to the face. So Gustavo has many, many lines over here. You could also Spellbound Creepers to not break the chain so that the Deathly Whale rune chants, you can end with the Deathly Whale rune chants on this turn and start your next turn with 3 rune chants.
All right, chain is going to be broken. Here come the 2 rune chants from the Deathly Whale. Both players have lost life. Here comes the Revel in Runeblood.
And Andrew Cook must not be happy with that. This could be 12 damage going to Andrew Cook's face.
I will AB1.
Andrew Cook going to AB1 here, our 11-0 player facing down 11 damage. He can do not but accept as he heads down all the way to 20 here.
And now Gustavo's arsenal will also be banished thanks to Widespread Destruction's symmetrical effect. Question is, can he get rid of it? Looks like he's going to generate an action point since Andrew Cook has taken arcane damage. Going to send the flail at one of these auras, clearing it. Gustavo managed to send a whole bunch of damage to Andrew Cook's face and also clear one of these auras. Incredible turn from him.
Yeah, I mean, the Succumb to Temptation, because he saw all of those cards head to the combat chain on blocks for Andrew, it wasn't going to be utilized to actually rip another card. He just used the action point, lost a life, and is going to be able to attack this Passing Mirage, which is one of the most important auras for Prism to develop. So many of these random Runegate cards are 6 power.
And the Widespread Destruction is going to be resolved. And he puts a Blood Debt in the Banish Zone, so that's symmetrical effect. He wasn't even affected by it. That's still a card he'll be able to play on the following turn. Gustavo is set up incredibly well at the beginning of this game.
Kind of a sweet little interaction there. The Widespread Destruction was online because of the ping from the Shadow Puppetry, but that Arsenal just being a card that can be played out of the Banish Zone anyway. So let's see, yeah, all the full tempo over to Gustavo. All Andrew could do is pass with that one aura.
Question is whether he has a 2-cost in this hand. He's going to make 1 Rune Chant from the Incantation and 1 due to Vynnset. If he doesn't have a 2-cost in this hand, it's going to be difficult for him to mount the pressure, and perhaps that's exactly what Andrew Cook was hoping for with the full block on his turn. Banishing a Deathly Whale, that's a 3-cost.
1 Rune Chant created. Tunic now. All of these happening kind of simultaneously. Start of turn effect, save for the Runeblood Incantation, which is a start of action phase effect. That one technically could be responded to with something like an Arclight Sentinel, but it's going to be a tear through the portal to give the Deathly Whale go again.
Or maybe the Cull. The Cull is also an absolutely a legal target, unless he wants to pay the life to Vynnset on tear through a portal, and you could just play the Cull at instant speed. Also, the Funeral Moon over here can help him get to that 3rd Rune Chant to go ahead and play that Deathly Whale.
I think you give the Cull go again, you play it with go again, you pay the life, and then all of a sudden the Funeral Moon is able to be played as well at instant speed. Then you have the 3rd Rune Chant. Then your Deathly Whale can come in. Looks like Gustavo's giving this a real consideration. Let's see if he finds the line. He's going to give it to the Cull. He moves over, activates Vynnset set as the tear through the portal now allows for that Cull to be played with go again.
And the Funeral Moon can also be played at instant speed now because the hero has lost life, which means he gets to 3 Rune Chants without using an action point, without using the Vexing Quill hand, and then gets to play the Deathly Whale at the end of it, which will also guarantee that he ends with 2 Rune Chants once the combat chain closes, because both players have lost life.
He's going to actually banish the Phantom Banshee here. Let's see if he says he's going to pay the life, or if he's just... I think the Phantom Banshee is also a 3-cost. He needs to pay the life to allow for the Funeral Moon to be played at instant speed.
I believe he paid the life to the tear through the portal already. So Funeral Moon can already be played at instant speed. And remember, Cull is a symmetrical effect, which may seem like a bit of a downside when you're holding cards, but not for Vynnset, because they just get to refill the Banish Zone with more cards that they want to play with Runegate anyway.
And now all of a sudden, a hand that looked a little clunky becomes 9 damage. And because Deathly Whale already sees Vynnset as having lost life, 1 Rune Chant's being created as well from its effect. The 1 damage has to come through from the Rune Chant because Vynnset's blood debt, blood tribute has been paid. Here comes 8 more damage.
AB pitching Light of Soul. What's the hit going to be? It's an Arclight Sentinel. You can put it in the Soul, but it doesn't have Herald in its name, which means you won't get a free Prism trigger.
It's a yellow card for the Soul. Prism's Soul is a hungry one. She does want to utilize those cards, but Arclight Sentinel is a hard one to see head on into the Soul and not be utilized from hand or arsenal at any point.
And it's not being represented, but I believe Gustavo has an extra action point over here because you give the Cull go again, and then you play the Cull at instant speed. Means you get the action point afterwards, going up to 2 action points, which means he might be able to flail away this Merciful Retribution as well after this Deathly Whale.
Andrew here also, by leaving it on top, all of a sudden Gustavo, very aware that there's going to be an Arclight Sentinel coming up in the next turn cycle, as once again, all the cards are out of Andrew's hand. He's done nothing but defend the ruthless onslaught from Vynnset.
Arclight Sentinel, normally a very crippling card against a lot of decks, but we see right here, Gustavo went up to 2 action points, and he didn't give something go again. He just went up straight to 2 action points, and we can do that again when Arclight Sentinel is on the field. That could just be very easily dealt with then.
The Rune Chants are going to be activated from the Vexing Quill hand, which means this Phantom Banshee can come in. The 4 arcane damage and the 7 physical. Once again, Andrew can just stare it down as he takes all 11 down to 8. Goes our Prism player as he has done literally nothing but block and literally nothing but leak damage. You're starting to see why maybe that Arclight Sentinel was an enticing target for Andrew Cook.
Gustavo going for a very aggressive line there. Could have used the flail to destroy Merciful Retribution, instead opting for the Vexing Quill hand play. Now this could be quite risky, Sam, because he's leaving Andrew Cook with Merciful Retribution on the field as he draws an Arclight Sentinel.
Andrew Cook has done nothing but win, but now he can do nothing but laugh as 3 Malefic incantations hit the arena. He's out here looking for more dice. He has got a widespread ruin, and Andrew Cook is staring down what might be his potential demise. 8 life to 34 with only 44 minutes remaining. All Gustavo can do is hit the Michael Jordan shrug, as this is looking like it's going to be all Vynnset here. Round 12, first game of 2 of this Pro Tour.
8 damage on the board presented by Gustavo over here already. He's got 2 Rune Chants and the Widespread Ruin in Banish. Andrew Cook over here deciding if he wants to resolve that Arclight Sentinel.
Yeah, so Andrew does have that Arclight Sentinel. Does he have the 2 blues to make it a little easier to play? He does not. He'd have to commit the whole hand. And then all he's doing is stopping 1 turn. And those Malefic Incantations, they'd still sit there because I don't think the attack would ever resolve, meaning the Malefic Incantations would never have the chance to trigger.
So Malefic Incantation
it's on
says,
play,
when
it's
you
not
play,
attack. I thought it was a cool interaction. But no, because Malefic Incantation is on play, not on attack, the card is still played. It just never resolves as an attacking card when it has to attack into Spectra.
which in this case favors the Vynnset. This interaction favors the Vynnset side because they still get the Rune Chance off of the Malefic Incantation, which means Gustavo is incredibly well set up for the following turn. And as long as he draws a Rune Gate card, he will be able to resolve it. And now Arclight Sentinel being played, but Gustavo doesn't need to send a Widespread Ruin into this, has the action point, could just send a Flail of Agony, keep the Widespread Ruin there, and if he draws a Go Again card on the following turn, might be able to just double Rune Gate on the following turn and just close out this game.
First time for everything. I've never seen a player need more dice. Talk about revel in Rune Blood. Gustavo is reveling in riches here. Looking like he might use the Widespread Ruin. Also has the ability to just flail into this Arclight Sentinel and keep around the Rune Gate card.
But that's Andrew Cook's entire turn. He just
Once
played
again, every single card from hand just committed to defense, and you'd think that he'd be at a little higher life total as the Flail of Agony comes in. And going to take care of the Rune Chants, because now Rune Chants do come along. Those rules were amended. Rune Chants still come along, so 1 damage still taken somehow on this turn for Andrew, down to 7.
Now he does get his first piece of soul though, thanks to Gustavo leaving around the Merciful Retribution on the previous turn. We spoke about his aggressive line, popping the Quill Hand to send a Rune Gate card at Andrew's face instead of flailing the Merciful. Now that means the Arclight Sentinel gets to go to soul, 1 Arcane Ping going Gustavo's way. Andrew Cook has set up his first piece of soul, but will he even be able to use it? Gustavo has a Rune Gate card in arsenal already, Malefic Incantations around to potentially fund further Rune Gates. Is he going to find the go again?
Making sure there should be 3 life total lost. Flail, Merciful, and the Widespread Ruin. Blood Debt.
So 33, maybe 32, 31.
From 34, yeah.
You took 3 life.
Looks like they're talking about the total of 3 damage. Yep, just confirming everything. All copacetic. Looks like things are good, and we're able to continue from here.
I will draw back up.
And we see Gustavo's priority. He wanted to get rid of the Passing Mirage, but very happy to just leave Andrew Cook with the Merciful Retribution, saying, I don't really care about that one. Sure, you get a free soul maybe and free extra Arcane Pings, but whatever, I'm just going to kill you before you get to use those souls.
Widespread Ruin number 2 hits the Banish Zone. Prism here, this is part of what you are okay with when you bring Prism to a Pro Tour, to a major tournament. You have some matchups like Andrew has seen as the Deadwood Dirge comes out to make even more rune chants. Andrew saw 2 Kanos in his first Classic Constructed rounds. Tear through the portal, gonna give go again. Vynnset going to be paid as this one of these first rune chants is going to be like, you cannot stop this first rune chant. And even though Prism can roll certain matchups, she herself is liable to get rolled. And we may be seeing that big roll happening here.
This might potentially be the end of the game right here if Andrew Cook doesn't have another Arclight Sentinel. This is 2 Rune Gates coming his way, 100%. Widespread Ruin, gonna trigger those Malefic Incantations, giving Gustavo the rune chance he needs to send the other Widespread Ruin that's in the Banish Zone. Gustavo waiting patiently. Is there another Arclight Sentinel?
Is this the Halo of Illumination play? He can go and get the Figment of Triumph, or Figment of Judgment, turn around one of those cards in the Banished Zone for Gustavo. He can turn it face down, which would stop some of the salvo, but the question is these Malefic Incantations will still be sitting here ready to fill up this turn and turns henceforth with plenty of rune chants. I think Andrew Cook is treading water, but the Sharks are circling.
Might have to just be the panic button being used here. Halo of Illumination, not the way you normally want to use it. You want to save it for an offensive salvo, but he might just need to use it to save his life here.
Andrew, head in hands, 11-0. He has not dropped a game in this Pro Tour. Such a rare and rarefied position. One more game likely locks him into the top 8. And if it's not this one, he's got 3 more rounds to go.
I am going to... Yeah, this is still waiting to resolve, yes. So it's targeting one of the... it chooses, sorry. Choose.
Oh, that changes things for Andrew. You could hear the players discuss because they thought Tear Through the Portal, or Andrew thought was targeting one of those 2 cards. So in that case, he would have been able to turn over the card that was being targeted, but Tear Through the Portal just says choose. So once it resolves, there is no more window. You just choose, and then the priority has happened. The targeting would create a priority window where the target is on the stack, but instead, because of that niche difference, Andrew Cook here decided to not activate the Halo and now just has to face down first the rune chant that he has to take as he heads down to 6, and now 2 Arcanes, 6 with go again, and all of these Malefics means there are going to be even more coming.
So he could still go for the Figment of Judgment play, as you called out, Sam. Looks like he is going to go for it. You can turn the other Widespread Ruin face down, but there's still could be the Flail of Agony with a whole bunch of rune chants behind it.
If the Herald went to Soul, I will trigger Prism.
Trigger Prism here. Let's see which Figment he's going to grab. Have to imagine it's the Figment of Judgment as long as he didn't just rip it off the top. No, it's a blue Angelic Wrath, but that card doesn't block.
Pitches a rune chant, so still gets it converted to 3 life on defense. And we know there's going to be enough rune chants coming his way this turn.
See what else is in the deck. There's the Figment of Judgment. And Andrew's trying to stem the bleeding.
Search for Figment of Judgment.
And is that going to be enough, though? You're just kind of extending your life by an extra turn. These Malefic Incantations will still be around. Full tempo still on the Vynnset side. Andrew Cook needs Gustavo to brick.
And by turning the other Widespread Rude face down, it now makes it just completely untargetable, unusable. It's as if the card never existed. Consider that ish judged.
No blood debt either.
You can hear Andrew, saying, I didn't want to do that, but he felt as though he had to do that. 2 floating now. All Malefics are going to trigger. Here come 3 more rune chants joining the party.
Coming in for 6 damage is Widespread Ruin, which is Andrew Cook's life right now. Fully blocking out, has 2 floating for further rune chants, could potentially paint footsteps as well to stop a Flail of Agony on hit.
But he finds a Deathly Wail off of the top from the Banish effect from the Widespread Ruin, and that means 3 Arcane, 5 Physical, and that means we are going to likely see a fist bump here.
Combat Chain closes, Widespread Ruin triggers, banishes a Deathly Wail. Big break for Gustavo there. Not that he really needed it.
Yeah, Andrew can put the Vestige in front of this. Go down to 1. But all of a sudden, that means any Vynnset trigger for the rest of the game is going to end this round here.
And just to rub more salt in the wound, Sam, that's 2 more rune chants being created on the back end thanks to Dhaliwal as well. 1 Shadow non-attack ends this game.
Let's see what Gustavo draws up. Does he find the Shadow non-attack? He finds the Cull.
Could pop Grimoire of the Haunt here to just give the Cull go again.
Could pop Grimoire, could attack and use the Creepers. This thing's over 6 ways from Sunday, folks. I mean, and how could it not be with the way that Gustavo and Vynnset have worked together in perfect harmony? Sometimes Vynnset is a deck that's known to brick. Sometimes the deck does not cooperate. And sometimes it does this.
And sometimes it just sings and gives you what you need. Grimoire being popped, making a Eloquence token. Cull will get go again once he plays it. Vynnset trigger on the stack. Pays the life. 1 rune chant will be unpreventable.
And in the Song of Light and Shadow, the hymn of the demons might just reign supreme. As now we've got 2 players sitting at 10-1. Our final undefeated has fallen to the Shadow. 11-1, excuse me. The final record for both of these players.
And we knew going to that matchup that Andrew Cook was going to have a rough time. That is a tough matchup for Prism, and boy, did that seem that way. Gustavo just relentless pressure, winning the game at 29 life to Andrew 0. A Halo being popped in desperation, unfortunately, was not quite enough.
We knew it'd be rough. We didn't know it would be that rough. I've played that matchup a couple times on both sides of the table, actually. Sometimes it can be pretty back and forth. Sometimes it can be quite intricate, and sometimes it can be a bloody, brutal beatdown. And that's what we got to see here for our round 12 of the feature match. No less exciting, and no shortage of congratulations to both players who are very much alive in this Pro Tour. There is a chance that there's a Prism and a Vynnset in a Pro Tour top 8, and I don't think anyone was expecting that coming into the weekend.
That was not on my bingo card, Sam. Vynnset maybe a little bit, was potentially one of the decks in the format that could beat both Aurora and Enigma, but Prism, a lot of people had questions about her matchup into Enigma, but Andrew Cook showing us that he can still make it to 11-1 on that deck. We saw him take his first loss over here, but by no means is he out of this tournament.
And it's also exciting because this is what this is like my favorite part of these Pro Tours, are the rogue decks, are the new players that join the competitive scene, stamp their place in the history books, and become names that we all remember moving forward. If you take Prism or Vynnset to the top 8 of a Pro Tour, you will have a whole bunch of fans from this point forward. And if you at home are sitting here saying, I want to stamp my name in the record books, I want to become a part of this World Tour circuit, then there's no better place to start than World Tour weekends, my friend. Bologna is coming up, and it is looking to be a hot and hooter of a match and an event. Look at the art on that one. I know that art is not on these cards. I don't know what that art is. You can't make fun of me.
Yeah, I don't know what that one is either, but it is absolutely gorgeous. Looks to be like a Necromancer card, if I had to guess. Gonna be super exciting at World Tour Bologna. Definitely make it out there if you can and get your hands on these gorgeous playmats and these Rainbow Foil extended art cards from the next set, High Seas.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting weekend for all of our friends in the European Union and beyond. We also have, of course, the World Tour coming to Las Vegas, and there's a whole lot of exciting happenings on the release weekend of High Seas. And talk about art.
do you know the art on that?
No!
I believe it's called Dead Threads, but we've never seen the card yet. I think we just know the name.
Yeah, well, them threads, they're looking something.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Who up deading their threads or something?
As we see the calling promos here, these are, of course, the seasonal promos throughout the High Seas competitive season. You'll be able to get these calling promo cards available at events all over the World Tour, as well as these battle-hardened cards. And the battle-hardened cards, you know, sometimes the calling cards feel a little more like, ooh, you get the cold foils, ooh, you get this, that, and the other thing for the callings. But when you look here at these ones, is it blasphemy to say I'm more excited about the battle-hardened cards? These EAs are like, whew, flaming hot.
Only slightly blasphemous, but I'll allow it. And speaking of promo cards, we have even more coming up. Conqueror of the High Seas, one of the cards previewed at the keynote. Fantastic card over here, giving all these pirates effectively a CNC-like effect. And I'm particularly scared of this card in Marlin, Sam. You can pitch 2 blues, Conqueror of the High Seas, Codex into CNC, off of a 2 blue hand, just destroy the arsenal, make them bring it back, and destroy it again.
Wait, that's nuts. Wait, that's disgusting.
And then refresh your own arsenal.
Oh my god, dude. Conqueror of the High Seas. Again, a pirate ain't a pirate if they don't have their trusty ship. And the Conqueror of the High Seas looks to do just that. Not only conquer the seas, but perhaps even command and conquer. Looking ahead as well at the Looking for a Scrap participation promos for all of the national festival events. These are, of course, all the exciting side events happening at the 47 nationals happening all around the world. Let that sink in for a second, folks. This game is worldwide. The World Tour is embodied in this. The promos at the national championships in 47 countries, 47 national championships. It's just such a great time to be a Flesh and Blood gamer.
Speaking of which, speaking of events all around the world, let's bring it back to the event that's happening right now, Fab London. For our players who managed to show up over here, we have these fantastic tweets coming out from them.
Oh yeah, look at this. Shout out to Nielzon and Ari the Hightail. People watching from home, you might even enjoy yourself a pale Pilsner as you got the armory decks down there beneath the TV. That's looking sweet. Of course, nothing better sometimes than just throwing up a stream on the laptop, enjoying sitting on the couch. Shout out to all of you watching at home. And remember, use the hashtag FabLondon on any of the social media sites listed on the bottom of your screen to be entered for a chance to win those 3 Sink Below promos. I know you want those Sink Belows. I know you're watching the stream. You're literally listening to me say that you're watching the stream. So I see you out there. I can see you through the ether. Yeah, you. No, you. I'm talking to you. Just put up a post with the Fab London. I'm talking to you right there. You thought I couldn't see you? No, I can see you. I can see you right over there. Just put up the hashtag. I want to give you 3 Sink Belows, and I know you want the 3 Sink Belows. But also, thanks for watching. We love you. All right. We have got so much more to come. We have got a whole nother game here from our round 12. Our players have finished shuffling up. The arena is ready. Let's head on down because I am excited to see this matchup for many reasons. Not only is it a win and live, there's a player here that is near and dear to both of our hearts, but Ponkage, I need you to sing the praises of one Majin Bay on the left side of our screen.
We just saw 2 rogue decks duke it out against each other, and Majin Bay has shown up with a different rogue deck. We know this man loves his wizards. He has shown up with Verdance, Thorn of the Rose, 2 World Tour London, is going to be facing Cody ready on Enigma, Ledger of Ancestry. This is a banger of a matchup. This is a matchup that Majin has definitely practiced a whole bunch. I watched him practice it, and we're going to have to see whether Cody's prepared.
Majin, one of the true best wizard players in the world, considered by some to be the best Kano player to ever do it. Ready to try to take down this matchup. Some say Verdance has a really tough time, but from what I understand, Majin, with this Verdance deck in this Pro Tour, already taken down 2 Enigmas?
He faced 2 Enigmas in his CC rounds, and he beat both of them. Unfortunately, those were his only CC wins, but he did take down the Enigmas and then went on to 6-0 both drafts. A bit of a very strong achievement for him. Historically, he's definitely struggled with draft. He's mentioned that that's usually one of his weak spots, so definitely a lot of development for him that he's managed to 6-0 his draft, and now he's here at our featured table. XN3 facing down the Enigma. And remember, folks, the loser of this match is out for contention for top 8 at World Tour London.
Yeah, a win and live, if you will, as Majin Bay is going to come in. He's going to be able to get the Channel the Millennium Tree out and come in with the Pulsing Aether and Life. Just a whole good bit of damage, but no Arsenal, and has to put away that Felling of the Crown to do so.
Would have loved to see another blue there so that he could activate Sergeant Aether Tide as well. Unfortunately, not going to be there, but these cards in Majin's pitch zone are incredible later in the game when they come back around. When Verdance is online, you play Heartbeat, then you heal 3, you deal 3, and then you get to follow up with a Felling as well. It's the beginnings of a very, very strong pitch stack for Majin.
And I want to shout out Cody Reddy on the right side of your screen. When you, I've seen a whole lot of like Gem tournament, standings results and pairings. Cody Reddy's name in Gem, I'm pretty sure, is in all caps because I see it all the time near the top tables doing quite well. Just Cody Reddy in all caps. So I know this dude plays a lot of Flesh and Blood, plays all over the World Tour, and is here at 8-3 with a chance to make a Pro Tour top 8.
That's a lot of mental damage right there when you see your opponent with a name in all caps. Now go ahead and take a look at Cody Reddy's equipment over here. AB3 on that Enigma loadout. He was prepared to face some wizards and has brought the full AB loadout. Now, there are advantages and disadvantages to this loadout. AB3 means you can play for more of a fatigue end state against these wizards, but you give up the powerful pivot turn in the form of the Traverse the Universe. You don't get to reliably play that mirror guy with the inner chi and getting it up to 4 counters, but you get to be a little bit more resilient on the average turns of the game.
Levels of Enlightenment to play here. Response with the Enigma. Create the Spectral Shield so the levels can have 2 modes active.
And because it was a path well traveled, you effectively get all 3 modes, Sam. He gets to pick +2 and draw a card.
No defense here. 5 damage over to Majin Bay. Down to 35 goes the leader of the Wizard Council.
And we saw Shelter of the Storm in Cody Reddy's hand. Now, that's a card that's actually quite valuable in this matchup. You might think, oh, you're facing against a wizard. You don't need these defense reactions. And we saw it clunk up his hand a little bit against a Pulsing Aether. But Verdance in particular is a wizard that relies on a whole bunch of attack actions, especially against Enigma. Attack actions like Scar for a Scar and E-Strike, for which these defense reactions will surely come in very, very handy for Cody Reddy.
And here's the Phantasmaclasm. You heard Majin just point to the top of the deck as he said, this is a Command and Conquer. Just telling Cody, if you pick a card, I'm going to draw the Command and Conquer off of the top.
And the jig is up. I want to point out that one card, the leftmost card in Majin Bay's hand, that Fertile Ground. A lot of people expect Verdance's combo to be full of, to involve healing potions, but Majin Bay has discovered some tech where you use Fertile Ground instead for your combo, and the potions, Sam, are going to be energy potions instead of healing potions so that you can activate it at instant speed and heal on your opponent's turn if you have to.
Let's see what the rip off the top. Is it the Command and Conquer? No, it's another Channel, the Millennium Tree, so it is a 3-block, but it's not a popper. If it's committed to the block here, Cody will know for sure it wasn't the CNC. It's going to be one of the Destructive Aether Tides put forward to block, so 6 more damage already potentially coming over. Cody, ready for his trouble, will be left with a Spectral Shield. 6 damage is accepted. 27 is the final life total on this turn for Majin Bay. Cody's going to pass with that Shelter for the Storm in the arsenal.
And that's quite a lot of damage that Cody managed to present to Majin. Did have to take 7 to the face for it, but you know, in his own right, sent 16 damage over there after the 3-block from Majin. Now Majin here with the Channel Millennium Tree and has an Arcane spell in hand as well in the form of the Destructive Aether Tide, which Cody Reddy knows about. Did see 2 Destructive Aether Tides, so definitely needs to respect the Surgeon Aether Tide here, coming in for 4. Has a Spectral Shield, so if he pitches a blue to AB3, will be able to prevent any further amp from the Surgeon Aether Tide effect.
And now Majin once again just going to be, I believe, maybe even setting up more of that pitch stack. You see the Channel, the Millennium Tree, and you see the Fertile Ground headed to the second cycle.
Now that's a bit rough given that it was Heartbeat and Felling of the Crown. That's a lot of reds to go in the pitch stack. Will need those energy potions if he wants to get to that and be able to resolve some of these cards. But these are 2 Earth cards in Majin's pitch zone right now. This Channel Millennium Tree is sticking around for an extra turn, which is what allows this Verdance deck to keep clearing these auras from Cody Reddy. And I love this play from Majin Bay, arsenaling the Arcane damage spell when you know you're keeping the Channel around for yet another turn.
Yeah, really nice there. Destructive Aether Tide means he gets 4 Arcane damage no matter what, as long as the arsenal is not threatened by Cody Reddy. Hearing that these players potentially have played each other a lot in various other competitive card games on the whole world's sphere and stage. So might be familiar with each other's tendencies, but all is different when you're in day 2 of a Pro Tour. Fighting for that top 8. A loss here will knock either player out of contention. A Spectral Shield comes in for 4 thanks to the Spectral Manifestations.
A little bit unfortunate for Cody over here. That Shelter from the Storm is just stuck in his arsenal as Majin has just been sending Arcane damage for his first few turns, and that is one of the drawbacks. You do want these defense reactions against Scar for Scars and Enlightened Strikes and Felling of the Crowns, but if the Verdance player is just sending a bunch of Arcane at you for the first few turns of the game, those defense reactions can be very clunky, and we see that punishing Cody Reddy here.
3 cards, 9 offense, 1 defense, 3 cards, 10 total value for Cody Reddy. Spectral Shield has 3 counters, so he might want to protect it, but the amp from the Destructive Aether Tide means that's not going to happen.
The Spectral Shield is not long for this world, I think, unless Cody is able to resolve even more ward after the Surgeon Aether Tide activation, because you know that's being activated while the Channel Millennium Tree is on the field, and there's a Destructive Aether Tide in Arsenal as well.
Cody Reddy finding an energy potion of his own. As you say, Majin might need him for the combo, but Cody needs it for the dub.
For a moment, I was so confused what you were talking about, and then I caught it. The little water bottle over there.
Yeah, a water bottle. That's what it was. Heartbeat Candlehold being committed to the block. It looks like 2 damage over the top. Down to 24 goes Majin. Cody moves to end. Keeps that sink below. Excuse me, the Shelter from the Storm. Keeps the Spectral Shield. Majin's got 2 cards to work with.
And channel the Millennium Tree triggers at the start of turn, giving him amp 3. Sends a Surge in Aethertide for 4. Does Cody have more ward to establish to protect the Spectral Shield?
He has the Sacred Art he can play.
But does he have another blue to transcend with it?
I don't believe he does. I think he's just using some AB.
Yep, the Arsenal's that Shelter from the Storm as well. This hand's a slightly red heavy.
But what's nice is if he wants to do a bunch of Arcane Barrier Ring on this turn, he does have the Enlightened Strike to just be a clean 2-card 7.
And even just a Tunic Miraging Metamorph if he wants to commit the E-Strike on blocks as well. Remember, Surgeon Aethertide does have go again. Could
AB3, yeah, plus the 4. The Destructive Aethertide now just comes out for 1. No Surge, doesn't threaten the Arsenal.
Yeah, just takes the 1. Cody Reddy is quite set up. Could go E-Strike, go again, Tunic Metamorph. He's had some incredibly efficient turns. And here's where that AB3 is really hurting Majin over here. Those Arcane spells, just the only time Majin really leaked damage this turn was on that Pulsing Aether on the first turn.
Enlightened Strike comes out. Majin's still looking for his first decomposition. Majin's not going to block. He's heading down to 19. He's not going to be happy to see the Tunic activated. He's not going to be happy to see the Miraging Metaverse unless...
Question is, does he have the popper this time? Looks like he said not today. It's 12 physical off of 3 cards from Cody Reddy. Doing his best Aurora impression over here. 3-card 12.
Meredith Golden heads to the block. 4 damage over, so down to 15 goes Majin.
No ward state to speak of on Cody Reddy's side, which means Majin took the damage, and we can expect something quite offensive coming out from his side. Potentially could be a felling. However, no decompose yet, so if he does resolve a felling, it would only come in for 4.
Needs to find some decomposition and fast. I will say, Majin here, no stranger to being down a fair bit of life against his opponent on Wizard. But here's the first decompose of the game, folks. It's going to be that Cadaverous Tilling as he makes his best Icelander impression. Here comes a 4-card, a 4-power Scar for Scar with Go Again, and then the Cadaverous Tilling out of the arsenal. So how about 3 cards, 8 value for Majin, as well as he establishes an arsenal of his own.
That was a bit of our internal mantra when we were making this deck. Scar Tilling, hi, hello, it's me, Icelander.
So talk a little bit, Pankaj, about the philosophies behind the choices and what the strategy is in this matchup. You are really accustomed, you and Majin test together, you helped him build this deck. Talk about what the game plan is and how Majin, even though he's down at this level of life, how he could look to try to win this game.
Well, Verdance being low on life is a little bit fake, right? Because as you come around on the second cycle, once your Verdance hero is online, you're going to be gaining a bunch of life. We know there's a fertile ground already in Majin's pitch stack. Once he has enough Earth cards and Banish, that's just going to be 5 life gain every single fertile ground he resolves. Heartbeats, 3 life gain. Fruits of the Forest in his pitch zone right now, also going to be gaining 2. Now, the philosophy behind this deck is honestly very similar to the Bulllander back in the days. You just try and play as efficient math as possible. Scar for Scar into Tilling is a sort of combination of cards that also lets you match Aurora's really, really good math, and that is the philosophy behind his deck. Cody Reddy on his side, we see him really leveraging his AB3. Majin sent a bunch of physical damage. Cody says, I'm just going to block it out completely. He is prepared to fatigue Majin Bay. Now, Majin will need to set up that combo if he wants to get over what it seems like Cody Reddy's game plan is. Now, this can be the moments early in the game where if you give Verdance a full 5-card hand, they may not always be able to convert it. Here's where Majin really wants to see some Scar for Scars, some E-Strikes. And as I say that, he does have a Scar for Scar and an E-Strike in his hand right now, alongside Blue Fruits of the Forest and Pulsing Aether Life as well. As we speak about the endgame combo that Majin's trying to set up, he needs a few things for that. He needs some life gain alongside Rampant Growth and a big arcane damage spell. Ideally a Pulsing Aether Life, but sometimes the 0-cost spells can make do in a pinch as well. Now, of course, remember, Plume of Evergrowth going to help him execute that combo because you can access one of your combo pieces at any time you want, because that is effectively on the field in the form of your headpiece.
Once again, Scar for Scar. We've seen this movie before. Last time it was Scar tilling. Hi, hello, how are you? Icelander, nice to meet you. The question is, what's going to be the follow-up on this turn from Majin Bay?
No, yeah, I agree.
He's holding an E-Strike and a Pulsing Aether. Could still go for the Surgeon Aether Tide. Looks like he's going to go E-Strike. Does it go again a 7? So possibly holding the Fruits of the Forest to be discarded to gain 2 life over here. Could have pitched it to Surgeon Aether Tide, opting instead to keep his life total a little bit higher. One thing that does come up is that you do need to block a little bit early in the game and have life gain so that you have enough life points at the end to execute your combo. Verdance wants to do her combo on her own turn, which means she wants to keep all those 5 cards going into the combo turn, which means you have to take whatever damage the opponent sends at you.
Block 6, 1 over the top, down to 30 goes Cody. He's trying to keep his life total high. Like you said, fatigue is an option for the Enigma deck, but Majin wants to keep his life total high enough for that combo to come around.
Also puts an Earth card in the graveyard, which I believe he's currently a little bit light on.
Definitely. The play from Cody here, I think, is going to be an Essence of Ancestry body, Once that Ward Aura for 2 is destroyed, the next red source is going to be prevented. So now Majin has full tempo, but the Essence of Ancestry body, unless Majin can develop some permanence, can develop an energy potion or something of the same sort after destroying this Essence of Ancestry body, it's going to end up blocking for an enormous amount of damage.
If Majin has a turn cycle similar to what he did the previous 2 turn cycles, where you go Scar for a Scar into Tilling or Scar for a Scar into E-Strike, that Essence of Ancestry body will completely shut that down. So Majin needs to find a different way to get that off the board without giving Cody Ready all that value.
Majin Bay showed us the rampant growth of life and then just decided to let his opponent know, no, you didn't say anything. You didn't say anything.
And you're perfectly comfortable using the first rampant growth life because, as we spoke about, the Plume of Evergrowth will give you access to it later on when it's in your graveyard. So it's not as valuable a resource. At least the first one isn't. Number 2 and 3, however, are pretty valuable.
Rampant growth gains 1 life. He goes ahead and is able to amp 1. So now the Surgeon Aether Tide comes in for 2. And he's kind of got a little secret here. He's got a Plow Under in the hand, and that card is majestic. It does a lot of work, and it's yellow. So it can come in and no longer have anything to worry about with that Essence of Ancestry body.
And it's very, very good against defense reactions that we know Cody Ready is running. We don't know what his arsenal is right now, but if you just send the Plow Under and that's a defense reaction, you've got quite a bit of free value. And yellow, as you pointed out, Sam. We see the Command and Conquer, which is a red, going to the pitch zone for exactly that reason. And Plow Under lets him decompose 1 more time as well.
Which means the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree is now available.
And we have to point out the decompose from Majin Bay. Oftentimes as Verdance, the most efficient way to decompose is if you decompose 2 Earth on the first one, and then 3 Earths and 3 Earths on your following 2 decomposes. Majin Bay could have done it if he decomposes Rampant Growth Life, but that means he won't have access to it from the Plume of Evergrowth. Hence, he decomposed 2 other Earth cards, and so he'll need to decompose 2 more times before Verdance will be online.
I mean, 4 equals 6, right? Yeah, for sure.
Cody Ready here now. Essence of Ancestry body, a perfect little maneuver around from Majin. 2 different arsenal threatening cards in the hand, but the Plow Under with the nice different color in the pitch zone. Not sure what the final card in the hand is from Majin. That's going to be heading to the arsenal here. As we've already lost the arsenal if we're Cody. He's got to think about this 6 damage. Manifestations of Miragai is not going to be used for defense. Neither are any of these other cards. Down to 26 goes Cody Ready.
Interesting choice by Cody Ready over there. We've seen him adopt a very, very defensive stance so far. Flipping the script a little bit is him. Gonna go E-Strike, go again. Could have converted those cards to 6 points on defense, instead converting them to 5 points on offense. Has a CNC follow-up as well, potentially baiting Majin into blocking out the E-Strike. And then punishing him with a CNC follow-up.
Yeah, not sure. Feel like maybe 2 more damage was maybe missed there. I thought Cody was at 30.
That's what I thought too. Oh.
I have to imagine that the players are going to maybe catch that one as we're just going 5 into 6. The 5 is taken by Majin, and 6 damage from this Command and Conquer now has to be respected as well.
And Majin's actually quite happy sometimes to see the opponent send damage at him because that allows him to get his Dirtly Earth cards into the graveyard. And we've seen him already. It's a little bit light on the Earth cards in the graveyard right now. Need to see more of them to go ahead and decompose further.
Do you have 30?
Yeah, they're checking the life totals right here.
I did. I took 6,
And then
right?
you took 6 down to 24.
Oh, yeah, I just didn't do this right. Okay.
We said
Yeah,
6.
there it is. Players caught the life totals there. These are Pro Tour Day 2
maybe.
competitors looking for their top 8s, confirming that the life totals are accurate. Cody with a little shrug there. No, you're right, dude. This is correct. And Autumn's Touch, a nice 3-block perfect, like you mentioned, a way to get Earth cards in the graveyard. And now the next Decompose gets Verdance online and can leave the Rampant Growth life in the graveyard for the Plume of Evergrowth. Energy Potion to the pitch zone, excuse me, means that Cadaverous Tilling just gets to come out for a big ol' 8 here.
That's yet another 2 Earth Decompose from Majin over there. So it's going to be the slower Decompose line to get Verdance online. Going to need another 2 Earth card Decompose later on. Oh.
He takes out the Command and Conquer. He puts in the Cadaverous Tilling. This is a big moment, though. He has to really give this a think. No, he's going back to the Command and Conquer. What do you think is the difference between those two choices?
I was surprised. I think he was considering the Tilling versus perhaps the other Earth card in case in some desperate moment he wants to plume back a Tilling instead. But there's no real benefit to banishing 3 Earth cards there because you still need 1 more Decompose to come online.
A couple of cards in this hand don't block for Cody Ready.
Could block 7 between the Shelter and the Spears. But yeah, 2 Chi over here potentially punishing Cody Ready. And that E-Pot, beautiful extended art energy potion in the pitch zone for Majin. As Cody Ready takes damage from these physical attacks, the combo ceiling that Majin Bay needs to go for gets lower and lower. Potentially might not even need to combo off an energy potion if the opponent is already very, very low. Hence why we see that going to the pitch zone. And remember, Majin still hasn't even found any Fellings of the Crown.
No.
Once he starts finding those, this might seem like a bad life deficit for him, but the Fellings of the Crown can easily shore that right up.
No blocks, reacts. There's the Shelter from the Storm.
I'll take 4.
4 damage taken. Cody Ready down to 20.
Yeah, you're 20.
Okay, and then after damage, I will Rising Sun Grains.
So Grains at tip scale now going to make this attack for 9 after it's already hit.
Rising Sun lets him filter a little bit. What did you find? Just another blue as well.
Spectral Prowler. This is not very good for Cody Ready. The deck likes to find blues, but it's already transcended. These cards aren't going to do very much on the next turn. Maybe a little break for Majin Bay.
Could hold both Chis. You go ahead and bottom one of these blues. You make a Spectral Shield on the opponent's turn. Make 1 more on your turn.
Then you can attack for a total of 4 with the Tunic.
Cody Ready has certainly flipped the script a little bit. We saw the first few turn cycles very, very diligent and disciplined in blocking out as much as he could from Majin Bay. But these past couple of turn cycles, he took a bit more of an aggressive stance and perhaps being punished for that here, all the way down to 20.
Yeah, this is still in the stack. Well,
Yeah, on resolution.
Damage is hidden down. Yeah.
And now here comes... Yeah, they're just saying the attack
well,
is 9. Enigma's going to be activated, like you said. It's just going to be a Spectral Shield on turn 1, Spectral Shield on turn 2. And then both Spectral Shields will be able to attack.
And the Spectral Prowler will have go again as well. However, that's just 2 damage. Not too threatening. Now, Majin Bay doesn't know whether Cody Ready kept a Chi in his hand or not. Of course, because of the Rising Sun, Setting Moon. We'll get to know in about a minute, though, but I believe he is holding Scour,
He is.
Sam.
You can barely see it. He's hiding it from us, but Scour is one of the cards in hand for Majin Bay, so those 2 Spectral Shields might not be long for this world.
It's incredibly happy to see Cody keep that Chi around so that he can get the Scour payoff. One of those cards that very sneakily has had many implications in this CC format, sometimes against Aurora as well. If they end their turn with a Channel Lightning Valley and an Embodiment of Lightning, and you just scour those 2 auras away, or Vynnset ends with a bunch of Malefic Incantations and you get to scour all of that away, lots of random incidental value from that card, and we're going to see that here as well. Scour coming in, X equals 2 is the play. Both shields gone, and 2 more arcane damage to boot on top of that.
Majin Bay kept his life total high, has kept an arsenal around.
Destroy 2 0 costs.
Yep.
I'm targeting these 2.
Okay.
And then after it destroys them, they'll deal 2 arcane.
And you can hear the explanation from Majin there.
I choose the targets. You can respond now if you let it
Ooh,
resolve.
but I think Cody Reddy has found the punish. He's got the Restless Coalescence to effectively just rebuy these Spectral Shields, move the counters over to it. We'll need to AB2 afterwards to keep the Restless around as well. But then those 2 counters will convert into 2 more shields later on anyway.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Just gotta destroy
But
them.
he's just going to let them go. He's not interested in having to protect that Restless Coalescence.
Oh, and I believe it's because he's found Spectral Manifestations, a much better follow-up, much better to Restless Coalescence after you play Spectral Manifestations, because you get 3 counters on it rather than just the 2.
Going to be that Spectral Manifestations. Grab all 3 counters on the Spectral Shield.
Also, I believe Majin pitched a Scour to play that other Scour, so Cody Reddy potentially feeling a little bit more insulated from that card as a punish, resolving the Spectral Manifestation, saying, you only have 1 more Scour left in your deck. I should be safe to just go a little bit more all in on the Spectral Shield.
Majin Bay here. Maybe see what he's working with. Couple of Summers Fall and a new Scour.
The
He
third
found the
Scour.
3rd copy. He's got a Command and Conquer. We don't know what the Arsenal card is, but at 13, he's got not as much life as maybe he would have liked. This is going to be a potentially pretty offensive salvo from Cody Reddy. Want to point out as well the Blade Beckoner Gauntlets. All of these aura attacks are weapons, and you just get your nice, easy 2 points of defensive value from your arm slot. It's often the arm slot that's like the most awkward to try to find in these Verdance decks. The Blade Beckoner Gauntlets has been a more recent adaptation and addition to these lists.
For a long time, we were running Stonewall Gauntlet, and that just, ever since Zen fell out a little bit, it was a bit awkward to get the full value from that card. Looks like CNC might be the block here. Cody Reddy. Remember, Restless Coalescence costs 0, folks. You can target it with Scour. If Cody Reddy resolves that here, he might be in to get punished really, really hard.
And here comes the Restless Coalescence on the combat chain. All 3 counters move over. With the 1 floating, it's going to come in for 5. Now, if Majin wants to protect that Scour, how much damage is he going to take? He wants to keep the Summer's Fall as well, you have to imagine, because of how much potential value that has in the matchup.
So 2 punishes in Majin's hand right now in the form of the Red Summer's Fall and the Scour. Which one will he elect to block with and which one will he elect to send?
I don't know what the arsenal is.
I believe it's a Spectral... Oh, for Majin. For Cody, I believe it's a Spectral Prowler. For Majin, I'm not sure.
Is the Spectral Prowler from Cody Reddy? So that's probably coming out on this turn. And then the Manifestations of Miragai heads to the arsenal.
Blade Beckoner Gauntlet, as you pointed out, Sam.
Yeah,
Restless
there it
Coalescence
is.
is a weapon.
This game is starting to really ratchet up in intensity. 3 damage should be taken over the top, so Majin's currently at 9, and now he's being threatened to go down to 7. 7 would play then 18. 30 minutes are remaining in our 2nd game of round 12. Remember, folks, this is a win and live. A lose and you're out of this Pro Tour. Majin Bay's backspin against the wall just a bit. But he might be trying to put himself in a position. He's wanting to keep around that Scour, threaten the Restless Coalescence and the Spectral Shield.
And he knows there's no possibility of anything disruptive coming after this. So full information for him over here. Looks like he's keeping the Scour and the Red Summer's Fall, I believe.
Yeah, keeping the Red Summer's Fall.
So wanting to send that on his turn, pitching the Scour is likely the play for Majin Bay. And for Cody Reddy, the Manifestations of Miragai went to his arsenal. He's looking for a double Transcend, a way to Transcend, get a Chi in his hand to go ahead and resolve that Miragai with a Chi in the pitch zone. Because remember, he did not bring in the Traverse the Universe. He opted for the AB3 playstyle, meaning he'll lack that easy access to Chi when he wants to go ahead and resolve Miragai.
I'll decompose and I'll target Restless.
Restless is going to be targeted, so that Miragai is going to be safe from that effect. So there goes the Restless Coalescence.
And that's a final decompose he needed to turn online. He flips the Marvel Verdance over. Always such a satisfying thing to do once you come online in these Earth Heroes. Now you're at full power. You are a little bit behind, but you are a hero that heals a whole bunch of life. On Cody's side, 3 Spectral Shields to help protect against this 6 damage Summer's Fall.
I'm curious, how many more poppers does Majin Bay have access to? We've seen many Command and Conquers be used to block and to be pitched with, because we see 2 Phantasm attacks in Cody's hand.
And we see another Spectral Manifestations. Cody Reddy has a very, very offensive hand. lined up here. Spectral Manifestations into Phantasmaclasm looks to be the name of the game for him, but could be vulnerable to a popper on Majin Bei's side.
You heard Majin say, don't do that. As the Spectral Manifestations is once again resolved.
You never know.
And that was the last Scour being pitched. This is a play I actually saw Majin do in the Swiss. Was a Enigma opponent made a play like this, play Spectral Manifestations, attack with it, holding a bunch of cards, and Majin Bei activated Storm Striders to scour the attacking Spectral Shield to just effectively IP the opponent. However, Cody knows all 3 Scours are gone, Majin won't have access to it, so Insulator from that sort of line.
The thing he could go for would be Storm Striders into just like a Pulsing Aether 1 for 4. That would still destroy the Spectral Shield and get rid of the Go again, and would just stop this turn in its tracks. Let's see if Majin will be generous and show us what he's looking at. The answer there is no.
He's very, very secretive with these cards. He knows we're watching. He says, no, 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 no. Taking the full 4. He's expecting a disruptive attack after this. You have to when your Enigma opponent loses their board and takes that damage.
Rampant growth, scar for a scar, and destructing Aether Tide.
That's 2 no blocks in this hand and a 2 block as well.
If Cody Ready just puts away the 3 block, Majin might be putting forth that Barkskin of the Millennium Tree. He has the Plume of Evergrowth to go get a popper if he has a blue left in his hand.
That is a line available to him. He definitely won't be happy to make that play, though. You want to save the Plume for your combo turn.
But now, if one of those Rampant Growths goes to the bottom, it's going to be much harder to get to that combo turn.
And we know 1 Rampant Growth is in the yard. Pretty unfortunate draw sequence for Majin Bei there. 2 no blocks when the opponent sends this much damage at you. You still need to clear the Spectral Shield as well.
Both sides of those are instants, as he's describing to Cody, so that the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree would not be able to save him. But the blue here, if he keeps it, can just become a popper. Just trade in for the Plume, become a popper. And then that's something that Cody Ready no longer has to think about. This is a huge decision from Cody Ready. He wants to put away the captain of the Wizards Council, the Archmage, if you will. But Verdance is online. Majin Bei may be at 5 now, but there's plenty of effects. They're going to go ahead and read Verdance.
Verdance will not be able to ping on the opponent's turn. It does say when you gain life on your turn, you get the ping. So Cody really potentially doing a little bit of math. 2 Rampant Growths is a little bit scary to see on the opposing side. If he manages to go to his turn, holding both those cards, you could be in for a world of trouble. A whole bunch of damage from the Surge and Aether Tide. But it would need a bunch of resources that Majin Bei has not been able to resolve one of those energy potions.
Majin Bei has taken down 2 Enigmas on his path to this feature match. He has 3-0'd 2 draft pods. We've heard him in his story times talk about how the wheels always fall off in draft, but he's put in the time, he's put in the work, and we are seeing in real time a player get rewarded for the practice before the Pro Tour, for aiming to become the best versions of themselves they can be, proving he truly is one of the best in this game. We see the blue be put to the bottom. Let's see what the rip is off the top for Majin Bei. This is a huge moment. The cards get brought back to the hand. It's an Enlightened Strike, it's not a blue.
It's not a non-attack either, Sam, so the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree won't even get additional value on the blocks. If he uses that, the Embodiment of Earth would functionally do nothing on this turn, as he's holding 2 Rampant Growth lives.
One time would be so nice. We got all 3 spec mans. Can I draw felling?
Yeah, Majin saying, you've had your Spectral Manifestations. Where are my felling of the crowns? He has not been able to find them. Does he have a defense reaction in the arsenal? Does he have anything he can use to help him stay alive? As this 9 damage from this Phantasmaclasm is looking to be a challenge to deal with.
So Rootbound Carapace is a defense reaction that Verdance still brings into this matchup, despite it being an illusionist, and typically you don't want to bring defense reactions into illusionist. But Rootbound Carapace, because it lets you decompose and get online just that little bit quicker, and because sometimes you struggle to convert 5-card hands anyway, is a defense reaction that Verdance players are happy to bring into this matchup, and might be exactly what he needs as he faces down this 9 damage attack in the form of this Phantasmaclasm.
Majin Bey, you heard him bemoan his lack of felling of the crowns. He stared down 2 Phantasmaclasms. Cody Reddy playing this quite well, oscillating between offense and defense on a moment's notice as the game and the context and the hands dictate. And now he is putting Majin in the position of needing to find the one line that both keeps him alive and allows for that spectral shield to be threatened, because that tunic is on 2, it's heading to 3, and that means another attack for 4 is coming up next turn, even without any other cards that Cody Reddy is able to keep.
Majin Bey is in an incredibly tough spot over here, and we still don't know what his arsenal is. Could also use a Rampant Growth life right now just to gain 1 life to not die to his Phantasmaclasm.
Blue off the top would have been so nice. Gonna be the E-Strike. It's gonna be the Bark Skin.
Looking like he's gonna be going to 1. And now Cody Reddy also knows the full contents of Majin Bey's hand. This E-Strike was a random draw of the Phantasmaclasm. Cody did not see this card in Majin's hand, but seeing it being blocked with here means he knows that Majin's working with a Scar for a Scar and a double Rampant Growth. All Cody Reddy doesn't know is what Majin Bey's arsenal is. So full information on Cody Reddy's side. He's looking really, really firmly in control of this game, looking to take this one out.
Yeah, the manifestations of Miragai for Cody is sitting and ready. Here comes Scar for a Scar. It's got go again. We found a Chi, but no way to transcend with it.
With the levels of enlightenment, if he chooses to, he could just take Majin Bey's entire turn here, go levels, transcend, play Miragai. Would be a little bit of a risk against a deck with Storm Striders, but perhaps that line is powerful enough.
Yeah, the levels will work quite nicely alongside the Preserved Tradition. Put back a Phantasmaclasm if you so choose.
That would be evil, just more salt in the wound.
Looks like that might be a weakest link, but being committed to the block.
He's not sure whether it's going to be arcane damage after this or physical, so put the 3 block in now. In case it's arcane damage, you want to make sure you get the value of the card. You can still make the Miragai line with just holding a levels and a Chi.
Here's a Verdance trigger on the stack. He's going to respond to it with the other life from the Rampant Growth life. Majin Bey currently at 3, 2 Verdance triggers on the stack.
I almost wasn't going to get to use them. I almost died.
Majin really excited about his Verdance tokens here. So here's the 1 before the amp from that first Rampant Growth.
So that's all 3 Rampant Growths in the graveyard for Majin Bey. Now, if he wants to execute the combo, he will need to rely on the Plume of Evergrowth to grab one of these. Although with the opponent at 15, the way Cody's been playing, you almost have to wonder, maybe he has pivoted and saying, I don't need to combo anymore. My opponent's being very aggressive. If he finds those fellings, he might be able to just set up some sort of felling turn into a Strider's line. However, Cody Reddy with that Miragai on his turn.
So 2 life total have been gained, but there hasn't been any amp that's resolved. So this first Verdance trigger is 1, down to 14 goes Cody. Next Verdant trigger after the first amp has resolved.
Yeah.
So down to 11.
I think it was a little risky not taking one of them.
And that is going to be the end of the turn.
So that last amp did nothing. You almost had to wonder whether he was holding on to a 0-cost spell. Looks like that wasn't the case there. Amp a little bit wasted there, and it's just a bit of an unfortunate thing, drawing no blocks. The opponent sends Phantasmaclasm at you, and looks like Cody Reddy is ready to perhaps slam the door shut on this game with his Miragai line over here.
As this is going to be the levels of enlightenment. Preserve. Majin Bey says that seems pretty good.
A little bit of a grimace from him there as he sees his opponent go. It's an incredibly strong line.
I think Majin Bey starting to feel that the writing might be on the wall. Spectral Manifestation is going to be the target. It heads to the bottom. 2 resources floating. Preserved Tradition gets to resolve.
Going to respond to this with the Miragai in his arsenal, very, very likely. He's showing Majin the full extent of what's happening on this turn.
The question is, does Majin have any way to deal with this?
He might be forced to a Strider's line just to clear the Miragai as it's attacking.
He has the Plume as well. You can plume back an arcane spell. Takes a lot of resources, and he's got to deal with the levels of enlightenment that's going to be coming in for likely 3, maybe even 5 if Cody wants to put the pressure on before the mirror guy even attacks.
If Cody makes it 5, Majin can't just get away with putting Barskin in front of it. If he makes it 3, he gets to say draw a card.
Mirror guy here. Now the play.
So there's a response window here for Majin. Mirror guy's on the stack. Cody ready is representing. He has 3 resources total. 14 damage is a little bit difficult for Verdance to come through, but that's where the fertile ground comes in. You could instant speed it out, get a rampant growth, and that's quite a bit of amp on your opponent's turn. However, without a second rampant growth life, 14 is just a tad out of reach. And without energy potions to speak of as well.
Majin going to give this one a real think. I think he finally drew another Felling of the Crown, but is it going to be too little, too late? 3 life, staring down 11 on the other side of the table, and a Manifestations of Mirage that is about to fully transcend itself and become part of this game. Manifesting into the arena as that big blue dragon. Cody is looking to ride it to victory.
Looks like Majin lets the manifestations resolve. Now Cody gets to choose the 2 modes and levels of enlightenment.
Go again and draw a card is the call, so just 3. See, it's a command and conquer for Cody.
And he will have the resources to play it as well. Use 1 to swing the mirror guy, activate Tunic to send a CNC unless the mirror guy gets killed as it's attacking.
Yeah, if Majin Bey does not destroy this Manifestations of Mirage in the attack step, I don't think he's going to be alive much longer in this game. What a perfect draw from Cody to be able to represent an amount of damage Majin just will not be able to deal with.
Does not need to give up a card yet if he just wants to give up Barkskin for this level's enlightenment and go to 1 from its attack.
But the Plume of Evergrowth, once it's utilized, the Storm Striders, once they're utilized, they're one-time use buttons. Once you press them, you can't press them again. And they're often how Majin looks to end these games in his favor versus just try to stay alive a little longer.
Looks like he might be committing a full card through this levels of enlightenment. Plow under all the strong decompose attacks that the Verdance deck has access to. Haven't seen its counterpart yet, that Felling of the Crown.
Manifestations joining the party, coming in for 8.
Damage, card in hand. 2 resources available to Cody, so Majin knows if he wants to get rid of this Manifestations, needs to deal at least 4 Arcane here off the Striders. Should he go for that line? Haven't seen his arsenal move in a while.
Yeah. Card heads to the pitch as a Felling of the Crown. Storm Strider is going to be activated here. There's the Felling of the Crown. He finally found it, but it heads to the pitch. And the Overflow, the Aetherwell, is going to be the call. Coming in for 3. Cody ready. Can AB 2?
Can AB 3? Just pitch the CNC. And then this Manifestation is still alive and coming in for 8, with the opponent just having 1 card in hand. Bit of a desperation play by Majin over here.
What would be the potential follow-up? Cody has to think about it. So he can just pitch away the card he drew, showing why he wanted to draw the card with levels of enlightenment, get all the potential outcomes available rather than just push for more damage. Now Cody here has to give this a real think.
Wizard shenanigans.
Wizard shenanigans. Cody's trying to prepare for those. And that is one of the other advantages when you play a lesser known deck like Verdance. We often said it a lot as well. You might just scam people with it because they don't fully understand what your hero is capable of. Because not many people have practiced against this deck.
Overflow the Aetherwell is the use of the Storm Striders. It's going to be much more challenging for Majin Bey to play at instant speed, and the Wizard shenanigans are enough because Cody Reddy is too worried about the potential of what could come next from Majin. The potential is too much for Cody here, and the question marks for Majin are proving to be too confusing for Cody. Manifestations is off the board, and now Fruits of the Forest gets to come in for 7. Pankaj, your head just went to your hands. Can you believe what you just saw?
7 physical, name of the game for Majin over here, but Striders is off the field, which means Cody doesn't need to worry about any more instant speed damage on his turn. He is free to go down to what we call Striders range, because Striders doesn't exist anymore, and there's no other way for Verdance to deal arcane damage on the opponent's turn.
Majin Bay was able to clear the manifestations. He's got himself to 3. He's coming in for 7. Cody Reddy is at 11, has to deal with this 7, but like you said, Strider's now off the table. Is there any path forward for Verdance, or will Enigma continue her dominance throughout this Pro Tour?
Once again, Cody has quite an aggressive hand potentially lined up. E-Strike, Miraging Metamorph with the Tunic on 3 as well. We know his arsenal is that Command and Conquer, which he drew off the Levels of Enlightenment. But Majin Bay is off an arsenal, so how much would Cody Reddy care to resolve that? It is still 6 damage against an opponent at 3.
Cody here, giving it all a think. Looks like he might be calling out a no blocks play. No blocks, take the 7, down to 4 goes Enigma. If Majin Bay can keep this going a little while longer, he's coming back around to those fertile grounds, the felling of the crowns that he's put in the pitch zone, the energy potions. Cody Reddy likely here going to take most, if not all, the cards out of Majin's hands.
And if this Miraging Metamorph is the play for Cody over that CNC, remember, could be vulnerable to an to be a popper. Could be vulnerable to a popper if Majin has finally drawn one of those against a Phantasm attack. Didn't quite catch what he bottomed to that Enlightened Strike to give it go again. Is going to demand at least 1 card from Majin Bay, though.
Restless Coalescence can be developed as well.
Keeping the Spears of Surreality did bottom the Phantasm attack. Doesn't want to be juiced by that card. Looks like he might just go ahead and play the CNC that we know is in his arsenal.
Trigger the Barkskin, make the Embodiment of Earth, so all non-attacks now block for an additional point of defense. So this is a block for 5, and the CNC is going to come out here and just come in for that 6.
He's finally drawn a Root-Bound Carapace, but against the CNC, you can't use it. Thanks to his Embodiment of Earth, though, he will be able to use that Heartbeat to block 4, but that's really not how you want to use Heartbeat of Candlehold once you are turned online. It seems to be that is the only option he has. The Enlightened Strike won't cut it. The card exactly a 3, and Root-Bound Carapace is not allowed to be blocked with against a Command and Conquer.
The cards have just not lined up in Majin Bay's way. He has fought through what Enigma has to offer, but Cody Reddy showing why he is here at 8-3, showing why he is a player in line to potentially make the top 8. He's going to have to win out from here, but the first step is this game, and he does not want Majin Bay to stop his journey.
Once again, remember, folks, this is both players lose and out. They need to win this if they want to keep their Pro Tour top 8 dreams alive. Block 6 is the name of the game for Majin Bay, arsenaling the defense reaction, just hoping that Cody can't convert the full 5-card hand on his following turn. We know he arsenaled the Restless Coalescence. The last Spectral Manifestations, however, is at the bottom of the deck, was bottom there with the Preserved Tradition. Does he have a way to convert this hand, or will Majin Bay finally catch a break?
See, Spectral Prowler, Ripple Away, Command and Conquer.
And the Spears of Surreality. If he starts with that and he gets popped, no Phantasmal Footsteps to gain the action point back.
Silent Stilettos, interestingly, has something that can do with Phantasm, right? You can pitch a blue into it.
I believe it's for allies, if I remember correctly.
It came out in Uprising.
Oh, that works for attack action card too, but you do need to pay the full 3.
Majin Bay asking to just draw some blues. Can't seem to do it. You can see there's a Rootbound Carapace in the arsenal. He's got the 1 blue and a bunch of reds. There's the Felling, there's the Fertile. There's the other Rootbound cards. Not really coming in the order he wants to see, but he still put himself in a position with an Enigma opponent at 4. Cody Reddy sitting across from the man known for playing Wizards, but he wants to become one of the men known for playing Enigma with a Pro Tour top 8 to his name.
And that's yet another Command and Conquer in Cody Reddy's hand, and that's yet another Rootbound Carapace in Majin Bay's hand. These defense reactions, he needed to find these Rootbounds earlier to try and decompose faster. Fortunately, finding them exactly in line with Cody Reddy's Command and Conquer is not how you want to see these cards.
The CNC is going to be the follow-up, and you can just see a little twitch of the lip from Majin. Not happy to see it. Another felling of the crown used in a way he doesn't want to see. And bring that back. Look through the graveyard. Once again, these felling of the crowns are used for every value other than their offense, which is what they're in the deck for.
One pitched, and looks like this one, again, forced to be blocked with.
Just one.
Can't use that root bound. Perhaps going to use that fertile ground just to gain some life. Doesn't want it stuck in his hand.
Gaining 5 life, taking 3 from there.
So going up 2.
No, it's only on my turn.
Oh.
Yeah, otherwise she'd be good.
Oh, I didn't realize.
And you hear Majin.
Down to 5.
Yeah, Cody ready here thinking about why he didn't AB3. Maybe he was thinking about Verdance triggering on his own turn, but didn't clarify that with Majin, and then that's part of why maybe he didn't AB when the Manifestations of Miragai was on the table.
Again, the benefit of bringing a Dark Horse deck. People haven't prepared against it, don't fully understand how the hero works. Sometimes you just get a little bit of free equity there. Another defense reaction going to Majin Bay's arsenal. Can Cody ready punish? Again, looks like he's popping the calming gesture, which is, it's a telegraphed astral etchings, and we know he has a Restless Coalescence in his arsenal as well. This is going to be very tricky for Majin, but at least the astral etchings is a little bit face up. The Restless, not so much.
All of a sudden, Cody ready down to only AB2.
I will Astral Etchings. What?
Astral Etchings is the call. Rootbound Carapace is the response. 6 minutes, 40 seconds remaining in the round timer. These players have to come to the end of the game in a kind of a quick fashion.
To build your own spectral manifestations there. Pop calming gesture, send astral etchings on top of it. Restless on top after the astral etchings, not what Majin wants to see.
Well, yeah.
I'm not happy about it, but yeah.
Majin saying, no, I don't have a response. My response is just to be bummed. I don't want to see this 5 damage with Go again. I don't want to feel the effects of the spectral shields that are sure to be following, especially when the Channel the Millennium Tree is exactly what he might need to get over the top of the defenses from Cody Ready now that AB3 has gone down to AB2.
And follow-up after this. It's also something he's not going to want to see. It's a Miraging Metamorph going to come down, potentially off of the Tunic counter.
Then Master Tunic. Yep. And
Miraging Metamorph for 7. There are 2 cards left in Majin's hand. Both of them blocked. Both of them are going to have to be committed here.
Or
other than the energy potion.
Yeah, or he's forced into a plume play to get back a popper, but that's absolutely not how you want to use that card. You can block 6, set up an energy potion, but now Cody Ready has Ward with Go again on the field. Didn't have that the previous 2 turns when Majin just let him have 5 cards, but now that he does have it, leaving him with 5 cards is incredibly, incredibly tough.
And we see just why the calming gesture had to be destroyed on this turn. Cody Ready may be in a position to close this game out and keep himself alive in this Pro Tour.
Block 6, name of the game for Majin Bay. Potentially he's going to set up the energy potion.
actually, we'll make this special. Yep.
Make the Spectral Shield with the Restless Coalescence. Put that Shelter from the Storm in the arsenal. Energy potion. Laid out for Majin, the secret in the matchup, but again, found a little late. Manifestations of Miragai. Second Tenet of Chi as well.
And he has
and
a way
an
to
homage
transcend.
to Ancestors. Tunics
Yet
on
another
1.
Restless. Cody Ready potentially able to do a very, very powerful combination where you attack with 1 Restless, play another Restless, transferring the counters over so you can attack with that Restless again, effectively getting the offensive value from the same +1/+1 counters twice.
Second Tenet of Chi Wind. Gets Go again on Transcend. So you have to imagine that the homage to Ancestors is going to be used in response to Give It Go again.
Majin, hey, this thing is coming in for 5. Yep.
Majin here going to commit the Findall's Fighting Spirit.
Will gain a life. No Verdance Ping though. This is the opponent's turn.
Verdance Ping, wouldn't that be so cool?
Right, that would be cool.
As Majin say, the Verdance Ping there would in fact be cool.
Transcend.
Homage to Ancestors is going to gain a life. Transcend, give the second Tenet of Chi Go again. And now all of a sudden there's a blue in the hand that can be used for all of the remaining ward pieces that remain on the board.
Swing for 4, go then.
4 Go again is the play. 2 floating.
And the last felling in Majin's deck once again being used to block, just taunting him. Couldn't find those cards earlier.
Majin Bey can do nothing but hang his head as the attack comes in for 4. A damage goes over the top, and the final Spectral Shield is able to be attacked with. It gets the fist bump. Majin Bey, known for his story times, but the story of this game is Cody ready, moving on to 9-3, keeping his run alive in this Pro Tour, and Majin Bey some tough breaks, some bad luck, and now finds himself fighting for top 32, top 16, but no longer in contention for that top 8.
Cards unfortunately just did not line up the way for Majin Bey. When he found those opportunities to potentially attack with the felling, opponent had Command and Conquers right into Rootbound Carapaces. But congratulations to Cody, ready for keeping his top 8 dream alive at World Tour London. We're going to potentially see more of him going down the line.
I think that very well might be the case. We've got plenty more Classic Constructed going on from here, folks, as the intensity is only going to ratchet up even further. 3 more rounds of Classic Constructed remain between our competitors and the top 8. We've seen Vynnset, Prism, Enigma, and Verdance. Which heroes will be next in this Pro Tour? Live after this.
Round 13 here at Pro Tour London. It is all CC from here on out. Hayden, no more draft. We are finding out who's got what it takes to become the next Pro Tour champion, and we always do that on the back of our flagship format, Classic Constructed.
And we're in the crunch rounds right now. The atmosphere out there, all along the railings, there are spectators. You can feel the lights, the pressure, these players playing round after round.
Ramping up. It's all ramping up. It's accelerating to this end state. Let's check on our standings. This is what it's all about now. And there you see at the top is a scrum. 3 11-1 players. If any of those players win this round, I believe they will be a lock for the top 8. So the stakes could not be higher for them. We're not going to watch them this round. We will continue to check in on these players. We've seen a lot of them down in the feature match area thus far. We're going to instead focus on this 10-2 bracket to start things off. And we're going to the very top with that Aaron Shantz versus Kevin Murphy matchup. And Arakni slipped through the cracks versus Prism to try and solidify standings at the very top of the leaderboard, just like everyone thought it would go, Hayden.
I was going to say, did you think you'd be saying that yesterday at round 1 that we would be featuring down the home stretch Arakni slipped through the cracks and Prism?
It gets so much crazier than that, because I want to talk about what happens if this Pro Tour were to be in its elimination rounds right now. It's not, but let's just think about it theoretically. There's one Aurora, the most represented deck in the room. There are 3 Prisms in the top 8. We talked a lot on day 1 about Arakni slip through the cracks, maybe being the secret tech, maybe being the way to go. And Aaron Shantz still may have something to say about that as this tournament goes on. Were he to take down this event, sure, Arakni has very much proven itself. But with that kind of representation across the top 8 players in these standings, surely Prism has to be the story now.
It's got to be. I mean, it's more than the Auroras in this top 10 currently in how we're looking. There's 3 Prisms, 2 Auroras, and the story coming into the weekend was how much of a powerhouse Aurora is. Super interesting to see alongside those Prisms there. Vynnset.
Yeah.
Like the Vynnset, the Enigmas, the spread of heroes. I knew we'd be seeing a spread, but I didn't think it'd be quite this big going in.
Yeah, and one more point before we move on from this. Pablo Pintor, Pro Tour champion, is the 6th seed right now. He would be in were this to end at this juncture, and that's so impressive. If Pablo Pintor can go ahead and punch his ticket here, become a 2-time Pro Tour champion, I think that GOAT race gets way closer.
I agree. I want to shout out one last thing though, 4 Canadians on that page.
Yeah, impressive stuff from the Canadian team. 4 Americans on this particular page. We just saw Cody ready go ahead and take down Majin Bay. These 9 threes are fighting for their lives. They cannot afford to lose anymore. And here things get a little bit more chalk like we thought they were. There's where the Auroras are. There's where the Enigmas are. These 2 top heroes can still have an outsized portion of the top 8 to their name if some of these folks can get hot. But they can't all make it. Every single one of these players, if they lose again, their dreams start to look almost impossible. So the stakes could not be higher for these players.
Some big names on that page as well.
Yeah, a lot of big names all over these top 20 players, as you would expect when we get to this stage of the Pro Tour. Only the best can make it this far, only the most dedicated, only the folks who went ahead, they did the prep, and they figured out the exact right choice for this metagame. And there's 2 folks in our feature match area who I think have done exactly that. Hayden, tell me what you know about the Prism versus Arakni matchup.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's not one I've played a lot of, but my understanding from speaking to others and hearing a bit from, especially the Arakni slip through the crack side, is that it can be tough being the Arakni side. You've got to find your poppers early at the right time, because if that Prism connects early on with a Herald, goes and sets up an Angel, it can be quite difficult. You know, you've got your daggers, you've got the pumps to kind of push through, but it can be difficult potentially to take that sort of lead back. You know, Prism can be ahead and can kind of hold the lead. They almost take the tempo and they keep it. So that's what is happening on the Arakni slip to the crack side of things. They've got to try and control that, try and stop an early Herald. On the Prism side of the fence, you've got a lot of play. An early Herald is massive. Get that through, go and find yourself a Figment, flip it into an Angel. But even if you don't manage to do that, you have a lot of defensive tools like we see right out of the gate here.
Kevin Murphy been on a heater lately on Prism. Just took down a Battle Hardened out in Memphis on Prism with a big result.
Yeah. And now here, facing down potential top 8 at Pro Tour London.
Found his niche for sure here in Flesh and Blood. It's a Prism main through and through. Looks so impressive in that Battle Hardened. We watched that entire event courtesy of Savage Feats. It was, of course, release weekend for the Hunted, and Kevin Murphy immediately served notice that Prism was going to be a force in this metagame. I didn't think it was going to happen to the extent that we're looking at now.
And Herald of Tenacity here, I believe. Coming in, dominate. And this is the thing I said, can you get an early Herald through? Well, Dominate says, give me some equipment or have a defense reaction in your arsenal, or I'm hitting immediately on turn 1 here from Kevin. Tenacity, Red Herald of Tenacity is not a card we've seen from a lot of Prisms, and it feels like the tech this weekend, but Aaron does have the popper.
Yeah, good time to find that Command and Conquer for sure. You want to get that one blown up. Force Kevin to go ahead and commit to these Phantasmal Footsteps.
I think like Aaron needed to have a popper. I think the difference between not having a popper there and having a popper there is massive because of that Dominate.
There's the pay for Footsteps. Follow-up is fine here. It's a War Tune Herald, so asking for more cards from Aaron. And it feels so hard to play against Prism. You know what happens when you start giving her Figments. Things can get out of control very quickly in the arena for her. So you're always thinking, can I actually afford to let this hit? And it feels like the answer is almost always no in the early game.
You need to have a really good plan if you do let them hit of how you're going to come back in terms of push damage and keep them on the back foot. But when Prism is at starting life total, that's a big task. You've got a lot of life to still whittle away. Even though it's 32, that's still a massive mountain to climb. Yeah,
it's going to happen eventually. Prism is going to get online, but you want her to be at, say, 1. And I have to say, I've seen Prisms be at 1 and just convert. They can have massive deficits before they go ahead and turn around their outcomes. Hunter's Clave, the start here for Aaron Shantz. It is going to successfully mark the opposing Prism.
But Kevin likes his hand because I think I saw another Dominate card in Kevin's hand. Erudition, I believe. Will we see it be the first play from Kevin? Aaron does have that Crown of Providence if needed to potentially keep out a Dominated Herald. But after that, it'd be pretty dry. It'd be on defense reactions.
Of course, here is another Herald. It's Herald of Protection this go around from Kevin. Nice on-hit for this one, as well as the additional on-hit brought forth by Prism. And again, another popper here from Aaron Shantz.
I really like this from Kevin. You know, he led with the protection, and now we're going to come in with, oh, we're going to Halo.
Okay. Yeah, here's that free bailout for most Prisms. You go ahead and load up with the Herald of Judgment going into the Soul. That means the Prism is going to trigger. We're going to go find a Figment here.
Yeah, I can guess which Figment it's going to be. It's going to be Triumph.
Figment of Triumph will go ahead and protect from this Command and Conquer. And this should get that Figment train rolling.
Yeah, you often see Prisms hold on to that Halo mid-game, end-game, try and set up a big impactful turn. But Kevin rightly, I think, seeing that the biggest impact in this game is get a Figment on the board. Start that train rolling when it comes to the Soul.
Mission accomplished. Soul loaded up. Spectral Shield made by the Herald of Protection. Figment of Triumph out there in the arena waiting to be awakened by Prism, Awakener of Soul. And an additional Figment will join in the form of Figment of Erudition. That means a Ponder token at the ready.
Yeah, this is the sort of ideal second turn Kevin wants. You know, yes, giving up that Halo, but getting 2 Figments on the board. Like I say, getting that train started when it comes to the Soul. Could flip a Figment here, or might just want to sit back, Arsenal, and look for a better spot where Aaron doesn't have a bigger hand to come back and pressure those then flipped Angels.
I felt like there was no hesitation there from Kevin. He knew exactly it was time for the Halo. He didn't have any hesitation. You have to get this train rolling as early as possible. Yeah. I like his decisiveness.
I think it's clearly a play he's made many, many times. Well practiced.
Yeah, and looking to push his advantage further with a Figment flip here. Soraya's coming in. And looking for the trigger as well. Going to go ahead, banish a card from Soul, pick up 2 additional cards. Might not be done yet, Hayden.
Yeah, you often see Prism players really protective of the Soraya, you know, holding that Figment for potentially a while, but Kevin says, no, I just want to get in with this immediately, and still has, of course, the action point after this because push through that Herald on the first chain link as well.
Small defense here from Aaron Shantz, going to defend with just a nick. Takes 1 point of damage and a follow-up Herald of Protection one more time Looking to stack up those spectral shields. Get a little value, a little bit of protection.
And the soul as well.
Yeah. Soul very valuable. An impressive turn from Kevin Murphy. People scoffed at Prism for a long time, only having 32 life. Surely the hero's too weak. Surely it deserves more than that. You see why it's so careful. Because Prism goes 0 to 60 quick.
3 Figments on this turn. Kevin is definitely off to the races. And Aaron now needs to find a way to put the pressure back on. He's only taken 1 solitary life from Kevin so far. Aaron hasn't really gotten into the game yet. And Kevin's saying, let's get to the mid game. And Aaron's saying, can I just get a foothold here?
I just want to reset a little bit. Aaron Shantz has popped twice. Kevin Murphy pitched 4 cards on this particular turn. Attacked 3 times. Like, what Aaron is doing is having no bearing on Kevin's plan whatsoever thus far.
Yeah, and I think that's the kind of fear in this matchup is that if you have to eventually start to, so we've had 2 poppers, if you have to start blocking, it's just so challenging. And the big thing against Prism is do you have some 7 attack cards so that you can't do the Triumph play like we just saw there. You can't push through with those Herald of Triumphs, for instance. We don't have those in Slips Through the Cracks.
Yeah, when Prism is a focal point of the metagame, I think decks start hedging, finding ways to get those in, Battlefront Bastions, things like that. I've seen moments where those cards are present almost everywhere. Now is not one of those moments, and that's why we have 3 Prisms amongst our top 8 players.
It's a little bit like Arcane Barrier in the Kano meta, right? Is it a Kano time? Is it not a Kano time? You can't fit everything in, right? So it's, defense reactions. You're trying to fit in your Arcane Barrier. Can I also fit in my 7 attack poppers, realistically?
Good play here from Aaron Shantz. It's Savor Bloodshed into Kiss of Death. Note that Kevin Murphy is marked as well, so that Savor Bloodshed going to be able to do some work potentially.
This is how Aaron can try and force the issue here, right? The on-hit effect is so strong. First of all, probably going to clear through the Soraya, it looks like, unless Kevin has a defense reaction.
Yeah, there goes the Soraya, headed to the bin.
But that Savor Bloodshed is still live for a dagger attack. Bearing in mind we do have those 2 spectral shields. Kevin is really well insulated against these on-hit effects. And that's the challenge, is that Slip Through the Cracks operates around the fear of these on-hits and the uncertainty of...
There's no fear on Kevin's side right now.
Not right now. Aaron Shantz could go tall, he could go wide, but Kevin is prepared, right? He had Soraya, he's got these spectral shields. And even if Aaron can clear through this, maybe take another card from Kevin this turn, Kevin's still going to come back with 2 cards in Arsenal and 2 Figments on the board.
Go ahead and close the chain. And just Arsenal here is Aaron Shantz. So Kevin Murphy does lose a small piece. I would say made it through okay, though, and kicks things off here with the War Tune Herald. Going to be buffed by that Courage. So that's coming in for 7.
Creating a breakpoint there, which is so crucial as Prism in these matchups, is just continue to create breakpoints, get through and get another Herald into Soul.
And as an assassin, you're not going to have that fridge that some other classes may have that commit to the defense and keep these Heralds out for a little bit longer. You really do have to rely on defense reactions. You need to find 4 blocks against a deck like Prism, and there aren't that many for Aaron Shantz. Of course, Poppers can also get the job done. With 2 CNCs already down, though, you can't think there's that many more, Hayden.
Yeah, I'm thinking about, you said take a reset, take a step back. Let's take a step back for Aaron here and work out, okay, what is next? I think Aaron needs to find a way to start to chip some value in. The Halo's gone, so he doesn't have to worry about big Halo turns. He has a bit more certainty. What he now needs to do is either decide, okay, am I going to let a Herald hit and then come back with a really big hand to try and pressure everything on your board and try and reset that way, so use your life total as a resource, and that's exactly what Aaron decides to do.
Yeah, lets a Herald hit yet another time, and that means another Figment going to go ahead and join the fray here.
In theory, at some point, Kevin will run out of Figments.
Yeah, I mean, 4 played at this juncture, 1 in the pitch zone, so there's only so many you have in your deck. We're starting to work through them. I feel like it's rare that you are able to successfully work through all of the Figments before you are dead. It certainly happens, but if Prism is getting unfettered access to these Figments, the world is her oyster in a lot of instances.
Aaron clearly likes his hand, though, letting that Herald come through, or just didn't have a defense react and was not prepared to give up 3 cards, or 2 plus potentially. a piece of equipment much too early. Flick knives can be so valuable in this matchup for causing issues to those angels, but the problem is when you're insulated by these spectral shields or even that calming gesture, it's really hard to make your flick knives valuable.
Prism activated one more time. It's going to be Themis coming in here. Fully awakened, doing its thing.
Aaron again just pondering. 16. Maybe we can get a little bit of a peek at Aaron's hand, potentially decides to take the damage there. It's
okay.
Infiltrate, a shred. Is that a bomb?
Justinic? It is Bonds, and it is Tarantula Toxin for the last card.
I mean, it's a pretty solid hand. This is the kind of hand Aaron might need to clear most of Kevin's board here. It's got the tricks, it's got the go wide ability.
How about yet another Herald out there for Kevin Murphy, coming in 4-6. One more time, asking Aaron, how do you feel about Figments?
I like them. They're scary, though, to play against.
Yeah, my opinion as well.
It's always funny, I think when I sit on the Prism side, you know, I think when you play a good chunk of Prism, and I spent my time playing some Prism, you start to know the lines, obviously like Kevin Murphy does, right? And you know where your weaknesses are and how you could be exploited, I think, in terms of, oh, if I don't see this on the next turn, I could be, you know, if I draw a Figment in my next hand, you know, that's the downside of Figments, right? They don't defend. Kevin, luckily, has gotten a bunch of them out, so he reduces that concern now. But there's other cards that can cause some issues. I haven't seen if we've got auras in this matchup. I wouldn't have thought so, but those also don't block.
I saw Arclight Sentinel in the deck. But you're right, those Figments are running out rapidly here in the best possible way for Kevin. And also running out rapidly, Aaron Shantz's life total, now at just 9.
Yeah, Kevin choosing Ravages just for more damage at this point.
Makes a lot of sense to me.
Aaron has kept this big 5. It's just asked for the bill on this damage here, though. He's going to come in with this big 5-card hand himself. And remember, Kevin is marked here.
He is. He also has 6 ward available to him. So his hand very much virtually extended here.
One thing I do find quite interesting in this matchup is you'd think, oh, we're against daggers, Phantasmal Footsteps should be good, but of course piercing just kind of renders Phantasmal Footsteps, and you don't want to defend with it on an attack because it can just get blown out immediately by a react. So Phantasmal Footsteps isn't a big impact in this matchup, but what is that calming gesture.
Arclight Sentinel was drawn there, Hayden. How does that card line up with what Aaron Shantz's has put together here? Is this going to just blow him out if Kevin Murphy has the resources?
So it depends, because if it's going to cause Kevin to use his whole hand, Kevin's going to lose that angel and his hand effectively. So not the best trade, but if he could do it with potentially just 3 cards and then block this out, keep his whole hand.
It looks like in this case, Kevin content to just go ahead and let that infiltrate clear. Yet another angel, and the follow-up here is Bonds of Agony.
And we know Aaron can turn this on. This could be a spot where Kevin, because this isn't going to have go again, Kevin could say, okay, I'll take the damage, depending on his hand texture, could then just play the Arclight Sentinel afterwards and then look for a setup the following turn. That's a red, though. So it would be the whole hand.
Awkward.
Ideally, he would like to set this Arclight Sentinel up for once you flip another angel, throw it down on the first turn, on the first chain link, be able to block the chain link. The challenge is that Slippy always has go again on that first chain link, right? And if they just put the attack first, Arclight Sentinel doesn't have a big impact because they can also go tall on that first attack action.
That is the risk for sure. Snapdragon Scalers coming in on this Bonds of Agony. There's 1 attack reaction. And the damage is going to hit, and just 1 ward cleared. Follow up here. Hunter's Clave did not go all in on the Bonds. Clave going to go ahead, be hit with Tarantula Toxin, push to 4, clears the Spectral Shield, and a little bit of damage through for Aaron Shantz.
I think Aaron was just concerned about being that exact play. Just they play an aura down when the trigger happens. If Aaron goes in, because Kevin's at such a high life total, Kevin can afford to give away life. So I think Aaron sensing there, if I do go in all on the Bonds, Kevin might just play out an aura in response to be able to dump his whole hand in response to the trigger, eat the damage, move on.
Also, the fact that Kevin didn't commit any cards to the defense on the bonds meant that Tarantula Toxin was unable to get value there. You, of course, can only minus a defending card, not get the buff.
And the yellow shred as well.
Yeah.
And that is the challenge. When you're behind as Arakni slips through the cracks, a lot of your reactions predicate on your opponent wanting to defend. And when they don't want to.
Kevin saying no defenses there. Maybe the worst thing that could have happened to Aaron Shantz, because now he knows the return fire is going to be a bunch of heralds. It always is. And only at 9 life, I think some defensive options are going to be demanded here from Aaron Shantz.
It's a good turn for a defense reaction from Aaron, I think.
Herald of Ravages kicks things off. Virtual 7 being offered here. Here's a popper. Command and Conquer comes down. Phantasmal Footsteps immediately used by Kevin Murphy. Has plenty more resources. Follow-up War Tune Herald. More damage. Another 7 headed the way of Aaron Shantz. All 3 Command and Conquers now gone. Don't expect we'll see any other poppers from this point.
Well, I think that's it for Aaron in terms of poppers. So it's going to come down to defense reactions at this point. And again, another break point from Kevin's side here with that 7.
Crown of Providence still available, but you worried about those Heralds of Erudition.
Just wanting to peek at Aaron's hand here to see. He's holding it pretty closely, though.
It does not want to share, Hayden. Not interested. Do see some cards starting to turn sideways. Seems Aaron is looking for some defense this go-around. Hasn't found the offensive fireworks he's been looking for, and it's just 3 cards committed to the defense.
Aaron with a fairly awkward hand there. Look like 3 reds. Just saying, okay, we'll take this turn off. See what Kevin... Oh, never mind. There's a Codex.
No turn off at all. It is Codex of Frailty, one of the best possible 1-card hands in the history of Flesh and Blood. Able to just grab a Leave No Witnesses and offer a little bit of disruption here, a little bit of a break point. Kevin does not have an arsenal, so not going to be live to go ahead and mess that up, but it's going to take a card from hand here. Was a double Herald hand, Figment and Soul Shield as the other cards.
Yeah, the Codex into Leave No Witness to play against Prism can actually be a lot more impactful than you might think, because these Prisms don't run nowadays a lot of the 0-4 reacts. It clogs up what they're, this explosive start we've seen from Kevin. If you draw a defense reaction, a 0-4 red card, when you're trying to keep on that front foot, it's not very conducive to your plan, so a lot of them aren't playing it. So often this takes 2 cards, or 3 cards total, actually.
Seems like Kevin can be pretty happy with that, though. And the efficiency of War Tune Herald does do a bit to blunt the impact of this Codex of Frailty if you do decide to go ahead and protect against the Leave No Witnesses.
Yeah, Kevin will still be able to come back with the War Tune.
No blocks here, and just going to go ahead and use the Prism ability to get that ward online. Only costs a card. Going to throw away this Angel in the defense of this Leave No Witnesses.
Yeah. Of course, 2 cards on defense, but if you just have Figments to burn like Kevin does at this point, you can happily trade in a card.
Yeah, and the Flick Knives used here, but Kevin is ready with the perfect response in the form of Calming Gesture.
That's what I spoke about. That Calming Gesture just blunts the Flick Knives. Of course, now Aaron's gotten it out of the way, but is it going to be too late?
I'm so impressed with the way Kevin is playing this game. He clearly saw all of this unfolding. He knew exactly how this pattern was going to go. Very practiced in the matchup, and now he has earned himself a War Tune Herald out of Arsenal, coming in for 6.
Yeah, you're not catching him out.
Shantz picked up another Codex.
Pain in the backside. So a couple of 2 blocks. The looks of it.
Yeah, we'll see if he can find the 2-3 blocks he needs to effectively cover War Tune here. It does feel like Aaron is starting to break through some of Kevin Murphy's resources. Those Figments piled up, the equipments. He's doing work.
Yeah,
but there's a lot more work to be done.
We're through a big chunk of some of the best Heralds as well.
Yeah, good point.
Nothing.
So those 2 blocks are going to have to be combined with the Crown of Providence. We talk about some substantial costs being paid on Kevin's side, but losing that Crown of Providence means Herald of Erudition gets much scarier.
Yeah, Aaron deciding not to cash anything in with that crown. So he liked what he drew off the Ponder last turn.
It's the mark of the Black Widow, kicking things off here. Kevin Murphy once again marked.
A blue one, though. That's rough, Aaron. I'm interested that Aaron didn't decide to try and cash it in, see if he could find something better off that Crown of Providence, but it's because of Just a Nick.
Yeah, that's a pretty good card. Hard to find something better than Just a Nick. It's going to go ahead and push up to 6.
It's going to get a trigger.
Mark of the Black Widow does its thing, banishes a Herald. And Codex of Frailty one more time. Going to get a reload here for Aaron Shantz. Set up the Frailty, set up the Ponder, leave no witnesses once again.
This is what Aaron needs to do if he's going to get back into it. He's got to have these big haymaking turns and get through these Figments. Are we going to see Kevin make a similar play again? Oh, he's just going to give it up.
Yeah, just lets it go this time. And I think it's because his hand looks good, Hayden. I talked about Herald of Erudition and how much of an impact it's going to get to have if he was able to get through that crown. Guess what time it is? It's time for Herald of Erudition, combining with the Light of Soul. Going to reveal it. That all you got.
Kevin pondering whether he's going to put that all you got into his arsenal. I think you've got to. You just want to keep your soul nice and full.
Keep it full. Yeah, you've got 2 Figments in play. Seems fine. Does Aaron have an out to this Herald of Erudition now? Did he find the reaction out of Arsenal? 5 Dominate on offer here.
Aaron could give up the Tunic and the Flick Knives here, but that is a massive,
that's a big cost, Hayden. Big cost.
But he might have to. This is the situation Aaron might be in now, because if you let this Erudition hit, you're at 9. Kevin probably then coming in with an Angel afterwards, and then another Herald.
Aaron just won't give us the look at the hand. He stays too far back, too far in the pocket, too relaxed, too casual to ever share such information with us.
Now, I think this is what Aaron's considering. Is this the time where I give up the Flick Knives and the Tunic, or can I survive this turn, potentially keep a good enough 3-card hand and come back and threaten that Figment that will be flipped over into an Angel? I just think if Aaron lets this go, yeah, and I think he has to, because if he lets it go, he's got to also get to that Figment. Kevin's an effective 22 life.
Yeah, and Kevin has to be thrilled to see that, and has the Angelic Wrath from Arsenal.
6.
Wow.
Finds the breakpoint, picks up 2 new cards, and gets yet another Figment. Perfect time for the Angelic Wrath to go ahead and do its thing. And Shantz took the ultimate gambit, was willing to pay the ultimate price, putting forth 2 of the most powerful equipments in the game. Going to lose them for nothing here, Hayden.
And I think that was kind of hidden. Like, it wasn't that obvious. You know, if I'm Aaron in that seat, I'm not thinking, oh, he definitely has the Wrath, because, yes, he didn't defend, right? And he actually couldn't have because of the hand texture. Well, you could have given the Erudition up, but you're not going to give the Erudition up when there's just the 2 equipment there. So I don't think Aaron could necessarily have seen that Angelic Wrath was coming. That was not, that was not a straightforward play in terms of definitely they had it. And even if Aaron read it, honestly, can you play around it? I don't think so.
I don't see how. And a strong follow-up as well for Kevin here. Going to go ahead and get another Angel into the mix. Pitching Arclight Sentinel to go ahead and offer 4 go again. And we are going to get that trigger here from the scheme. 2 arcane damage heads the way of Aaron Shantz, as well as a now lethal 4 physical.
Demanding a card now, definitely.
That's trouble for Aaron Shantz, because you have to get that Angel out of the arena ASAP. You do not have Flick Knives to rely on any longer.
Aaron likely to give it. The thing is, Kevin doesn't have, so he didn't draw a blue to potentially threaten another Herald afterwards. Probably Aaron's only saving grace here.
Yeah, just heads to Arsenal. And now the pressure firmly on Aaron Shantz. Can he find a way to break this Angel, to pressure Kevin Murphy, and to get back into this match with no equipment on his side of the arena?
Yeah, the challenge for Aaron here is he needs to force some cards out of Kevin's hand. This is just damage.
Yeah, raw damage here. It's a lot of it. It's a lot of it. It's 11, 3-card 11, 3-card 12 if Kiss of Death is able to hit. Yeah, not bad. I agree, Kevin. Pretty good, but it's just damage. And Kevin gets to have a think now.
I assume, but
and figure out how he wants to play through this scenario.
I think Kevin looks like he's definitely got at least one Herald. He's got resources. I just can't see that last card in his hand. I'm just not sure that... I mean, I'm not sure that Kevin cares. He might be able to throw a defense, and he does have a soul shield. Might want to load up the soul.
Nothing wrong with using that card. Maybe just preserve a little life total. Yeah,
he's got 5. He's got 5 life on the board between that soul shield and Sakim.
He's got 3 cards pulled forward here.
Yeah. Might just be saying I'm so far ahead here that, you know, the way I lose this is coming in with a terrible, you know, an average Herald next turn, gets blocked out with 2 cards. Aaron climbs back a little bit, chips back in. So I do think Kevin's got a bit of a decision here, because if his hand isn't particularly stellar, yes, he might not care about the raw damage, but if he can't come back and actually force lethal on Aaron and take 3 cards, it might just be better to block this out.
Kevin has been quick. He's been decisive. But for the first time, he's headed to the tank and ultimately comes to the conclusion of no blocks. Going to go ahead and let this raw damage come through. 5 ward, but 6 still going to leak, and then that Kiss of Death is going to trigger. And now Kevin playing with all of his tools at his disposal, and Aaron Shantz at a paltry 3 life.
I don't think we got a peek of what that... Oh, it's another Erudition.
Another Herald of Erudition to kick things off here.
That was the card I couldn't see.
There's basically no bailout here, Hayden. This is trouble for Aaron Shantz. No equipment, no card in arsenal. The worst possible start to this turn.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Aaron can do in this situation other than... I mean, Sink Below is going to soak up a bit more damage. Does he have shelters in his deck? That would be the one here that he could. He could discard a shelter, but no.
He does not in this instance, and 1 damage gets through. Herald going to head to Soul, and another Figment joins the fray. Everything turned on here for Kevin.
He's out of Figments.
No Figments left for Kevin. That's a fine problem to have when you've worn through all of your opponent's defenses, have them at just 2 life. Is Kevin Murphy about to move on to 11-2 and 1 victory away from a Pro Tour top 8? It was a real breakthrough moment for Kevin when he won that Battle Hardened down in Memphis. His first really big finish on the scene. Sometimes it just takes 1, Hayden. Sometimes it takes 1 to unlock your potential, to start believing in yourself, to say, hey, I can play with anyone on the planet. And then you unleash a new monster on the rest of competitive Flesh and Blood. Someone the caliber of Kevin Murphy, who has basically bonded at the soul with this hero, has learned everything there is to learn about Prism, and has found a moment where the hero is beautifully positioned in the metagame.
Story of the weekend might be play the hero you know well and really find your angle in the meta.
You see it happen time and time again in Flesh and Blood.
I like Kevin deciding to put this +1 counter on. Use that last card in Soul. Feels a little bit risky, but Kevin's pushing the agenda of lethal this turn, potentially.
Yeah, 2 cards demanded here if there's not another reaction.
Aaron saying, what do I have left? Maybe Aaron has another Sink Below and is thinking about what to sink, potentially.
It is the Sink Below here. Oh, Kevin has so many cards. There's so many cards over there, Hayden.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Aaron's looking for, but it might be a miracle.
Unfortunately, the Angels are not on his side. They're on Kevin's side, and they're wanting to do more battle. It's Herald of Judgment coming down and challenging Aaron Shantz, and it's not enough from Aaron. It's going to get the fist bump, and Kevin Murphy moves on to 11-2. Blessed by the Heralds, showed the strength of his own soul, and picks up maybe the biggest win of his Flesh and Blood career.
Now just 1 more win away from that top 8.
I'm a believer in Kevin Murphy when it comes to his quality with this Prism deck. It feels like he was cool, calm, collected, and quick, decisive, knew exactly what he wanted to do at each moment, each juncture of that game. I think he went into the tank for a grand total of about 20 seconds. Everything else was, yep, I'm doing this, I'm doing this. What are you going to do about it? What's your answer to my Figments? And the answer was, I don't have one. Aaron Shantz just kind of rolled over and died, and it felt like it was very much leaning against him from the early stages of that match.
I mean, Kevin just came out of the gates absolutely firing and didn't let up. You know, I love that Halo of Illumination play on turn 1 to push over the top. It was a popper. Like we said, Aaron's drawn a second popper, but it didn't, you know, Kevin said, well, I'm using this as an opportunity. I'm going to roll through this turn. And then Aaron did manage to find the third popper a short while later and find a defense reaction or two down the road, but it just wasn't enough. It just was so much output. And we saw Kevin eventually run out of Figments like we spoke about, could happen, but it didn't matter. It was too late.
Really massive win there. And you have to start wondering, how many Prisms are we going to see in this top 8? There's those 3 all in striking distance. I don't know what is in the metagame that they're really fearing at this point. We heard from Andrew Cook, and he was talking about, you know, the things he didn't want to play against.
The mirror.
He said Prism. That's the only thing he's worried about. If the only thing you're worried about in the room is the deck you're playing, what does that say about your metagame positioning?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's Vynnsets out there, and Enigma is not a straightforward matchup, I think. But yeah, it is looking fairly solid for these Prisms.
2 rounds left. We're going to be following the story of these Prisms so closely. And I think it's impossible, Hayden, to see a day of play like this and not be itching for more, not be itching to go ahead and get in the mix yourself. And I have an awesome opportunity for all y'all. How about one of the most exciting callings in the history of the game? It is the calling down there in Auckland, one of the coolest World Tour stops on the planet. Look, it's far from everywhere, folks. I just got off a 30-hour plane ride to come here to London. I promise you, though, it's worth the trip. Auckland, one of the coolest places on the planet. You get to hang out with me. We'll go to the beach or something, chill a little bit. We can explore the awesome food that's around Auckland. And maybe, if the luck is on your side and you go ahead and pick up a Fabled and a Go Again package, you can go ahead and get entered into a raffle to win a tour of Legend Story Studios. Come hang out with us, see where the game is made, see our beautiful new digs. Office about a year old at this point, a little older than that. But it's beautiful. It's a great place to hang out, to have a few beers at the end of a work day, to go ahead and play some Flesh and Blood, which we will certainly do. We have the launch of Mastery Pack Guardian happening, coinciding with World Tour Auckland. You come down, you play a little bit, we'll have a good time. And then we'll play the Calling. And the Calling is such a special event. This is a double Calling weekend, and the bang for your buck is actually unbelievable. How about Welcome to Wraith, the set that started it all? We'll play a little bit of Unlimited Sealed Deck. And if you understand that format, you get the requisite W's. Day 2 Alpha Draft. All day long, drafting Alpha. At least 2 opportunities if you make that Day 2. And Hayden, the value in those packs is sky high.
It's massive. I think that was the thing during the keynote that I was the most excited about. I mean, I loved the high C stuff, but I lost it when I saw that we're going to be doing a calling, Welcome to Wraith calling, limited calling, because that takes me back to my early days, and I just
so many players don't have experience with Welcome to Wraith. It's really a beautiful set. It set the stage for everything that was to come in these next 5 years. So enjoyable. I really do recommend it. And it's a cool thing where you have this on the calendar, get together with your mates, practice some WTR draft. I think it's an awesome opportunity for folks who haven't done it before. And let's not forget, too, after this event, the Welcome to Wraith Alpha, it's being put away for a while. You know, we often do drafts here at these Pro Tours, at Callings, not after this event in Auckland until the 10-year anniversary. And boy, do we have something planned for that 10-year anniversary. Yes, we are planned that far ahead, and we have an awesome celebration for you. But of course, there's an immediate celebration, a celebration at the Pro Tour. And a huge part of that celebration is the merch. I spent quite a few dollars on the merch wall this weekend. Yeah, I'm loaded up. I've got my T-shirts all lined up. I got a beautiful sweatshirt that I went ahead and wore during the keynote. I think the team that does the merch for Flesh and Blood is getting better and better at making can't-miss items. And I want to take a tour of the merch here available at Pro Tour London. You're always going to have a chance. Make sure you come and see us at the next one.
So we all know that the Pro Tour means high levels of competition and the single best games of Flesh and Blood you might ever see. But you know what else it means? merch, baby. Exclusive merch, baby. Let's check it out. Merch.
Steal that.
Okay. What card is that? What card is that? Actually, what card is that? What card is that?
This is the merch booth, and who am I talking to today?
Hi, so my name's Aaron. I've been running the merch booth for Living Realms, and this is my job for the weekend.
Now, Aaron, you want to tell us a little bit about the merch that we have specifically for Pro Tour London?
Of course, so we've got a selection of different clothing items along with some exclusive Pro Tour playmats. So for the clothing, we've got 2 new hoodies, that being the marked Big Ben hoodie, and we've got the Pro Tour London hoodie in the reds. For the t-shirts, we've got a couple more t-shirts, so we've then got the grey one, which is again the marked London, and we have the Command & Conquer white t-shirt as well. For the selection of playmats, we've got a few different ones. We've got Kiss of Death, along with the exclusive Sink Below playmat with the promos that everyone has been playing for this weekend as well. However, the most popular item that we have had over the weekend is the souvenir package. So that's including the Command & Conquer playmat, the deck box, sleeves, along with the Japanese archive packs.
One of my favorite parts of these World Tour weekends is seeing exactly what the creative team has cooked up for the exclusive merch at all these events, and this time is tough. I might get it all. I might get everything. What'd you get from the merch wall?
I got a Kiss of Death playmat for when I start to play Slippy.
You think Slippy's gonna win this weekend?
I have a feeling. I think he's stronger than people give him credit for.
Heard it here first. Need a couple more over here. And we need some. No problem, I got you. I'll just, you want a medium? You want a medium? I got you, don't worry about it. Well, but you know, because it's Pro Tour London, bro. It's Pro Tour London, bro. Don't mess with me, bro. It's Pro Tour London, bro. I got cool merch at Pro Tour London, bro. What do you want? All right, thanks for checking out the merch wall here live from World Tour London. Let's send it on back to the stream.
2 more rounds here at Pro Tour London. Prism looking to make its presence felt. Can they go ahead and lock up top 8 berth after top 8 berth? Has the metagame been turned on its head? We're gonna find out next round.
Things are really heating up here as the second day of our Pro Tour from London rockets towards a conclusion. And we have only got 2 more rounds before we find out our very next top 8, only the 6th in Flesh and Blood's history. Let's take a look at the standings and see which players are getting close to this top 8. And there's so many illusionists, including 3 prisms, just in striking distance.
Second last round of Swiss, and we were expecting electricity and lightning to be crackling through the air, but instead it seems to be angels and ward and a whole bunch of incidental life gain in the form of these prisms and enigmas that are populating our top 6 heroes here. Just one Vynnset in the form of Gustavo at number 2. Auroras, though, still around. Just at the bottom of the screen, 8, 9, and 10. Shawn, Dhaliwal, Michael Yasko, and Paul Van Gizzle, all representing that Lightning Runeblade.
Yeah, all of those X and 2s very much alive. They win one more game. They are in the Pro Tour. So we need to see which of those X and 2s are going to make it. We're going to follow a name you might recognize for Winnin' in just a second. So they're all on Winnin'. Andrew Cook is locked, and then all these X and 3s need to win their next 2 games. We think it's going to be a clean cut, pretty much at X and 3. So let's take a look at the next page of the standings and see any other players at X and 3. Look at all of these players potentially still fighting it out. All of these players at X and 3, if they can win their next 2 games, they will be in the Pro Tour top 8. And it is a whole host of names you might recognize from the content sphere, from the Pro Tour stage. This is an exciting race to the finish line.
Lots of illusionists in the form of Enigma and a bunch of Auroras on the screen as well. But in a few news, we haven't seen much of that throughout this weekend. And one lone Arakni Marionette piloted by France over there. A little bit of a underrepresented hero and not very well respected hero as well, but showing has still got some chops. And of course, our lone Florian piloted by none other than Matt Rogers over there, showing he can perhaps make something happen with our Earth Runeblade.
Well, we've talked about it, my friends. I would like to be about it. We have got our first guaranteed, bona fide win and in here at the Pro Tour. And not only is it a battle between the illusionist class, between the 2 talents, we have got a man on the verge of a 3-time top 8 at the Pro Tour resume. Before our very eyes, Pablo Pintor. What can't he do? He's won Callings, he's won Pro Tours. Can he hit another Pro Tour top 8 here in London?
He's also on the verge of potentially a 2nd Pro Tour win, something that has never happened in this game before. Remember, he won the first ever Pro Tour in Flesh and Blood. Looks like the game has already started. Herald of Ravages coming in from Leo, former Prism player, popped immediately by Pablo Pintor.
Use the popper there, nice, because there's not a lot of those in this deck. A lot of the cards that have maybe 6 or more power are illusionist. Leo there just going to go ahead and Arsenal, so turn passes over to Pablo.
Figment of Erudition was the pitch for Leo, and pitched again into Phantasmal Footsteps, pitch an Arclight Sentinel for that. Not the greatest turn 0 draw. Definitely don't want to be drawing your Figments, want to be finding them from the deck with Prism.
And Leo more interested in establishing an arsenal than establishing the Arclight Sentinel. Here comes the Spectral Manifestations from Mr. Pintor, looking to just near shore up the title of greatest of all time in Flesh and Blood at this point. Another Pro Tour top 8, another Pro Tour title, and he has that title himself.
It's going to be interesting to see the strategy that Leo chooses to enact for this matchup. Prisms showed up to this event very ready to face Aurora, but Enigma was always a bit of a question mark of a matchup. Ever since the Tomes of Divinity got banned, Prisms were needed to discover a strategy to beat Enigmas when they could potentially just get fatigued. And I think the equipment zone on Leo's side potentially hints at what the strategy is going to be, particularly that Dreamweaver's able to remove Phantasm from an attack. I think Leo is looking to try and pressure Pablo down with a whole bunch of Heralds. However, currently it's a face down with a ward state that Pablo has developed.
Yeah, the Restless Coalescence with 2 counters, 2 Spectral Shields. Pretty nice start for Pablo. Leo's all the way down to 23 after these initial attacks. Here comes the Herald of Triumph. Attack action is going to have -1, but we have the ward and the defense reaction, so both Spectral Shields going to shore this up alongside the Shelter from the Storm.
Still ward 2 on the field for Pablo, and potentially 2 more with the 2 counters remaining on the Restless Coalescence. Pablo needs to keep stopping these Heralds. The way Prism wins, the way Prism starts to snowball is if she gets to generate a bunch of soul, if she manages to get a bunch of soul and find those Figments out of a deck and start flipping Angels, that's how Pablo will fall behind. Very good for him, though. Had the weakest link once again to pop yet another Herald from Leo.
Bind Spring Tunic heads up to 2. Now the levels of enlightenment, and we do have the Transcend from Arsenal, so the Stir the Pot is going to shuffle the deck, meaning we get the first Chi into the pitch for that Traverse the Universe, and this levels is likely going to be able to replace itself card for the Arsenal. Going to be bound for Pablo Pintor, unless it's something he wants to develop on this turn here.
Very, very strong start for our reigning Pro Tour champion, Pablo Pintor.
Go again and draw a card. The choices here for Pablo. As, of course, Enigma going to be activated to make sure there are 2 blues in the pitch zone when this level of enlightenment does resolve.
And we'll still have a bunch of ward on the field. You can absolutely expect one of those counters from the Restless Coalescence will be used to generate another shield. We'll be ending this turn with 4 ward. And we'll be able to create 1 more on Leo's turn as well. It's going to be very difficult for Leo to get those Heralds in, but until he does, he's just going to keep falling behind. And at some point, he'll run out of life to take the damage that Pablo is presenting. So clock is ticking for Leo if he wants to find a foothold in this game.
Spectral Shield here coming across for 2. Down to 14 goes Leo. Another Spectral Shield. Looks like Leo's willing to take this one as well.
And just like that, Prism is at less than half of a starting life total, all the way down to 13.
Well, Pablo sits at a comfortable 40. Ward 4 currently represented. Pablo roaring out to such an early lead. 50 minutes remaining in the round. And look at the amount of difference in the life and the board state for both of these players that like to put things into the arena. Leo here, you can see, just staring down what's in front of him and having to consider his next best course of action.
One super interesting thing about this matchup is how pivotal both heroes' headpieces are. Both of them represent a very, very strong pivot turn. Enigma with the Traverse the Universe and Prism with the Halo of Illumination. Promise of more explosive things to come after what looks to be already an explosive start from Pablo Pintor.
Leo here, head in the hands, clenches the jaw, has an Angelic Wrath. We'll see what the arsenal is. It's going to be another Herald of Triumph. 7 go again.
And not poppable by an attack with 6 power. Pablo currently doesn't have a way to pop this. Going to need to block this the old-fashioned way, but I believe Leo is holding a trick up his sleeve in the form of the Angelic Wrath. However, with all this ward on the field, you have to imagine this is not the Herald that's going to go through, if it even touches some of the ward on Pablo's side.
7 damage is the ask on the combat chain. You can see all the ward, no blocks. Move to reactions. Or maybe that was the call. Can't quite tell.
Looks like Leo passed on reactions. They are saying this Herald is currently still hitting. You show me your reaction before I show you mine.
Pablo here giving this a real think. This is a calling champion we're getting to watch here, folks. We witnessed one of his only 2 losses so far in this tournament. Here's the react. The second Shelter from the Storm is currently blocking for 7. And in response, we're going to shore up another Spectral Shield with the Restless Coalescence.
And remember, Pablo's Arsenal is the random card draw off the levels of Enlightenment. Could be a defense reaction or could just be something he couldn't even really use.
There's the +4 from the Angelic Wrath. Now up to 11 goes this Herald.
Ward 5 in the field for Pablo Pintor, currently blocking 4. This Herald is currently going over. Did he draw a defense reaction off the levels of Enlightenment? Looks like no. This Herald is going to hit, representing the first piece of soul for Prism and a Figment being found from the deck.
Can't overstate the importance of that first Herald hitting the soul. Leo here going to be able to search through the deck.
And remember, folks, that means Empyrean Rapture is also turned on for this turn, which promises the potential for this Angel to be flipped for free. In a sense, no resource cost required. Figment of Erudition is the Figment of choice for Leo. Gonna generate that Ponder token, meaning that he's gonna be able to send another Herald and refresh his arsenal.
There's that Figment pitched so long ago. By so long ago, I do mean like 2 turns ago.
So long ago in our 2-turn game, indeed.
Long.
I know, right? These illusionist mirrors
You can't overstate how long ago that card was pitched.
An eternity, for sure. Wartune Herald in Leo's hand. Looks like potentially going to be the follow-up.
And with that, Leo will be able to clear all the cards, make good use of that Ponder. The question is, when and how does he want to utilize the Rapture? Does he want to flip this Figment for its ward value, or does he want to keep it around to potentially draw 2 cards later in this game? Pablo here reaching for the Traverse the Universe.
Very, very fast block with that headpiece from Pablo's side, recognizing that if he lets his game goes long, he can't always stop every Herald because of the Angelic Wraths, which Leo is clearly running the red ones off as well. And you can't stop that too long. The best thing for you to do is to just slam the door as quickly as you can. Opponent is at 13. Could potentially effectively gain virtually 4 more by flipping the Figment of Erudition, but that's not how you want to use that Angel. Now, Leo could have flipped it and attacked with that Angel too. However, wouldn't have been able to draw 2 because would have needed to use the 1 piece of soul he has to flip the Angel and then won't be able to draw because then he'd be out of soul.
4 damage now over. Second Herald has hit the soul. And now Leo gets to search for another Figment here.
And this one, he might flip just for the extra 4 life, especially since Pablo has represented that, you know, he's gone ahead and tutored a Chi from his deck. You can expect a fair amount of offense coming from the opponent here. I have to wonder if this is his cue to at least turn this Figment of War into an Angel just to gain 4 life.
Manifestations of Miragai. To come out. And now that the Manifestations has been played, you can play the Preserved Tradition here. Target an action card. It's going to be the Command and Conquer. It's going to be the Popper heading back to the bottom of the deck. And that means the Preserved Tradition can transcend.
And I believe he's holding on to an Astral Etching, Sam. With the Tunic counter up, you'll be able to make a shield with Enigma's hero ability and be able to play that Astral Etchings on his Manifestations of Miragai. An incredibly potent combination of cards coming out for the blue Illusionist.
Pablo here doing this on Leo's end of turn. What's the value of doing this here versus that during his own action phase? Style points?
I suppose. Yeah, a little bit hard to tell.
You've given Leo now the window to activate with Rapture. And I'm just... Like, all of this can be done on Pablo's turn. I guess I'm just, you know, Halo of Illumination plays, perhaps.
Some Ravages, instant speed, arcane stuff, potentially. If you pop Halo, put a Herald in your soul, find Figment of Ravages, that's 1 arcane being dealt when maybe perhaps you're not expecting it. Speaking of arcane damage, though, Pablo Pintor does have AB1 with the Silent Stilettos and the Calming Gesture as well.
Yeah, this is now going to allow for this Figment of War to be flipped thanks to the Empyrean Rapture. Ponder's going to be the move here. Let's see what the random draw is. It's Arclight Sentinel. Ponkage. What a rip off the top for our Prism player. Down 20 life, staring down at Manifestations. But Arclight Sentinel here would have to be played in response to the Manifestations of Miragai attack.
Calming Gesture going to be the way to create this shield at instant speed, allowing Pablo to play Astral Etchings at instant speed. His Manifestations of Miragai, which was coming in for 8, now coming in for a whopping 14, while Leo is sitting at 13 at a 13 life total, has the ward 4 in the form of Bellona there, however.
Bellona desperately diving in front of this dragon as the angels and dragons do battle in the sky. Enigma riding down on the Manifestations while the heralds from above are desperately trying to protect Prism, but you see the eyebrows raised from Leo as the phantasms do not stop there. The spirits are angry and they are coming for the angel feathers.
And very often we find Illusionist Mirrors can be quite snowbally. These are 2 classes that thrive on board state, and if one person gets a board state going, the other person just finds himself falling further and further behind. Have to wonder if that's what's happening to Leo over here. Has the Arclight Sentinel to potentially just desperately buy some tempo. Block out the Miraging Metamorph, play your Arclight Sentinel And hopefully your 4 cards afterwards can do something against his Manifestations of Mirror Guide that has 7 counters on it.
Yeah, I do think that might have to be the play. If and only if he found the blues to be able to play that Arclight Sentinel. Let's see if we can get a peek in the hand. He's got a couple of reds and a yellow and a blue. I don't think there's a combination of cards there that allow him to play that Arclight Sentinel and block out this Manifestations without, or this Miraging Metamorph without just dying. Unless he needs to flip the Figment. Block 6, take 1, down to 2 goes Prism. Pablo Pintor, it's such a healthy 34. He's cashed in his headpiece, he's cashed in his arm piece, and he has got the biggest dragon we've seen on this Pro Tour stage for his troubles. Can he ride this dragon to victory and to a top 8?
Health lead and board state lead in Pablo Pintor's hands. Hail of Illumination being popped over here. The 2 headpieces being exchanged back-to-back from both our players. What will be the Figment that will be found from the Herald of Triumph going to the Soul? Is it going to be the Figment of Ravages to force a Spectral Shield out of there?
Force a Spectral Shield, but could also just be utilized AB out of the hand, right? Silent Stilettos. It is going to be the Figment of Ravages. AB1.
That's going to be the call over here. Pablo Pintor insulating himself from this Figment being flipped into attacking for 2 Arcane. So it will be able to protect the Manifestations of Mirror Guy from that line.
The Spectral Shield will be able to shore this up, plus the AB1, because the Archangel of Ravages.
There's also the question of what the random draw was off the top. Looks like Erudition going to be the flip from Leo. He said it's time to press the panic button. Going to start drawing some cards here as Leo.
So here now he can attack for 4, and then if he draws the resources, he'll be able to play that Arclight Sentinel. And he found the blues. Leo is alive in this game. Leo Vézinet absolutely fighting with everything he has. Here's an attack for 4 that Pablo has to consider. And then the Arclight Sentinel is going to be the follow-up. Remember, that was the random draw off of the Ponder. This game is not over yet, folks, even though Pablo sits 32 life up on his fellow Illusionist player.
And this is an incredible setup from Leo over here. Arclight Sentinel is exactly what you want to defend your Soraya Angel, Archangel of Erudition, which is what is your draw engine, which is what you're going to need to come back from this board state. However, that was the last piece of soul from Prism's soul. So, so won't be able to draw further cards after this unless he finds a way to regenerate that soul. Arclight Sentinel gonna be on the board, gonna be protecting Soraya. And it looks like Leo put one of those blue heralds into his arsenal. It was a blue War Tune Herald, I believe.
Tunic goes up to 1. We can see there merciful Retribution. A way to get some arcane damage pings throughout this game from here.
Is also a way to get some soul. Pablo does need to attack this Arclight Sentinel. If he plays Merciless Retribution in response, the Arclight Sentinel will go to soul and will allow Soraya to draw cards on the following turn.
Pablo rereading Arclight Sentinel. Still as frustrating to deal with as ever. The Spectral Shield attacks into it.
Is there a response from Leo?
It could be that Merciful Retribution. He could play it. That would allow for an arcane damage ping. Pablo has a card in hand. I'm sure he'd be happy to spend for the AB1 to be able to utilize it. And the Restless Coalescence that also sits in Pablo's hand must be looking so greedily at all the counters on the Manifestations of Miragai. If that thing is threatened and Pablo is able to keep the Restless Coalescence in the arsenal, he can play it in response and grab all those counters off Miragai before it goes away. Remember, these players playing for a Pro Tour top 8. It's a win and in here in London.
Leo will also want to make sure he keeps a yellow in his hand after the Merciful Retribution. If he chooses to go for it, he is going for it. This Arclight Sentinel will go to soul, which is fuel for Soraya, Archangel of Erudition, to draw further cards on Leo's turn. Is this the beginnings of a comeback?
It's another Spectre Aura that Pablo has to deal with. But the Restless Coalescence is going to come out here to grab a couple counters. Let's see how many counters Pablo is willing to spend from this Manifestations of Miragai.
Remember, each counter taken off Manifestations it represents quite a bit of loss of damage on the card and loss of ward as well.
So, in that case, the Arclight Sentinel heads to the soul, the Merciful Retribution triggers, arcane damage comes across. In response, the Restless Coalescence is activated to create a Spectral Shield that eats up the arcane damage.
And now yellow in hand for Leo, able to banish from Prism's Soul, to draw 2 cards from Soraya, Archangel of Erudition. What are the draws? Library of Solana, not what you want to see in this hand.
Library of Solana, a tough draw here because he can't pay for it.
And he can't pitch it either. That is one of the downsides of that card. Oftentimes, if you find that early, that can be just your free ride to victory, but not when you are behind. That's the card you want to see when you're ahead. Wartune Herald from the Arsenal gonna come out, pitching a red Herald of Triumph. This is not where Leo wants to be.
No, I mean, that great library will be able to head to this Arsenal. It's a beautiful card, but if Pablo has the 3 blocks here, he's going to be able to come in with Manifestations and Restless Coalescence on the next turn with just a blue.
And this is just 6 damage here.
Luckily, it was Wartune in the Arsenal, so it was able to be, at least the card in hand other than the library was able to be utilized, right? At least it was the Wartune Herald, so it only cost the 1 pitch.
Looks like Pablo, though, only has 1 blocking card to speak of. Still will be able to protect the Manifestations of Miragai if he chooses to, but won't be able to play around Angelic Wrath, and you have to imagine that's what he's thinking about here. You can put a 3 block in front of this, activate a Restless Coalescence, and you have Ward 3, aside from the Manifestations, and you're blocking 3 on the 6. But if your opponent has Angelic Wrath, you get so incredibly blown out. You have to wonder where Pablo might just make the call to lose Manifestations right now, hold the Phantasmaclasm, so as to not get blown out by an Angelic Wrath.
Yeah, Pablo doesn't know it's a great Library of Solana in Leo Vézinet's hand. Here comes the Spectral Shield in response to the Courage being destroyed, which is actually bringing a ping of arcane damage. That's what we were waiting on. When the Courage gets destroyed, the Merciful Retribution is going to trigger, and the attack here is going to just clear both permanents on the board of Pablo Pintor.
One of the tricky interactions that Prism has access to, these random tokens that get generated, Courages, even Frailties from Assassins, can just end up pinging the opponent. We saw that happen with the Courage token there. And Pablo Pintor decided he's going to play around Angelic Wrath by just not getting tempted to block. Also, emptying out all the auras means he gets to play the Spectral Manifestations, attack with it, and still follow up with a Phantasmaclasm as well.
And he's just targeting Soraya. He is getting that important piece out of there before he comes in with the Phantasmaclasm. Leo Vézinet can do nothing but give a nod, as the cards in hand will have to be revealed here unless he wants to play something. And then he's got to think about the 9 damage that's on the combat chain.
And I don't believe Leo Vézinet has any poppers in this list. We saw the poppers in Pablo's deck. We saw the Command & Conquer as the weakest links. Prism, unfortunately, not able to afford that luxury. Needs to run a whole bunch of illusionist attacks and a bunch of yellows. No response to Phantasmaclasm. Pablo Pintor gets a look at this hand, and there is a no block in this hand, Sam. If Leo draws another no block after the Phantasmaclasm, we might just be seeing the end of the game right here. Remember, Prism does run a whole bunch of no blocks in that deck. We know the Arsenal is just a great Library of Solana. What is the draw of the Phantasmaclasm? It is a blocking card, so he can still full block. But his turn is just going to be play Library and pass, very likely.
And that might mean we might be looking at Pablo Pintor shoring up another spot in the top 8 of yet another Pro Tour, a 3-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor. There's only been 6. He might have a 50% top 8 rate at Pro Tours here during our game. It's a red on top, so there's no even trigger for the Light of Soul. That just means Leo is going to have to pass. The Tunic goes up to 3. Is this the moment that Pablo Pintor has a date with Destiny?
Not only is it a red, Sam, it's a red no block as well. Leo has drawn 2 no blocks in his hand. Spectral Shield coming for Fogo again. Astral Etchings and reaction speed.
And that might mean if Leo Vézinet has nothing to say about this, the attack will get it done. Any moment here from Leo. No, the fist bump is extended. And Pablo Pintor with an absolute beautiful monster of a game. Enigma, the Ledger of Ancestry, just the latest hero in the roster that Pablo Pintor has utilized to take his talents to the top 8 of a Pro Tour.
As if his resume needed to get any better, Sam. Yet another top 8 at a Pro Tour for Pablo Pintor. What an incredible run. But shout out to Leo as well for an incredibly well-played game. His back was against the wall from the beginning over there. He almost made a comeback off the Arclight Sentinel with the Archangel, played to his outs. Unfortunately, drew something like a library that he just couldn't get any value out of.
Pablo Pintor moves on to our top 8, and we look forward to welcoming him back to the feature match area later. You wonder why they say Flesh and Blood is a game of skill, why it was recognized in Germany. We're able to bring a calling to Germany because the authorities there recognize it as a game of skill, because the cream continues to rise to the top. What a game. Congratulations to Pablo Pintor. And we have got so much more to come for you here in London, and coming up just in a little bit at the world premiere of High Seas, which is such an exciting time to be a Flesh and Blood player, because even though this World Tour event in Taipei is next month, I know it is going to be one of the most exciting events of the year.
World premiere events are just so incredibly fun. I highly encourage anyone who has not yet been to one of these to make your way out there. You get to be one of the first people to get your hands on the new set, which is looking to be extremely exciting. I know so many players were looking forward to the Pirate class finally coming out in this set.
We're going to move through these slides somewhat quickly, folks, because we do in fact have another game here from our round. We are going to wait to get to our players are getting ready, but it's another win and live with two huge names, so we do want to get there fast. Don't go anywhere as we check out this beautiful Fabled event package. You can see the chart, the High Seas mat there behind the very card, the Golden Sky Warden, and of course, the world premiere event package is nearly gone, folks. Over 90% of these packages are gone. I'm not even sure. This is what it was yesterday. These might already be gone. You might need to head to the events page right now just to get this, because if you don't, I am pretty sure in the next matter of hours, we might not have any of those packages left. Of course, the calling has these beautiful promos, the Battle Hardened, the 3-card promo pack with these extended arts. And if you talk about things being sold out.
And speaking of promo packages, we have the Year of the Snake package that was already sold out, as you pointed out, Sam, with those fantastic snatches.
Yeah, as you look here and you can see just what was on offer here in Taipei, you might want to take a look at the events page of fabtcg.com, because there's another events package that's pretty exciting coming up at World Tour Singapore, and I don't want you to miss out on that one. But I also don't want you to miss out on our very next game here live from round 14. We have got another win and live between two of our game's brightest stars. Charles Dunn, the absolute monster on Aurora Shooting Star, versus Shing Tsang, monster of his own right on New Alluring Desire.
Team Blue Pitch against Team Runaways here being represented. Shing Tsang versus Charles Dunn. And Shing has shown up to World Tour London on New Alluring Desire, one of the assassins that kind of fell out of favor these past few weeks. People preferring Arakni slip through the cracks instead of the Mystic Assassin, but Shing showing us he's able to pilot this all the way to an 11-2 record at World Tour London.
Yeah, 10-3 actually. Slight correction there for both of these records, because that is a huge world of difference. That means these players have to win this game to even still be alive. Our friend from the last round, Leo, is still able to get into the top 8 if he goes ahead and wins his next game. But these players have to win this to be alive. This is a win and live, a lose and out. The first action of the game, Art of Desire Body. Block for 3. There's a hiss to continue the chain. 3 damage over the top. Attack reactions might be continuing here from Shing. It's going to be a venomous bite. He is just looking to put the pressure on early on the ex-US national champion.
Incredible start already for Shing. If Charles Dunn doesn't have a defense reaction, not only will this leak a bunch of damage, it will also banish a card off the top, and will also banish the Gone in a Flash that's blocking on the chain, which is a red, so it'll be banished to New and will cause a card draw because of Art of Desire Body and a life gain. This is an incredible turn 0 from Shing.
So here comes the Art of Desire Body. It's not a red. Banish a card from the combat chain, so now Shing here gets to gain a life and draw a card. Basically just pondering a card for the arsenal, which heads right on into that zone.
Attacked for, dealt 7 damage over Charles Dunn's blocks and heal 1, and still got to keep an arsenal. Shing Tsang with an incredibly explosive start. Charles Dunn, however, playing the lightning instant in the form of electromagnetic somersault, could not target the God in the Flash thanks to New's hero ability, but still gonna at least end this turn 0 with an embodiment of lightning. He's gonna need something quite offensive to make up this life deficit so far.
Yeah, took an enormous amount of damage there, down to 33 to Shing's 41. He's got an embodiment of lightning for his troubles, and he just drew up a hand that really needs an embodiment to be able to do anything. So nice thinking there from Charles. Let's see what the beginning of the turn is going to be. It's going to be that Gone in a Flash. With 4, go again in the first action here. Round 14, our second game from the feature match area. You can see 2 players here at the top of their game. The sink below coming out of Arsenal. Looks like that was the random draw. Pretty nice one there from Shing.
Interesting decision to start with a Gone in a Flash instead of the Exude Confidence. Could have potentially bypassed the sink below had he just started with that instead. Looks like one of the Exude Confidence is going to go to the pitch zone to fuel Starfall. He is holding another one. Will need to set that up with an embodiment of lightning, though.
And that means the Exude Confidence that heads to the Arsenal is in danger. For the Assassin class is always so apt and want to target that Arsenal with so many different targeting effects.
6 damage leaked through by Charles Dunn on his second turn of the game, and Shing Tsang showing the Assassin Disruption, starting his turn with a Surgical Extraction with 1 floating. This represents so many things. One advantage that Nu has over the other Assassins like Arakni Marionette and Arakni Slip Through the Cracks is Mask of Recurring Nightmares, and a blue card has been played here in the form of Surgical Extraction. So not only does Charles Dunn need to think about potential pumps that could go on the Surgical Extraction, does also need to think about just the possibility of the mask being activated over here.
Charles Dunn has to think about the surgical, has to think about the mask, has to think about his potential for a top 8. One of our only 2 undefeated players after 1 day of competition now faces down a hiss on the Surgical Extraction. Here comes 7 with go again, playing the Slither as well. All of a sudden, the Surgical Extraction looks to banish a card from Charles' hand.
Top card of deck.
Banishes a card off the top as well. There's an Arc Lightning. Those are some horrendous banishes so far for Charles Dunn. Remember, on that turn 0, it was a Channel Lightning Valley being banished as well. Those are 2 extremely powerful cards just gone off the top of the deck.
There goes the Snatch out of the hand. Electrostatic Discharge, the last card there as Shing just arsenals up. Does Charles play this to get it out? So you want to come in just for 7 with the Exude Confidence. It's a huge part of how you can get through these defense reaction heavy lists. As you look, you talk about defense reaction heavy. How about a That All You Got? How about a Shelter from the Storm? How about a Fate Foreseen and a Sigil of Solace? All those cards immediately blanked, but Charles not able to do anything but get that 4 damage in, as Shing is just going to have to utilize those cards for pitching into some daggers.
A breath of relief for Charles Dunn over there that Shing did not have a follow-up from the go again, and also he doesn't know it yet, but he stuffed a whole bunch of defense reactions from Shing Tsang's hand, and this is one of the drawbacks in the defensively slanted Nu list that was popularized by Jacob Clemens at Calling Kobe. He got to the finals on that list. Michael Hamilton got to top 8 of Calling Sao Paulo on a similar list as well. These Auroras are now tagged for this sort of strategy with all the 12D reacts. They just say Exude Confidence, IPU a whole bunch.
Charles Dunn here, putting an Exude Confidence on the bottom. Shing Tsang so stealthy, looking to disappear into the metaverse. Get out of this game.
These mind games are so funny, however, because Shing just took the full Exude Confidence, so Charles doesn't know whether he needs his Mistblade for an offensive turn. Might have been tempted to block it. Instead, just goes ahead and realizes Shing was bricked in a whole bunch of defense reactions.
True. Saw through your little shenanigans here.
Saw through your shenanigans, says Charles Dunn. And now he essentially freely got a whole bunch of tempo back, has a full 5-card hand and only 4 life behind Shing.
Tunic for Starfall.
Now Shing knows there's an there's an electrostatic discharge in Charles's arsenal from the surgical extraction, revealing it. So he knows there's at least that instant, but is he going to play around in Channel Lightning Valley?
Both players there describing the discharge in the arsenal. Dunn's done it once. He wants to do it again. Shing Tsang, multiple-time top 8 competitor. Pro Tours, World Championships. Ravenous Rabble comes in for 4 go again here. 7 go again with the +3 from the electrostatic discharge.
Revealing a scar for a scar. It's holding electromagnetic somersault here is Charles Dunn. He's going to deploy it here on this Ravenous Rabble to be able to attack with it again. You already know it's a red off the top. So you know it's going to come in for 4.
You can't tell me that this big homie on the Ravenous Rabble card is not used to somersaulting. He's basically in a somersault in the art. That's like the end of a somersault. You just know he's going to tuck that head, roll down the hill, and come at you again for 4 with go again with the lightning press to boot to try to make this 7. There's the D-React. There's the Fate Foreseen. Another Fate Foreseen on top for Shing. He's going to leave it on top and play the Sink below. This Aurora deck, all it does is block for a while. Charles Dunn has 1 Exude Confidence on the bottom of the deck that he pitched a turn ago. Can he utilize it later in this game to try to win this one?
Both players having a bit of a laugh. Shing showing what he had in hand when the opponent played Exude Confidence. And I believe Charles Dunn is holding onto a Lightning Surge. Is that going to make its way to its arsenal or just send it? Looks like it's going to be the arsenal. Shing has already used most of his hand on defense. Art of Desire Body gonna be the call from Shing Tsang over here. And if Charles Dunn doesn't have a non-red card to block this with, looks like he might just need to get it through and hope it's not a red that gets banished off the top to let Shing just freely draw an extra card and get a point of life gain. And Shing knows what he's going to draw as well. Thanks to that Fate Foreseen, he left the defense reaction on top.
One of the cards I was most excited to see coming out of Part the Mistveil, Art of Desire, Body and Mind. Both so effective, targeting so many different decks. A little bit of variance off the top, but the new question poses no significantly easy to answer questions.
It's so strong that even Arakni slipped through the cracks is running the red version of it in conjunction with Mask of Perdition. Trying to banish 2 cards off the top to try and potentially draw 2 cards. Desire Body does banish the red off the top. Shing Tsang's going to gain a life, draw a card off the top.
Oh, he didn't even...
I
no,
believe
was that the Fate Foreseen? So that's the Fate Foreseen. That was,
yeah, so he knew he was just putting a
it.
D-React in Arsenal and only 1 Exude Confidence in an unknown location in Charles' deck. Now we know he's holding a Scarforce card thanks to Ravenous Rabble on the previous turn.
Arcane going to be taken here. Down to 32 goes Shing. That red so massive to be banished from Charles's deck because now that was just 4 more life gained for this turn cycle. There's 4 go again from the Scar for Scar. That was revealed to the Ravenous Rabble.
And we know there's Lightning Surge in Charles Dunn's arsenal. If you're in Shing Tsang's position, you have to be worried about 4 into 4 into 4 into 4. And one fork that Aurora puts you in is that if you start committing armor blocks early on the chain and the on-hit at the end goes through anyway, the on-hit that you are committing all these defenses for, if it goes through anyway, that is so incredibly punishing. You sort of have to make the call much earlier than you would want to regarding whether you can actually block out this turn.
That you got going to be committed to shore up this attack. Lightning Press not able to get over. Here comes the Lightning Surge now. 4 more go again. Here comes the armor. It's going to be the remainder of the block from Shing.
That's the second lightning Press so far. And Charles Dunn ends with another 0 for 4. It's going to buy all the blocking equipment from Shing. The only equipment he has left as blocking are Mask of Recurring Nightmares and Tunic, neither of which are cards he actually wants to block with.
And Shing here not going to deploy the Codex of Frailty.
He doesn't have a Leave No Witnesses yet.
Yeah, I was about to say, oh, he's going to play the Codex of Frailty. He's going to, you know, doesn't have a Leave No Witnesses to use. Immediately draws it on this next turn cycle, rewarded for the Diligence, rewarded for the Discipline. And let's see what Charles is able to do with 4 random cards off the top.
That's the last Exude Conference and a Channel Lightning Valley. Cards that are good in conjunction with each other. But he needs to set that up. Can he afford to take that space, though?
Starfall for 1 with a lightning card in the pitch. I think Shing Tsang is going to be able to figure this one out.
Quite telegraphed here for sure. Leave No Witnesses snap blocked, so I can go to the graveyard for the Codex of Frailty on the following turn. E-Strike and Exude Confidence in hand right now. You could send the Exude here to prevent further D-Reacts, or you could just send the E-Strike for more damage.
Send the E-Strike. Do you make it draw a card? Do you make it for 7? Let's listen in.
Let's make it for 7.
Make it for 7. Saying, I'm getting an arsenal if you're letting me have a card.
It's going to be a D-React from Shing Tsang's side, though, to stop this.
I think I ran most of them already.
Yeah, Shing Tsang saying, I think I've run most of my D-Reacts already. He's played like 2 or 3 Fates. I think that's his 3rd Sink below. He's got at least one Shelter from the Storm that's already been played, so he is running out of these D-Reacts. He's running out of armor block. Charles Dunn is running him out of defense, and he's got a Lightning Valley, one of two left in his deck on the field.
And we spoke about Leave No Witnesses going to the graveyard, Sam, but what about the Command and Conquer that joined it alongside? And with Shing having Tunic up and a blue in hand, this is going to be a Codex into a Command and Conquer instead of Leave No Witnesses, which is just that much stronger.
Charles does have the Crown of Providence for exactly this reason. And there's another Channel Lightning Valley in the hand.
And that's the interesting call that Auroras have to make into new. Some have been preferring the Phase Purgatory into new rather than the Crown of Providence. Phase Purgatory, of course, better into cards like Bonds of Agony. You can go ahead and stuff that completely with the Phase Purgatory. But Crown of Providence lets you effectively ignore an Arsenal Disruption for one turn.
So Shing here still has his Tunic up. Has one floating, went to just attack, but said, oh wait, first you have to go ahead and resolve the Codex of Frailty. What attack is Charles Dunn going to maybe tuck away to the bottom of the deck, given that this arsenal is immediately going to be threatened? Charles has another Channel Lightning Valley. Does he want to commit it here? Put both of them out on the field at once?
If you put both of them out, you just have 3 remaining cards on offense. It seems to be potentially quite greedy. But of course, he is the US national champ for a reason. Maybe that is the correct line to take.
Second strike, heads off to the graveyard. Here comes the Command and Conquer. Here comes the Crown of Providence. Maybe to just put the E-Strike on the bottom. See what the rip is off the top. It's Arc Lightning.
And Shing just uses Tunic over here. We'll need to pitch cards to stop the arcane damage, to stop the card draw from the CLV.
Arc Lightning often showing up just in the nick of time, perhaps, even though it's so powerful it might just be gone in a flash.
However, Arc Lightning with Channel Lightning Valley, both cards want you to have a big hand, but don't always work super nicely with each other. Is Charles going to deploy the other Channel Lightning Valley right now?
Yeah, I think he's clearly going to save it here. He wants to try to spread out the threats. He doesn't want to, you know, blow it all on one turn. Shing has already worked through his armor. He's worked through a lot of his 0-4 D-Reacts. No, you've played a lightning card, brother. You've played a lightning card. It's 2. It's not 1, it's 2. It doesn't matter.
Because
oh,
of
the frailty. Yeah, I was like, it's getting blocked anyway. It doesn't matter. But
go again from Arc Lightning, still available to be used. E-Strike, draw a card, very likely going to be the name of the game here. 5 going, and 5 is very, very awkward. Shing might be packing the entire suite of defense reactions, but none of them block for 5. So this almost always demands a 2-card block, unless he's willing to go up Tunic with a defense reaction, which would be very, very early to give up the Tunic. Both Shing still sitting at above 30 life.
1 damage for the potential Snapdragon.
You're hearing Shing talk about the Snapdragons, imagining how it could join the fray. Charles here, his hand gets a lot better with another card, but that's going to be a full block for 6. Charles needs to get... Charles put away the other Lightning Valley.
And the last floating resource from Shing used to stop the arcane damage from the Arc Lightning off the E-Strikes go again.
Actually, grasp the Arc Knight because the combat chain.
Grasp is going to be activated here. Here comes a Rune Chant.
Which
One
does
more
have go
Arcane.
again.
Shing has to take that, which means Charles is going to be able. Let's see what the rip is here from Charles.
Looks like it's a written in the stars.
That's pretty interesting.
Shing has taken arcane damage this turn, but that card does not have go again. So the card draw from it wouldn't really do much.
It's going to be tough with it in the arsenal.
4 and 1 Arcane.
So potentially just going to pitch it to Aurora here is Charles.
And if he does, he gets to keep the Lightning Valley around for another turn.
I will activate Aurora to make an embodiment of lightning.
Make an embodiment of lightning with Aurora. That means the Channel Lightning Valley sticks around.
Sticks around for another turn with an embodiment to support it. Charles Dunn is equipped to go ahead and draw again from the Channel Lightning Valley. Will he be able to push that on-hit through again, or will Shing-Tsang be able to stuff that turn? Drew a Sigil of Suffering, which is a card you want to see when you have a Channel Lightning Valley out, but only if your opponent's actually attacking you. But Shing, though, just gonna go ahead and draw up without sending anything at the opponent.
There's an Skizik in there. He's got the embodiment of lightning. He can come in for 4.
Also could use Arc Lightning to give it go again, but
Shing Tsang drew a bunch of 2 blocks there. He's got 2, I believe, Codex of Frailties. 1 with the Starfall.
Discharge reactions to go again.
Yep, take 2.
Shing is just going to take the 2 here. This might unlock Charles's hand. Let's see what the rip is. It's a Skyward Serenade. All of a sudden, I mean, with the Arc Lightning, this turn could get pretty disgusting.
Skyward Serenade, incredible combination with Arc Lightning, effectively getting an extra point of Arcane off the go of the Arc Lightning, since it's a card that essentially has go again twice printed on it.
Looks like, yeah, I wonder if Charles is just going to try to keep the Arc Lightning for another turn. Here comes 7 with go again. Skizik going to get that +1 from the Embodiment of Lightning's go again, and the +3 from the Electrostatic Discharge. Bit of an awkward draw here for Shing.
No blocks.
7.
17.
Shing down to 17.
And this time, Charles does not have the Crown of Providence to bail him out of the arsenal destruction that Codex of Frailty promises.
If Charles can sniff out the Codex. Here comes the Skyward Serenade. Charles here, you can see him maybe a little bit of a grimace, because I have to imagine he's seeing how much damage Shing is willing to take, and he's wondering if he should have just deployed the Arc Lightning, made sure he got the value out of it. Yes, you want to do it on a 4 or 5 card hand, but if Shing keeps this whole hand, you have to imagine he has a lot of disruption in store.
Charles, however, still hiding what his intentions are with that last card, and this is the fork that Aurora puts you in. We spoke about forks that Nu puts you in. Charles Dunn here is potentially representing a snatch at the end of his combat chain, which makes Aurora so incredibly difficult to block. Because you'll be punished if Charles just goes to Arsenal and you're preparing to block a snatch. But if you block this, and then he does have a snatch, and you're punished that way as well. Shing Tsang.
Shing
his head.
Has an arsenal as well, so the Codex of Frailty not going to work well. Shing here is saying how bad I draw now versus how I drew early, but that's the thing, all those D-reacts were clumped up, and now this hand is not looking that impressive. Charles here can either keep the Arc Lightning or pitch it to Aurora.
Shing needs to decide how much does he want to respect the possibility of a snatch.
And this is why Nu has fallen out of favor with the advent of Aurora as potentially one of the best decks in the format. Nu needs to pack in all these defense reactions kind of just to have a chance, and even then, Aurora can still just come through with so much value in her attacks.
Looks like Leave No Witness is going to be the block for Shing Tsang here. And Charles Dunn definitely must be a little bit nervous seeing an Arsenal disruptive card being used to block. Can definitely imagine it's going to be more to come, but can't do anything else with the Arc Lightning, really. You're not going to play it in the end there for 1 arcane damage. Just goes ahead and arsenals it. Going to be prepared to defend it or just potentially lose it.
Here comes the Leave No Witnesses. Tunic currently on 2. This thing you have to imagine is getting go again with those Undertow Stilettos. Shing took a lot of damage on that last turn, down to 16. Charles here, let's see what he's working with in his hand. Twine Lightning, a Lightning card, an E-Strike, and a Ravenous Rabble. I mean, it does a lot of things, especially with the Arc Lightning that's in the arsenal. Does he just let the Arc Lightning go? Say, what else do you got?
That arsenal's not long for this world, Sam. And the very powerful thing about the play that Shing has set up here is that Leave No Witnesses promises to remove the arsenal. And then Codex says, get your arsenal back, and I'm going to destroy it again. Which is an incredible amount of card advantage that Shing will be able to get on this turn. Question is, will he be able to snowball that tempo into further damage and a victory? Or will he just be clumped up on defense reactions again, as we saw happen earlier in this game already?
Charles maybe thinking about all the arcane damage that Arc Lightning could have done on the last turn, as it's just going to get eaten up. Leave No Witnesses doing as its name entails, leaving no trace, no witnesses of that arsenal behind. Here comes the Slither. No reactions is the call, as the Arc Lightning is going to head the way of the Banished Zone. There goes the Sigil of Suffering. Top of the deck, not being kind to Charles Dunn, but he is maybe looking to just shut the door.
Charles would have loved to have the Sigil of Suffering in his arsenal instead of on the top of his deck.
Because we know what this is now. 2 floating means Codex of Frailty, means Command and Conquer.
17.
So Charles does have 2 3 blocks in his hand in the form of the Current Funnel and Enlightened Strike to be able to block out this Command and Conquer. Question is, will he be able to still mount enough of an offense, or will Shing just get all the tempo in the world from this play?
Take a look here. Frailty and Ponder. There comes the Lightning Surge. What card is going to be lost for Charles? He does have 2 3 blocks at least for this Command and Conquer.
And can hold on to the Entwined Lightning, just send 4, leave the Lightning Surge in his arsenal, since it would only be coming in for 3 thanks to the Frailty token. However, that does mean it is vulnerable to further arsenal disruption if Shing draws it.
Shing gets the arsenal off the Ponder. And just 4 damage now with the Entwine Lightning. Charles wondering when the disruption is going to stop.
17, yeah, sorry.
Didn't quite catch a glimpse of what Shing drew off the random Ponder. However, did find more arsenal disruption. So that Lightning Surge in Charles Dunn's arsenal might not be long for this world.
Yep.
Okay.
Blocking 3 with the Venomous Bite. Has a Command and Conquer. Has the levels of Enlightenment as well. Which means this Beckoning Mistblade, if Shing chooses to send it, would be quite threatening. Tense moment here for both players. Remember, both of them are fighting for their top 8 lives. Whoever loses in this match will be out of top 8 contention at World Tour London. Silver going to be cashed in here by Shing Tsang. That is a telltale sign for a potential levels of Enlightenment, which means this Beckoning Mistblade, if Shing chooses to send it, needs to be blocked up by Charles Dunn. But would Shing even send it? Could just pitch a blue for the levels directly.
Beckoning Mistblade here, coming in for 1.
Will Charles respect this? He saw the silver being popped. Has to know that levels of Enlightenment could very much be the follow-up from this Mistblade.
And it was a Persuasive Prognosis that was pitched, which is a great card to be utilized if this Beckoning Mistblade hits. So obviously Shing has other plans in mind if this Beckoning Mistblade were to come through.
Grasp of the Arakni does represent a fairly easy block on this Beckoning Mistblade. You do lose a bit of value. Charles Dunn going to go ahead and take the Beckoning Mistblade. Shing Tsang's next blue attack will get +1 and go again. Levels of Enlightenment comes out with effectively all 3 modes because of 2 blues in the pitch and go again being conferred by the Mistblade. 6 go again draw card is the name of the game for Shing Tsang here.
This is just damage. This is not something that Charles has to think about in terms of disrupting what he's doing. This is just honest damage. Charles is not going to take it. Down to 10 he goes.
And that's the fork that Nu puts you in. If you just keep taking... You have to take the vanilla damage because the disruptive attack could come right afterwards.
And we're looking here. It looks as though the Skyward Serenade, the Ravenous Rabble, and the Grasp of the Arknight might all get in front of this Command and Conquer. Block for 6 is okay. There's no floating resources. There's no Tunic for the Arousing Wave, so Charles Dunn gets to keep a couple cards here. The Tunic goes to 3.
Lightning Surge in Arsenal. Channel Lightning Valley in hand. Not the card you want to see when you're on when you have so few cards in hand. However, Shing doesn't have any armor left. A lot of his defense reactions have been used already.
You have to wonder here. Charles has the option to play the Snatch, keep the Channel Lightning Valley in Arsenal. It's always good against these decks. Looks like it's going to be the Starfall coming in for 2. No blocks,
Starfall.
Any reactions. All of a sudden, Shing has to be thinking. Charles is thinking. Does he have the Channel Lightning Valley?
It is very scary to play it here, though, because you don't have a lightning card. So you need to draw it off the top. You need a Starfall to hit, and you need to draw a lightning card to be able to keep it around. Looks like Charles Dunn will just go in and let the 2 damage through. Possibly going to put the Channel Lightning Valley in Arsenal, or convert it into an embodiment of lightning from Aurora's hero ability.
It all depends on what happens with this Snatch, however. No blocks, no reactions except for the Shelter from the Storm. So now Charles here has a Lightning Valley in his arsenal, and if Shing tries to target the arsenal, you can just play it in response.
And that is a fantastic power that Aurora has in this matchup. You get to dodge Arsenal Disruption by just playing it. Electromagnetic Somersault, Channel Lightning Valleys, and he's drawn a Stitch of Suffering with the Channel Lightning Valley in Arsenal. Could threaten to draw a card on Shing's turn.
Shing has plenty of cards in hand, though, if that Sigil of Suffering is deployed. And Charles has to think about the potential on his turn for the mind games of the Lightning Press.
He's got double Transcend. If that was a reaction step, I think Shing did that in the block step. If that was a reaction step, Charles should have just gone and played the Sigil of Suffering in response to the Transcends. But Shing, a little too sharp for that. Did it before reactions. Our Desire Body goes to 4 with go again, thanks to Path Well Traveled.
Now he asks for reactions. Here comes the Mask of Recurring Nightmares alongside the Art of Desire Body. Gets the go again off the Path Well Traveled.
You have to commend Shing for saying block step there before reactions, doing the double transcend. Just goes to show the intricacies, the level of matchup knowledge both these players have. He knew he'd be vulnerable to Sigil of Suffering because of a double transcend, so does it before the reaction step. Just incredible minutia of gameplay that we're seeing here.
Let's go ahead. See what the play is going to be from Charles. He has to lose a card to the Mask, and he has to think about the 4 damage and wonder if the top of his deck is going to be unkind once again and allow Shing to get another card if a red is banished.
And this entire time, one aspect of this matchup that we haven't yet touched on is the fatigue angle.
Yeah.
Charles Dunn's deck looking to be a little thin there.
Down to 6 he goes, and it is a red. So up to 14 goes Shing. Card off the top. Just a double trouble, yeah.
Not the most favorable draw for Shing Tsang, but Charles Dunn doesn't quite know that. He did banish the Sigil of Suffering to the Mask of Recurring Nightmares, decided that it's not worth trying to go for the Channel Lightning Valley play when he knows Shing is still holding on to a Chi. Thanks to the double Transcend. Now, Arousing Wave is still available on the field to turn on the double trouble should Shing go for that. Charles Dunn is at 6 as well, so not only will that represent quite a bit of damage, it also represents the deck damage that we have been speaking about as well. Double trouble coming in for 2 go again. Charles Dunn should be at 5. This is actually lethal on the board thanks to Arousing Wave. Charles Dunn needs to give at least a card to block this or the Final Spring Tunic.
Okay, double trouble now. 2 with go again. Charles here in the blender, in the tank.
Charles Dunn knows that lethal is being presented over here.
Yeah, not a lot of cards left in deck.
So if he just gives the Tunic or the Grasp, he will dodge lethal, but that is so few cards left in his deck as well. So might even need to worry about the on-hit, but can he afford to block this out for 5? Because since the Sigil of Suffering was banished from Mask of Recurring Nightmares, he doesn't have a defense reaction. If he doesn't block for 5, Shing can just go for the play anyway. If he does block for 5, Shing just passes and leaves the Arousing Wave on the field.
You hear the sigh of consternation from Charles. The head is in the hands. He's in the thinker's pose, and what he contemplates cannot be comfortable. His deck is running thin. His life is running out. He's only lost draft games in this Pro Tour, but Shing is going to put the Arousing Wave in front of this. He's been all defense early. He's all offense right now.
And you have to feel for Charles Dunn right now. He started this game, one of our 2 undefeated players. Now he's in the X and 3 bracket. 2 cards off the top for him as he goes down to 3 life against Shing Tsang's 14. Does he have enough damage in his deck? We know his arsenal is just a Channel Lightning Valley.
His hand has been decimated again on this turn. Shing drawn up some defense here.
And a Sigil of Solace as well, just moving the goalpost further and further away from Charles Dunn as his life and his deck are getting depleted.
Starfall, no blocks, and Channel Lightning Valley into the that all you got. And that is the question here, Charles. Is that all you got? Shing is asking the question. I don't think he likes the answers in front of him. Here comes 4. It can get go again with the Snapdragon Scalers. Is Shing going to put the Tunic in front of this to stop the card being drawn?
Could even just put 2 cards in front of this, be happy with your random draw of that all you got, play your Sigil of Solace and just arsenal your last card and tell Charles, hey, you have, I don't know, like 10 cards left in your deck. Can you even get me when I'm at 17 because of my Sigil of Solace?
Charles here. Such a Warriors run through day 1 of this Pro Tour. One of our game's best and brightest players. Fantastic commentator in his own right, friend of the coverage team, showing why he is a champion in multiple ways in this game, but Shing is no slouch. World's top 8 competitor, Pro Tour top 8 competitor.
And Shing has an incredible pair of cards in his hands, and Persuasive Prognosis with Just a Nick. Not only does that threaten to banish 2 further cards off the top of Charles Dunn's deck, it also threatens to kill him, threatens to disrupt him. If he wants to keep that hand, though, Shing Tsang, he will need to let Charles draw a card off this Channel Lightning Valley. Shing Tsang deciding, is it worth to keep this amazing pair of cards and let Charles Dunn draw a card and potentially come back into this game, or perhaps take the bit more of the disciplined line and just block 4 on the Slithering Charge? Is also going to draw a random card off this that all you got is blocking the Starfall. Not something to be forgotten as well.
For damage, Sing giving this all the respect and attention that it deserves.
You absolutely have to when you're this close. Remember, this is a lose and out.
Shing thinking you draw this, then you do this. No, I don't like those odds.
You have to think about Sigil of Suffering. You saw one banished from Charles Dunn's hand, and you know he pitched one earlier in the game. Don't want to take an aggressive line, only to get blown out by a defense reaction. Can do another count of the deck, unfortunately not letting us see it.
You know Shing is thinking about precisely what card is next off of the top.
This last few turns
You see Shing say these last few turns.
It's like, might be tempted to give up the Tunic. And then he's just sending the Persuasive Prognosis without the Just a Nick backup. But Charles Dunn doesn't know that.
There's a Persuasive. We know he has the Sigil. What did he draw off the top? It's a weakest link. It's just going to be coming in for 6 here.
And there's a fantastic draw for Shing Tsang off the top over there. You deny Charles the card draw. Give up your Tunic to deny the card draw, but still send 6 when your opponent's sitting at 3 with an on-hit as well. Well, the on-hit doesn't matter right now with Charles Dunn's hand, but the 6 damage almost certainly does. I believe Charles Dunn has drawn that Exude Confidence he pitched way early in the game.
Do have some 3 blocks here for Charles.
Just neither option feels good, though. You can give up these blocking cards, but that just thins your deck even further and further as Shing sits at a comfortable 14, and we know he's still got another Sigil of Solace.
Yes, veritable 17 plus the 2 block from the Mask of Recurring Nightmares, and this is why they put in all the defense reactions. This is why these decks have adapted. If you want to play new in this meta, you have to have a plan for Aurora, and Shing's plan here is I am going to work through your hand, work through your deck, and make you have to respect the potential I can do to your life. Just a full block for 6 on the Exude Confidence.
Blocking with a 4 power as well, turning off the Exude Confidence's ability for now.
I think Charles here thinking about just maybe playing the Shock, trying to draw a card.
And now Shing starts with the Pawns of Attraction, and we know he's holding a Just a Nick. Not only is that damage to Charles Dunn's life total, who's sitting at 3, it's also deck damage. And that's why Nu is able to enact this game plan that forks your opponent. You block them too much from the disruption, then you just get fatigued. And you don't block them, you just kind of die, because the Mystic Assassin does deal quite a bit of damage as well.
Shing Tsang here, staring across the table at his opponent. He wants to remain fighting in this Pro Tour. He wants the best placement he can get.
Just a Nick being represented here. Mask of Recurring Nightmares also being represented. Both actually potentially also being represented. Just a Nick plus Mask. How many things can you play around?
Block one with the grasp of the Arakni. The just a nick is just enough. The fist bump is extended, and Tsang looking forward, putting the hand to the head, and Charles Dunn. Salutations on an incredible day one, but unfortunately the run ends here as Tsang moves on and stays alive, fighting for the very best placement he can get.
Absolutely rough day two for Charles Dunn. Came into ended day one undefeated, but Tsang over here gonna be able to maintain his X3 record. We'll have to see how far he can go with that, but for now, Charles Dunn's hopes at a top 8 at World Tour London have just been crushed.
And the consistent cohort fights on for another day. We have got win and ins aplenty in our next round. I don't want to waste any time. I want to get after it. Let's prepare ourselves for the final round of Swiss here at the Pro Tour in London. We have watched games played at the highest level, and there is no shortage of unbelievable gameplay still to come. Winning in right after this, live. Dude, I fucking...
Days of the highest level flesh and blood imaginable, and it all comes down to this. We have for you 2 win-ins. Let's go ahead and look at the standings. I will set the stage for you as we get ready to progress towards our top 8. We have on top 4 locks, 4 illusionists, 2 prisms, 2 Enigmas in the mix, guaranteed in our top 8, including a former Pro Tour champion in Pablo Pintor. Incredible stuff. After that, things get murky. Let me set the stage. There can be no Auroras in this top 8. There can be 4 Auroras in this top 8. The 4 Auroras that are left in contention are going to be playing against 4 different heroes. One of them, Gustavo Caperan, has a chance to put Prism into the top 8. I can't tell you how important the presence of Prism, or excuse me, the presence of Vynnset can be in this top 8 because it can absolutely feast on those Prisms. Meanwhile, Leo Vynnset has a chance of putting another Prism into the top 8. Then we go down to the absolute dark horse in this list. It's Franche potentially putting Arakni, Marionette into the top 8. All of these players are taking on an Aurora to go ahead and try and punch their ticket. We go to the second page of standings, and then we see more important matches lined up, including Tommaso Vecito on new. Has a chance to also punch a ticket into the top 8. Has to take on an Aurora to do so. And Hayden, I don't think anyone would have drawn up the brackets looking this way when we were sitting here on day 1.
A third Prism playing for top 8. A new Arakni Marionette. There is this range of heroes as we sit here playing for top 8 is just, this is the most exciting, I think, winning in round 15 of any Pro Tour we've had so far in Flesh and Blood history.
How about I ratchet up the excitement yet one more notch? How about Aggro Blaze in the feature match area trying to go ahead and punch his ticket to the top 8, and he's ready to battle down there in the feature match area right now on Aurora. There you see Zack Phillips with the trademark Aggro Blaze headband looking to go ahead and put some respect onto his name. Going to be taking on Leo Vézinet on Prism.
Yeah, and this matchup is one that, this is the one that Prism has been preparing for, right? This is the matchup you're expecting to play against. It's a big matchup, and Leo's starting with an attack for 10 with that Wrath.
Yeah, our player's right in the mix already. Zack was ready with the defense reaction to go ahead and cover up. That feels like a big win on turn 0. Now can he get the Aurora train rolling? Let's see if those 0 for 4s are ready to show up and do their thing.
Going second in this matchup is really big for Zack here. I think, given this is a very aggressive matchup, it's about who can strike first. Can Leo roll on with those heroes, get one into his soul, go and find a Figment, start to set up a bit of a board, bit of protection, or can Zack go ahead and really start to punch a big chunk of damage, put Leo on the back foot and make it so that it's really difficult for Leo to find that pivot turn afterwards to get that Herald into soul. And those defense reactions are going to be so key.
Aggro Blaze at the ready for this Prism matchup does have the balance of justice to go ahead and respond to something like the Herald of Erudition draws. Kicking things off here with a Starfall. Going to be backed up by Electrostatic Discharge to, of course, get the go again. Leo with the perfect answer in the form of That All You Got.
Very important card for this matchup. We've seen so many That All You Gots on stream this weekend has been putting in some work against the Starfalls.
Static Shock coming in for 7 here, buffed up by that Electrostatic Discharge.
Another card for Zack that's going to be very important. We've seen the Electrostatic Discharge. Another instant, Lightning Press. That's going to probably, from what I understand, be his only answer as a popper. That 2-card makeshift popper in this matchup into Leo for that Phantasm.
It's a good one, though. It can swing the matchup really hard. First blood here going to Aggro Blaze. 7 going to go ahead and get through.
Big chunk of Leo's life there. Doesn't start with much.
Very true. Embodiment of Lightning being made, setting up Zack for the next turn. Going to go ahead and pass the turn back to the Prism player. And we kick things off with that Herald of Erudition.
And I think the Zack here does have a lot of fridge on that equipment.
Plenty of armor, plenty of armor. This is just kind of a chip away Herald of Erudition. You don't expect this one to hit. You just want to do some work early on.
Unless there is another pump.
That's true.
That Leo has ready to go. And honestly, I wouldn't expect Leo to actually lead with the Herald of Erudition here unless he had the pump. But looks like he might not unless he arsenaled it.
Could be an arsenal.
He did play one on turn 0, of course.
Check the hand of Aggro Blaze here. Couple of blues in current funnel and the Heaven's Claws. Electromagnetic Somersault also at the ready, so no defense reaction on this particular turn cycle.
Flittering Charge. for Zack in Arsenal.
Unique feature of the Aggro Blaze Aurora list. No Skyward Serenade. Not a believer in the card. That powerful addition from the Prism, or excuse me, from the Aurora Armory deck. Zack Phillips has no time for it. He says it's not what I need.
I think Zack's going to have to convince me on that one. But
Look,
maybe he can do it right now.
This is how you do it, Hayden. You go ahead and punch your ticket to a top 8 at a Pro Tour. You start making some undeniable proof of your skill, of your greatness in Flesh and Blood.
It's like Leo breaking the chain there and then coming in with the tenacity. Again, we spoke about this in that other Prism matchup. So important to get that Herald through. Dominate can help you do that. But Zack has still a big chunk of fridge here. Yes, he used the balance, but still has access to that Carapace, to the Grasp of the Arknight.
You just have to chip away if you're Leo. You have to come in with these dominate attacks time after time. Make Zack commit the equipment to the defense here. And then eventually, Herald of Erudition can do its thing.
What is actually really big about these two dominate attacks as well is that Zack has in hand the Somersault. So shutting off that avenue to do a defensive 2-for-1, you know, block with 2 cards, bounce them back with the Somersault, instead saying, no, you don't have that line this time.
More equipment used here by Aggro Blaze.
Now eaten through a big chunk of just the 2 defense left. It went from having a big fridge to a mini fridge after this turn for Zack.
Fused Arcanic Shockwave kicks things off here.
Flurrying Charge in Arsenal for Zack, so Zack can throw a big chunk of damage this turn. Likely we will see a Somersault here.
Zack has been putting in the work when it comes to Flesh and Blood. Out there streaming regularly, attending callings, upgrading his game time and time again. Now on the precipice of that first massive breakthrough. Flittering Charge comes down for 4. Shelter covering up here. And now we go ahead and get value from that Somersault on the offensive side of things.
You have 3 in hand? Yes.
Yeah, Zack just weighing up now. Does he want to Arsenal this to have that guaranteed 0-4 ready to go? Or just push the damage now? How good is Leo's hand?
Yeah, and it is just going to be an Arsenal here from Zack. Yeah,
I like that.
I agree. You want to do damage in chunks as Aurora. But Leo going to have a lot of options on this turn. Wasn't really pressured all that hard. But Herald to kick things off.
A blue Herald,
Blue
though.
one, yeah. Significant downgrade here.
Not quite what Leo was looking for, but you know the key is get a Herald into Arsenal, and this is demanding 2 cards or those last 2 pieces of equipment, unless Zack can come up with a defense reaction.
We talk so much about the snowball, getting things started, and now it's happened. Leo gets Herald into Soul.
Yeah, I think Zack wanting to really keep a hold of those last 2 pieces of equipment for probably 2 breakpoints ideally. Okay to let the first one through, and I think Zack really likes his hand. A big chunk of damage in this hand. Looks like we've got an E-Strike, we've got a Snatch. This could be a Snapdragon Skeleton. Zack might just say, you know what, next turn, my goal is get Leo down to those single digits, and 5 cards is what I need to do.
I think it's very possible he achieves that goal if he stays on these 5 cards. Leo is feeling that, goes ahead and gets a Figment of Protection, adds Spectral Shield to the defenses. Could have some Ward joining the fray as well.
Yeah, I think Leo likely to flip this Figment here. Didn't catch a glimpse of the rest of the hand. I think Leo's going to be pretty happy that he got a blue Herald through, though.
Yeah, feels like easy mode. But look, you can't defend forever. At some point, you have to go ahead and consent to the Prism doing its thing.
I go 231.
And the Archangel of Protection does come through, offering 4 more damage. And it's followed up by another blue, so a heavy, heavy blue hand here for Leo. I think he's gotten a lot out of it, frankly.
I agree. He made it work really well for him. I was actually interested that he led with the Triumph over the Protection. Not sure if maybe he's thinking Zack runs some 6 attacks, maybe some CNC, for instance. Because usually that Lightning Press would be enough to get you to 7, so it would pop anyway. When it's blue, generally you can just, of course, block the 2 cards. But I think just playing it safe, making sure he can definitely connect with that Herald, I think if Zack hasn't decided to defend on the first chain link, I don't see a reason for him to defend now. But he might have an excess card that he...
2 cards given here. And then some.
There's
That's a great reason to defend, Hayden. Great reason.
Yeah, maybe Zack was just conscious of, didn't want to commit to that first chain link, thinking there's no way I can stop Leo from being able to connect the Herald this
Something was
turn.
going to get through. Let's see what the worst case scenario is.
Correct. Zack not prepared to potentially give up another card, so he doesn't want to be blocking something like a Herald of Erudition on the last chain link.
I like it. I like the style. I think it was thoughtful from Zack. Kicks things off here with an Enlightened Strike. Modes are going to be go again. Not doing anything too crazy, not getting those Snapdragon Scalers in the mix right now, and the ward is cleared here.
Leo just saying, okay.
Follow-up Snatch. Take a look over at Leo's hand.
Oh, he's playing Essence of Ancestry Body, so a bit of
interesting
an aura-heavy list here from Leo. And that card is very, very impactful against Aurora. So I wonder what Leo's line is here. Potentially block some damage here, put it into play, set up something in Arsenal, and look to maybe set up a good Halo of Illumination turn. That's what Leo really needs this game, is a really impactful Halo turn. Set up 1 to 2 Figments on the board. But on the Zack side, I mean, if you're Leo here, what's the next play? Is this a Snapdragon's line?
Yeah, that's
if
always
you don't
the problem.
Block it out?
Always the problem when you face the Snatch. You say, okay, I'll give my opponent a redundant card, but you could just face heaps of damage if Zack does decide to go ahead and commit those Snapdragon Scalers. And I think if this is not defended, that will be the play.
Yeah, I think Zack putting Leo in a tough spot here.
We know there's at least another 0 for 4 in the arsenal, so there's no real brick if you go ahead and push with Snapdragon Scalers here. It could cause some damage on a future turn where you want to clear a bunch of ward. It's not a completely simple decision.
I think if you're Leo, though, what you want is you want to get cards out of Zack's life. Because if you're going to set up this Essence, if you're looking for a big 5-card turn, you really want to start to see Zack play on 4 cards. So I think Leo's goal here is, how do I get Zack into position to play on 4 cards?
Phantasmal Footsteps going to be moved forward here. That tells me we're going ahead. No, I think that's card efficient.
Yeah. But this is the line we talked about, right?
Yeah.
Just get the Essence of Ancestry, set up that Herald in Arsenal.
Going ahead with the defensive plan here. This is Leo.
Oh, actually, didn't catch the Arsenal. Was it the other Aura? Because he ended up blocking with the yellow Herald of Protection in the end. Very aura-heavy list here. You see Pierce Reality there in hand for Leo as well.
Light of Soul drawn on this particular turn. Not a lot of blocking available to Leo. We see a Lightning Press picked up.
Is that a 9th blade?
I thought it was.
That's a 9th blade of the Blood Oath.
It is. There's his popper.
That'll do the trick. That'll get above Herald of Triumph. Yeah, interesting. I mean, I think he's going to get a little bit bailed out by having an E-Strike here to put it on the bottom. No, I think he put the Lightning Press. So he's
away the Lightning Press. He really wants to keep that 9th blade around.
Will we see him IP himself to keep it?
No reactions. You take 3.
I mean, the thing is, he might just pass here because of the Essence trigger. He would like to make an embodiment, I think. The Essence is going to soak this up.
No reactions. Yep. So we'll let this all fizzle. This will happen, and then I'm just going to pass to you. Yep.
And that's it.
And not making an embodiment. That's got to be it. That's got to be a signal for Leo.
You got to have a think over on Leo's side. It's a hard puzzle to piece together, but I think he can get there. Light of Soul does reveal a Herald, and boy, does this swing the tempo in Leo's favor. Anytime you hit on that Light of Soul, it feels like an aha moment. Your deck kind of opens up to you, and it's very, very possible that he can use this advantage to go ahead and seize a lot of advantage. But we know Popper at the ready. Is that going to throw a wrench into Leo's plans?
I think he needed to hit a Herald there, though. I think the game was starting to get away from him a little bit, potentially, if he couldn't find some nice value on this turn. Light of Soul, a Fable for a reason.
Yeah.
A legendary for a reason.
It's a swingy effect for sure.
That's the Courage token? Yes. Okay.
Figment of War looking to get some offensive output into the arena. Saving that ninth blade does pay some dividends here. Prevents another potential hit from this Herald. It was a dominate attack, so there is some trouble there for Zack if he didn't have a popper on this turn.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, is Leo's gotten a little bit bailed out by this Light of Soul because he still popped a Herald into Arsenal's turn, so his hero ability is... He's on. He's found that Figment now.
Yeah, think if that Light of Soul had missed, how bad this turn would have gone for Leo. So I think Zack found a very good line. Leo got a little bit of a bailout in the form of a Herald at the ready.
A little bit, though, but the awkward thing is now he has to pay a resource into this Footsteps, but he does have the blue.
Has the blue in the form of Pierce Reality.
And bearing in mind, Zack did have to give up a card to do this. He gave up, you know, an embodiment of lightning effectively last turn.
Does put down the Pierce Reality here. And now the offensive output is online.
Yeah. I spoke at the start of this game about this being an aggressive matchup, but Leo's on a bit of a different Prism build with these auras. He's playing it a little bit differently. You know, he's trying to establish some board. He's trying to establish a foothold in the game while holding Zack back. And then Leo's going to find that pivot to probably try and set up a big Halo of Illumination turn and start to really roll through.
And Twine Lightning starts the offense here for Zack. Leo's thinking about the defenses.
Another Arclight Sentinel.
You go to 12. Yes.
That life total getting lower and lower. The Arclight Sentinel not really suited for this turn. Not a lot of resources in the hand.
I believe we have an Arclight in Arsenal as well for Leo.
Arclight flooded, not a good place to be.
What he really wants to do here is Halo of Illumination, set up an angel, a Figment of Erudition, flip the angel, come in, and then be able to Arclight Sentinel, protect it, and then come in again. This would be the ultimate. That is the kind of a classic play that Prism likes to do.
I'm going to pitch this to Starfall.
Leo definitely with big plans for this next turn.
Pass priority to you.
Zack not willing to let that Pierce Reality stick around. Uses the Starfall to clean it up, and then the turn is back to Leo. What is he going to put together this particular go-around? Does have the Herald to start things off. You are correct, Hayden. It's a second Arclight Sentinel sitting there in Arsenal right now.
I think the line here is come in with that Herald, another Dominate, force the issue with Zack, say, what do you got? And then if it hits, he can go and find that Figment of Erudition and potentially set up this Arclight play. He was just taking some time to consider all lines. It's a complicated game state, and this next turn or two is going to be massive for this game.
Look, Prism is a hero that is showing off its raw power today in our feature match area, but it asks so much of its pilot. So many intricacies you have to navigate. You have to be comfortable playing with your back against the wall. Nothing comes easy to a Prism, but put in the work and you will be rewarded. And speaking of rewards, Halo of Illumination going to bring a big reward to the table.
Leo's guaranteeing. I really like this line. I think what Leo was thinking about was, do I come in with the hero but risk getting popped? I've seen a popper now, getting blocked out, and then not being able to go and find this Figment of Erudition because he would be short on resources to be able to do it. What he wants to do here is play this and then end the chain with that Essence of Body. Just start to set up that board.
Yeah, strong defensive option from Leo. We talked a lot about Enigma's ability to adapt to a metagame. I think Prism showing the same thing here this weekend.
Yeah, I don't know how many people had Essence of Body, Essence of Ancestry Body in their list as Prism. I was shocked when we saw it, but it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's looking good.
Action attack card and weapon attack.
Okay, thank you.
That Archangel is going to get in the mix here. Coming in 4-4, and we're going to go ahead and use the Soul, picking up 2 new cards on Leo's side. Loaded with Heralds here, including a Herald of Erudition.
Yeah, Leo, even more lines opening up here now because Leo could just raw play this Arclight this turn, protect everything, or he could keep the chain going, potentially flip another Figment and then try and play the Arclight on Zack's turn, but that's really risky. You really need to draw minimum 1 blue, and if you draw double red, for instance, that's going to be tough.
Yeah, that would be bad news for sure. Zack still with 2 points of defense on the equipment at this moment. Let's keep track of that. That courage is ready, though.
That's the thing. I think the patient play is not to play Herald of Erudition here.
2 resources have been reached for.
I am going to play Essence of Body.
Okay.
No, he's going to make the patient play.
And I'm going to perfect.
Yeah, I
just
like
Arclight
this.
Sentinel set up. And
This
look, you
is-
build your deck in this fashion, it makes a lot of sense that you're the type of player who goes ahead and takes this patient line.
Yep. Very well played from Leo there. Cracks the Ponder token. And all of a sudden, Leo has swung things with this massive board after back against the wall.
That Archangel gonna stick around. I want to check Leo's hand because you took a gambit here. You need to be able to turn it into offense. Don't love the red, but otherwise, strong draw. Herald of Erudition at the ready, has the Herald. I think he's going to be able to piece something special together here.
He's got Herald plus Wrath, and
Yeah.
he's got the
And he's got the Courage token. It feels like there's almost no defenses here, short of a Popper.
Short of a pop, but he's also got the Angel. Of course, no soul at the moment, but if he can get, and he's got the War Tune, I feel like he's got mostly what he needs. And
Yeah,
then
he's rolled up.
the 0 for 4 defense reaction, Shelter from the Storm to back it all up afterwards. And Zack kept a 5-card hand here. So Zack really needs to find a line to make an embodiment, I think, here.
Zack has looked very comfortable in the feature match area. Look practiced, look composed.
He's
Until
just the
right
camera.
now.
He's just the camera.
Until right now. Until right now. I'm starting to see some doubt creep in for the first time. Starting to feel a little bit of that overwhelming arena presence that Prism is capable of generating.
On the flip side, Leo, you know, like you said, back against the wall, started off on the back foot a little bit, went down to 24 very quickly, but it's just had a plan. A plan. Find the Arclight, find the pivot turn, find my Halo turn, and has been very patient as well, like we've just seen.
Zack really having to think about this turn. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at his hand if we can. Blocking us a little bit right now with head on hand. You see Arc Lightning, exude confidence.
Yeah, that balance hasn't found him.
Yep.
Arc Lightning to lead the turn.
Yep.
Yeah, it is going to get a card from Leo here, though, to defend this arcane damage. Interesting to see Zack crack the.
I'm going to discard Shelter.
Oh, but that's a very good response.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Yep, so you'll have 2 prevention floating?
Yes.
Leo was a little resource light, I would say, on this turn. Pitching to go ahead and go after those pings from the Arc Lightning. Not super efficient.
Zack is going to make sure that he gets an embodiment this turn. And an
which creates a rune chant.
Rune Chant token. Can Zack do enough things to force more go again? He
How
cannot.
does this interaction work?
It pops.
It does pop?
Yeah.
Okay, so you prevent the last one.
Yes.
I hit this.
Rune Chant's going to do its thing. Arc Light Sentinel gets cleared.
Weapons do pop the Rune Chant's attack actions. Do not.
And it looks like Zack chose not to go ahead and make the embodiment here. I want to give him a lot of credit here. I think that kind of represents Popper very well.
Yeah. Selling it.
Yeah. And look, maybe that is the correct thing to do in this spot. Maybe that manipulates Leo a little bit and keeps him off this play. But the reality is, for Leo, he just has everything he needs here. There's no way he can afford to go ahead and pass on the opportunity to try and hit with his Herald of Erudition.
Leo didn't blink an eye.
Yeah,
He just
I
went
like
straight
the
into play.
creativity. Like, I really think that's what was going on there. But I don't know if it's going to pay off here.
Block 2. Yep. Reactions.
Go ahead.
Oh, but from the arsenal, it's Shelter.
Blocking by 6.
Blocking 6.
Covers it up. And we
Plus 3.
And unfortunately, there is the Wrath, and that is going to push over the top here.
Yeah, Zack did what he needed to. He saved that equipment like we spoke about, but Leo just having the answer like we spoke about, another Angelic Wrath.
And on Zack's side, there is not an additional reaction, and that means Herald of Erudition is going to do its thing in multiple ways here.
It is for 6 because of the card, so I
Zack
get the 24.
does have a burn-up shock in hand. An instant speed source of arcane damage, which can cause some havoc with these wards. It might be able to get this essence of, because Leo is now, depending on what he draws, if he goes resourceless at some point, But I don't think he's going to. He's gonna have enough to attack with the Angel here. He'll find a Figment.
I'm feeling the tension of a win-in starting to go ahead and seep in now. Things felt pretty breezy early on.
Oh, sorry, no.
Felt like business as usual.
I'm just shaking my right when making my medicine.
But it feels like the atmosphere in the room has got a little tenser, a little darker, a little more focused.
I think you're just checking graveyard there just to see, just double checking his Figments. Maybe sideboard, probably didn't sideboard one out. Looking what to go after. I think just checking what's left as options after this in the deck. What's the best grab here? Because I think he might go and get his Angel of Rebirth.
Yeah,
Figment of Rebirth,
he's
sorry.
playing a few moves in advance right now. It's not necessarily about what's happening in this moment. It's about what the next step is in this game.
I think it looks like that's what he's going to pull out, this Figment of Rebirth here. I mean, he's planned it all out here in this one. And Triumph, though.
Triumph, okay.
Maybe he has a different plan for the Rebirth, potentially.
Yeah, I wonder how much it's around Arclight Sentinel insurance.
Yeah. Potentially this is the one that he doesn't mind losing, so go grab this one and use it as a bit of protection, a bit of insulation.
Two reds pitched here to go ahead and get that Archangel into the mix, but two more cards are going to be picked up by Leo.
I wonder if Zack considered responding with the burn-up shot, but he just said okay.
No blocks.
I guess this Essence of Ancestry is just protecting things too
Yeah,
much.
it's a shield. It's a really problematic shield that makes any of these tricky plays feel a little bit less worth it. Wartune Herald from the Arsenal, resource floating here.
No blocks.
No rush.
I go to 13.
And all of a sudden the life totals near parity. When you count the ward out there in the arena, they're actually leaning in Leo's favor.
Yeah. I think Zack with a 4-card hand here now after defending with that defense reaction. Leo stacked up on Figments now.
Yeah, Ravages enters the fray here.
One more damage added to the tally.
Strong ward available, and not just any ward, also that Essence of Ancestry doing double duty, perhaps shutting down 2 attacks from Aggro Blaze this next cycle. Time for another Figment to go ahead and get in the mix.
Yep, makes sense. Make use of the ability. Oh, you have it.
And now there are piles of ward on Leo's side. Can Zack find a way through this?
Does have the double go again. That's a good start. You know what, Zack? As long as there's not a yellow or blue on top of that deck, that could be potentially game losing for Zack. Yeah.
We've seen it time and time again, the Ravenous Rabbles. They giveth, then they taketh away.
Maybe he's a Gorganian Tome Enjoyer and he might hit the absolute
That
high.
would be something. That would be something. Look, Zack has a unique approach to deck building. He reaches his own conclusions. He doesn't follow the trends. He figures things out, and then he believes in his own approach to the game. Something like Gorganian Tome would be the perfect embodiment of such an ethos.
Yeah. Leo here just... He's got this 5-card hand as well. I wonder how much he's willing to give up these Angels this turn, depending on how many Heralds he has here.
Yeah, we'll try and get a look over at Leo's hand next time he picks it up, because I think that's going to dictate a lot of what's going on here.
Oh, he's got another Angelic Wrath to push another Herald over the top potentially.
Good output on that turn, for sure.
It's going to come down to the break points, I think, and this is going to tell us.
Top card of the deck.
It
is a red. Mercifully a red.
Zack breathes a big sigh of relief, I'm sure, seeing that red on top.
That was the expected outcome, but you never know until you flip over the top of your deck.
Well, if he didn't hit a red there, he wouldn't have been able to kill, because he's targeting the Angel
it would
here.
have been disastrous.
Which I think is the right play. I think Zack has to clear these 2 Angels and say,
It's a somersault.
show me what you got with the hand.
Yeah, it's good.
Leo lets that one go.
First angel dies.
This is the +1 counters.
Yes.
Angel.
Does the play remain the same? Do we still have to go after these angels? Get a little breathing room, a little safety. We know there's not a lot of relief for Zack in Leo's hand.
Somersault.
Make sure to target your attack, Zack.
I will attack this angel as well.
Yeah, he's going after the angel again.
Same direction.
Okay. I'm going to close the combat chain.
Okay.
Now, Zack ready to follow up here. 2 cards left. We know he has...
Exude Confidence is one of them.
Exude confidence before.
There is the Exude coming through.
Targeting.
Leo could just let this go here. He'll lose his essence, but the 5-card hand might be enough for him.
Take 2. Yes.
Yeah, no blocks, and damage just comes through.
And then I'm just going to Arsenal past you.
Essence does its thing. Zack dodges that trigger.
Looks like Zack's finally found a channel Lightning Valley.
Triumph of 7, go again.
Herald of Triumph comes through. Offering 7.
Zack was hoping to find a popper this time around.
Have to be a very specific one in this instance. Of course, Herald of Triumph invalidates the 6 power poppers, but we've already seen a 9th blade in the deck. Don't know how many copies we're dealing with.
Zack has a big decision to make here because he doesn't have any equipment left to offer, and his hand does not defend well. He does have that somersault, so he could block for 5 and bounce them.
3 block, 2 block, 2 no blocks.
Zack does have that shock in Arsenal, which could provide... We spoke about the instant speed ability to throw a ping of damage out there. He has cleared that essence of Ancestry body now. That could come into play.
Leo can offer a lot of damage on this turn, and Zack's maximum defensive ability is 10.
Yeah.
At a precarious 12, that's pretty scary.
Potentially with an 11, 18 damage potentially this turn from Leo.
Yeah, and Zack realizes he has to get these 2 cards in on the defense, and we have to go ahead and rebuy.
But it's not going to stop the on-hit effect.
Leo
is
not
going to flip another Figment here.
And that's bad news if you're an Aggro Blaze fan.
It also tells Leo that I don't think you have anything else in your hand that, that defends. Because
Pretty
you would have
easy to
stopped,
read.
you would have done it, yeah. So Leo can piece out what the rest of his turn looks like to potentially try and push through lethal here.
And he's going to go ahead and grab that Figment of Rebirth now.
I think Zack's going to be priced into having to defend with these 2 attack actions after this as well.
Almost certainly, and that makes the rest of the hand feel much, much worse. Channel Lightning Valley is a card you want to play with a bunch of backup, and he's got the Herald of Erudition here. Nope. Moving to the top of the deck. Rebirth.
It was the
rebirth.
It was the rebirth.
That would have been something for sure. I was going to say, I didn't think there was a Herald of Erudition in the hand.
Immediately flips.
Archangel of Rebirth doing its thing, offering 4 damage.
Oh, I got so excited there for a second.
I understand why.
But we also know that Leo has the Angelic Wrath in hand.
Still a resource floating here. Is Burn Up Shock going to get a chance to go ahead and have some influence over this game?
I wonder if that was the point that Zack, he's been so patient with it, but I wonder if he had to throw it there. Because we know that if he had, it would have stopped this. This Wrath puts this to 10? I wonder if that was the time for the shock there, to try and force a card there. We'll see what Zack wants to offer here.
Maybe it had to be. And in this spot, all you can do is potentially defend for 5. Go ahead and give Leo yet another Figment.
I don't think he can play around. I think it's just a block for 3. I don't think you can play around another Angelic Wrath.
Yeah, and if that's the case, does that mean Leo can just comfortably shove here and look to punch a ticket into the top 8?
Becoming our 3rd Prism, potentially, in this top 8 here at Pro Tour London.
What an unexpected turn of events.
Zack rightly taking the time, going into the tank to work this one out. Not an easy decision here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, get a little bit more information.
This is exactly what Zack is considering.
Wow.
Do I just lose in this spot? But the situation is more complicated than that. You can't just answer that question. You have to ask yourself, if I do make this defense and he does have Wrath, can I even win from that point?
There's 2 Wraths in the bin as well.
That's the type of thing that pushes you towards taking a risk here.
I think he's going to do it. I think Zack's going to pull the trigger. I mean, I think he has to here.
Defends for 3. Leo reaches. He grabs the Wrath. Zack checks the arsenal and extends the hand, and Leo has punched a ticket into our top 8.
Wow.
The 3rd Prism joins the host of Illusionists already in the top 8. 5 Illusionists in the top 8 thus far. Hey, I thought this was an aggro metagame. Where are the Auroras that were supposed to tear apart these Illusionists that were supposed to offer damage turn after turn?
What a game. What play from Leo. Just masterfully. Was on the back foot from the outset, down to 24 so quickly, but had the vision. Knew about setting, I'm going to set up this Halo turn. I'm going to do the Angel of Erudition play. I'm going to get my Figment of Erudition out. I'm going to find the Arclight. And that Essence of Body Ancestry both times was huge for Leo.
I feel like that's almost a rehearsed turning point for Leo in this matchup. It's his plan.
He's done
into
it
these
so many times. You know it.
Unquestionably. And, you know, I have to give a shout out to Zack, Aggro Blaze. Again, just such a force of positivity in this community. Sets out to stream every day, to teach the community, to share information with everyone, to take his own unique approach to deck building and put it forth to the world. That takes a lot of courage, and he played with courage this weekend, but ultimately falls just short of a top 8. A lot to be proud of, but still more steps to take before you can go ahead and punch a ticket into the top 8 the way Leo just did.
Nothing wrong with losing a win in a Pro Tour.
Okay. You got experience with that or something?
A little bit, yeah, a few.
Okay. Well, look, it would be so fitting to just say that was an awesome end to our Swiss rounds in the Pro Tour. We've come so far, we've done so much, but somehow we have yet another win-in for you. Another incredible, exciting game, and another one that can go ahead and redefine what this metagame is about. It's a matchup of Arakni Marionette versus Aurora Shooting Star. Aurora, the toast of the town, coming in to this Pro Tour. But should this Arakni Marionette do its thing, it may straight up deny Aurora any purchase into this top 8.
We talk about 3 Prisms in the top 8, but what about an Arakni? I'll tell you what, that was not on my list coming into this weekend. It was all about the Slippies, even maybe the news, but now we're sitting here 1 game away from potentially having an Arakni in top 8 up against Shawn Dhaliwal of Team PCG Invasion on this Aurora deck that the team's cooked up.
Slippy felt to most people I spoke to like the best assassin. That's where a lot of trends were pushing. Marionette came out of the gate strong at the release of the Hunted, but sort of tapered off a little bit. However, if Franche can go ahead and actually take this W, I think, again, metagame is reset. You have to respect this hero in that scenario.
Yeah, and we see coming in here with the Hunter's Clave, I have to assume Shawn won the die roll and elected to go second. I think first versus second plays a big role in this matchup, especially how you play. I think as the Arakni, when you go first, you have to be prepared to set up to sort of defend a little bit in the early games and pick your spots into Aurora, especially if they might have one of those turns where maybe they have to use their Snapdragon Scalers and then you're playing a different game into them potentially.
First test for Shawn is a Hunter's Clave. Do not want to be marked early on, but some powerful cards in the hand.
Always difficult when you're Shawn or an Aurora here. You have a card that doesn't defend in hand. How many cards can you actually commit to this chain?
Burn up Shock, just going to defend here. Chain is broken. Hunter's Clave comes back. And we're just going to go ahead and take the arsenal here on the Arakni side. Turn passes back to Shawn. Draws up, finds an E-Strike to go ahead and complement that hand.
It's a good starting hand. And Franche just getting rid of 2 reds there in hand as well.
Ravenous Rabble coming in for 4, revealing a Scar for a Scar. Let's check out the defensive option over on Franche's side.
Looks like just a nick. Pick up 6 and run there. A lot of reds in that hand.
I think it was all reds. No blocks here. Ravenous Rabble does its thing. Franche falls down to 36.
And just taking a look at France's equipment suite here, we're playing the Arcane Barrier slot in the chest there, opting to keep that Mask of Deceit and those Black Tech Whisperers. Of course, Flick Knives generally always being kept a hold of.
And I wonder if that points to this being a really red line-ish Marionette list. We saw the Marionette cross-profile move all over the place. Some evidence here that we might be slanted pretty hard towards reds.
Yeah, I've also seen a lot of reds in these hands as well,
Yeah.
I think.
E-strike for 5 with go again. Just pretty classic Aurora gameplay.
I think it was draw a card. Because I think he's drawing that sink below.
You are correct.
Plays the lightning press there.
Lightning press.
5, so 33.
Pushes a bit over the top here. 3 damage comes through. And last card is Arsenal here.
Let's see what France can come back with. Just the 2-card hand here, but one of them is that Justin Nick. What are we going to set up here?
Leave no witnesses the start here.
I have to assume we have... I didn't get to see what that Arsenal was on turn 0, though.
Yeah, some kind of react makes the most sense.
Shawn just taking a moment here. The hand does look like it has a few cards that don't get go again. Yeah. That's a snag in Shawn's hand as well.
Bit of a clunker snag, though, showing a lot of respect to these assassins, is Shawn Dhaliwal.
Yeah, I know this team all opted to play a couple of copies of Snag, hearing the rise of Slippy, hearing that news were going to be there. Even I don't think Marionette was the reason, but it does work quite well into Marionette.
Yeah, happy
as well.
to have it in this matchup for sure. 2 cards being pulled forward to the defense here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Shawn just trying to work out here as we are. What is this? What is this guy? I think he's thinking, can you give this go again here with the Black Tech Whisperers? Of course, it would need to hit.
I'm a dark horse here. I mean, I know what I do.
It's very possible. You'd be giving up a little defensive efficiency in that case.
Yeah, and France just saying there, I understand, I'm on a dark horse here. You might need to read my cards. And Shawn obliges.
It's one of the big advantages of showing up with a hero like Arakni Marionette. This was not a focus of testing heading into this event for most teams, I would say.
Yeah, interestingly, this group, the PCG Invasion team, the way they tested for this is initially in the first 2 weeks, they got everyone to play all the heroes, or most of the heroes that were, viable. Marionette and Slippy were both on the list of what they played through.
Okay.
So there is some experience in terms of what this hero can do and maybe how to be set up for it. Not sure how many games Shawn has played into this hero, though. On the flip side, I'm sure France has played a lot of games into Aurora.
Of course. And that's the downside of playing the Aurora side. When you play the deck with its target, with the target on it, you know every single person has worked on their game plan. They know precisely what they're trying to do into you.
France just IPs there, though.
Yeah. Interesting decision.
This looks like a Snapdragon's line for Shawn. Leading with the Snatch. Just an awkward hand, though. Or are we going to see Shawn potentially IP? Just back and forth here.
France does have that Black Tech Whisperers that he can use.
Yeah, we'll see what he decides to. He's definitely going to commit a card here, but looks like pulling forward that Justin Nick in his hand to potentially defend with here. Maybe not. Codex in hand there.
2 cards, again, pulled forward to the defense, blocking 4/5. We do burn the Snapdragon Scalers pretty early on in this contest.
And I spoke about at the start of the game. I think once that Snapdragon Scalers is gone, it's a bit of a different game for the Marionette because you are, traditionally, this might be a more redline version, but you can play a little bit more defensively in the early games and then pivot, especially when that Snapdragon's is gone.
Scar for our Scar just comes from the Arsenal, and that's going to be it.
Not an amazing turn there for Shawn.
No, you had to use the Snapdragon Scalers to get a bailout, but you much prefer to use it to push, to go ahead and show your offensive prowess. There it was just to fix a pretty bad hand.
France does have this Codex. Is this a Codex line? Especially if we have a way to give this go again, but it might just be a setup of a Codex here.
Marionette has to work a lot harder for the go again. It's not the same thing that Slippy does. Now, what Marionette does have access to, beautiful flick knife setups, transformations, unpredictability.
I think more than likely we're going to see a reaction from the Arsenal and then set up that Codex. And there's the flick, like you spoke about, Brian. Get the mark, force the issue here. But Shawn has the shelter from the storm in hand here.
I think this is one of the reasons why Arakni started to fade from the metagame. More and more players got their copies of Shelter from the Storm, and it blunted the effect of these flick knives. But there is the Razor's Edge in Arsenal. Going to go ahead and push this up to 6.
Yeah, but it's a 2-card 6 here. You know, Shawn's okay with this.
Can live with that. No disruption anymore that we know of. Don't think there's going to be something like a Reaper's Call here, but you never know. That's the problem with playing against a Dark Horse hero. Anything could happen.
And Shawn just cashes in that snag. I like that. Get it. You could. I think you can hold on to. You can be priced into holding on to snag too long.
No, don't be greedy with it. Don't brick up your arsenal.
Shawn just doing the right thing there. And Shawn has it looks like a Skyward Serenade in hand to start with.
There is the Skyward Serenade. Going to do its typical thing, make an embodiment of lightning. Go get a Skizik.
Shawn maybe a little bit higher on that card than our last feature match player, Zack.
So hard to fucking find all these lightning cards.
Hard not to be high on this card. Offering another 0 for 4.
Oh, because this is they're showing.
And Shawn does have that Channel Lightning Valley in hand. And we've spoken about this all weekend. One of the difficult things for these assassins is that they don't defend breakpoints that well unless they have a defense reaction hand, unless they're willing to commit one of these pieces of equipment. They do have, of course, the Black Tech Whisperers. This might be the opportune time for it, but how do you know? It's really hard to sniff out that Channel Lightning Valley sometimes.
Yeah, and most times, there are exceptions, most times you only get one of those Black Tech blocks per game. CNC the defense here, and Channel Lightning Valley goes ahead and does its thing, pushes over the top, picks up a card. Have to assume Shawn will be able to keep that around for a turn cycle, probably by pitching into the Starfall here.
I think Shawn had an Arc Lightning in hand already. Oh, sorry, it might have been a Current Funnel actually in hand already and can pitch that.
Yeah, Current Funnel, nice here. Could offer both Starfall and a potential embodiment of lightning for a future turn. Chain's going to go ahead and close up here.
It's kind of perfect to have the blue on the Channel Lightning, the first Channel Lightning Valley turn. It's actually a pretty big difference, I think, because it guarantees you the embodiment to make sure you can go wider and push the threat of the Channel Lightning Valley on the second turn as well.
I would agree with that. And if I'm in France's seat, this is a spot where I really am hoping to find some good disruption.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward hand for France here. Another Codex with one already in Arsenal.
Does not want to give us the look once again.
Looks like a Codex, a Pick Up the Point, I think. Oh no, it's a Kiss of Death. And a blue Mark of the Black Widow.
Yeah, gives up this Codex. The redundant copy, not good here. Rare we see Codexes put to defensive duty, but this makes sense.
Yeah, and you know, there's a world where France might have wanted to defend 2 cards on that first chain link to stop the threat, but you just don't know. And
yeah, it's so easy to say sitting here, right?
And that's the thing, you do, but it goes through your head, I think, on that side of the table. You think about it. Until you've seen 1 or 2 Channel Lightning Valleys, it's always on your mind. It's the most threatening card.
There's that embodiment as we expected, and now the turn passes back to France. Mark of the Black Widow and Kiss of Death on offer. Just going to shove everything into this Hunter's Clave, leave 2 floating.
Yeah, and if you're Shawn, I think you can smell what that means.
100%.
There is a Command and Conquer in France's graveyard, which is a great way to, especially Shawn has the defense reaction hand as well.
That is unfortunate.
And only 1 3 defense card. The rest, that's an Exude Confidence, I believe, and a Skyward Serenade, both which defend for 2.
At least it is a shelter here. You can go ahead and cash that in for defensive value despite a Command and Conquer. Maybe use it to cover up a point from this Hunter's Clave.
The other thing is maybe you just ship the crown here. You just say, okay, fine, I'll be marked.
That's fine.
I'm going to ship the crown.
Yep.
I'm going to come it back at you with a 5-card hand, and then I'll set up this defense reaction for a following turn.
Now we see the Codex, as we expected. Gets the Ponder, gets the Frailty, gets what we expect to be a Command and Conquer.
This works out just nicely for Shawn here. I don't think he's going to be too bothered by this. I think he's going to be quickly grabbing for that Crown of Providence.
As you predicted, Hayden, Crown of Providence comes forward. Clears out the arsenal, picks up a 5th card here.
Another Skyward Serenade, I believe, which is going to help this hand.
33.
Franche just getting a little bit of damage in, but does remove that mark as well. I think that's what Shawn was thinking about. Yeah, if CNC is the follow-up, it's kind of going to be okay for me. I will cash in the crown, I'll lose the mark, and then I'll come back to my turn with a 5-card hand and a Channel Lightning Valley.
Almost unfortunate damage there from France. You would prefer to have the mark, I think. Over on Shawn's side, we're kicking things off with Channel Lightning Valley and Embodiment of Lightning in play. A strong position to be in as an Aurora player.
Yeah, I think France's hands, they've just been a couple of awkward hands. Been able to quite find a nice, smooth lines of attack here.
I'm going to point to that Mask of Deceit that's still available for France. Haven't seen that yet this weekend. Beautiful tool for these Araknis. Gives them a lot of flexibility, a lot of defensive flexibility, often going and grabbing a trap after a trap door transformation. Facing down an Exude Confidence to start the turn here from Shawn Dhaliwal.
Yeah, I like starting with this as well. You obviously, of course, got the natural go again, but it just says if there is any defense, it's so hard for an assassin to actually be able to turn off that ability of Exude Confidence.
Does put 4 in front of this. Does France.
When you lead with an Exude Confidence, it is really hard to block out a Channel Lightning Valley turn, though. I think France, though, just identifying that kind of needs to ideally not have this hit. So maybe calling the bluff a little bit on Shawn. And I do like this because I think if Shawn, no Snapdragon Scale is available, if you call the bluff on the first one and they don't have a natural go again card, they can be in a very difficult position. Shawn does have sort of that. He does have the Skyward Serenade, it looks like. I think double Skyward Serenade, actually.
Yeah, that's going to offer a lot of flexibility here. There we see the first Skyward Serenade coming down, making that embodiment. We're going to go look for Skizik. Shawn's going to be disappointed that he has to pretend like he's not going to be doing this again.
Yeah, one of the challenges of a card like Skyward Serenade is if you draw a Skizik early and you have to play it or defend
get yourself
with it,
into some trouble.
Not the case for Shawn this game, though. We're going to see all 3 blown through very quickly here.
Tightening up the effective cards in the deck a little bit as well. Getting ever closer to those remaining copies of Channel Lightning Valley.
Yeah, and then now France has a bit of a decision because you've kind of, called the bluff a little bit. I'll block out the first chain link, make you have the natural go again, but Shawn has it. So now do you say, okay, I need to keep the rest of my hand to actually come back and present damage and just let this one hit?
Yep, this one's going to do its thing. France is going to fall down to 24. Shawn Dhaliwal picks up another card. It looked like it was an electrostatic somersault off the top.
Yeah. And probably going to see another Skyward Serenade played. Just double checking that he hasn't used an additional Skizik that he's forgotten about. Always good to double check. Don't want to get yourself in an awkward situation.
And there is another copy of Skyward Serenade. Goes and finds the last Skizik.
I actually think Shawn could potentially keep this Channel Lightning Valley around for another turn
if I was
he
considering.
wanted to.
Just go ahead and invest it into the Channel Lightning Valley, and given the work it has done.
And this was in my arsenal when I crowned too.
Oh,
wow.
Had to clear the Skizik with the crown.
Yeah, so Shawn really got double duty off that Crown of Providence, putting back a Skizik. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to. I think he did draw a Skyward Serenade off the crown as well, funnily enough.
It's a good trade. I'll make that one.
It's the better trade, I've heard, yeah. Yeah, I think Shawn can potentially pitch the somersault that he just drew and the blue and create a rune chant. He's going to bounce this back.
Skizik gets rebuy.
I think he definitely wants to end with this defense reaction, Arsenal. That's #1 priority, and everything else works around that, I think, for Shawn.
I suspect we're going to see Starfall do its thing.
Yeah, I just wonder if he wants to overpitch the Skizik, though, and keep the Channel Lightning Valley, but it doesn't seem to be a consideration here for Shawn.
I'm just looking for the damage, looking for the embodiment on the next turn.
Yeah.
Starfall works. One more damage. Push through.
It's only for one. I think I would have liked making the rune chant here. Because this Skizik is going to come in, but it's only going to come in for 3.
Sounds like we're going to check on some things with the judges here. Everything's all copacetic, nothing to worry about. Starfall comes back. And then it's followed up shortly, I'm assuming, by this Skizik.
Shawn is going to end with that embodiment, though. So that's going to be a nice piece to set up with a 4-card hand, in theory, after using the defense reaction.
Good damage output on that turn for Shawn. Increasing that life lead. Channel Lightning Valley gone for now. 2 more copies left.
All right, what can France do with this 4-card hand effectively?
Painting the backside, a good start here. That's going to ask for some defense from Shawn. Still 4 block left on the equipment.
Yeah, he's got an embarrassment of riches when it comes to equipment to stop some on-hits in this game, plus that defense reaction that we know about in Arsenal.
I want to check out Shawn's defensive hand here. There's that snag again. Does have a 3 block in the form of Current Funnel.
But what you're seeing with these snags is that these hands are a bit awkward offensively. This snag, you've got another blue, then you've got electrostatic somersault. These hands aren't particularly. He's only got 1 attack action to represent next turn to offer.
Yeah, but France hasn't been able to put anything together to go ahead and punish this awkwardness thus far.
Shawn's got time. That's the thing. I think that's the thing that's sort of changed for Aurora, as it's become less of this kind of glass cannon he can't defend deck into this, it can defend, it can take these off turns, it can utilize the equipment, it can utilize more of these 3 blocks. We've seen Face Purgatory be a big inclusion in these Aurora lists since the Armory deck came out.
Second pain in the backside coming down. I do think this is a very red line focused Arakni Marionette deck.
Seems to be. And the dynamic duo of Savor Bloodshed and Kiss of Death.
Yeah, this is how you get back into this game for sure. And pain in the backside is going to work. It's going to go ahead and mark Shawn Dhaliwal.
And then I think we're going to see it. I think we're going to see France drop this 2-card combo.
The first big turn from this Arakni Marionette deck on the back of Savor Bloodshed plus Kiss of Death. Coming in for 8.
Crucially, I think, that defense reaction in Shawn's arsenal now. But you've seen this snag hasn't been able to get value this turn. I think this is going to be a pretty clean equipment plus.
Yeah, it has just the perfect amount of defense left.
It does.
All right, we are going to check in with the judges one more time. I think Shawn just has a question around some interactions here. We'll let that get sorted out. That was the first salvo, it feels, from France.
100%.
I think Shawn has the answer here, but maybe has taken just enough away from him that can get the ball rolling in his favor.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think these hands have just lined up quite well for Shawn. You know, we said, this is not a great offensive hand, whereas France has his very strong offensive hand, right? And Shawn has just naturally the answer this turn, and it's going to line up well for him, I think.
It sounds like they have things sorted out down in the feature match area. We'll get back down there, see how this Kiss of Death is going to be answered. We have a prediction. Let's see if Shawn's going to follow through. Yep, 2 pieces of equipment are reached for.
The other potential line was use 1 piece of equipment, do the block, and somersault back the attack action, depending on what Shawn wants to do with his arsenal potentially for the next turn cycle.
Maybe we're still debating that at this moment. No, 2 cards, 2 pieces of equipment.
That is what Shawn's debating, though, how he wants to use the somersault. But he does need a lightning card in hand if he wants that attack to go again. And it's quite a nice 2-card 8. Play it off the Entwined Lightning, reveal it, play it again, come in with it, and then arsenal the snag. I think that's a fairly clean turn for Shawn.
A little bit of defensive safety as well. There you see from the arsenal, it's the shelter.
Yeah, France just nodding like, can I catch a break here on these
Yeah,
hands?
this feels like, I don't want to say last gasp. We're nowhere near that stage, but this was the first big chance. Had this turn succeeded, I think things creep ever so slightly into France's favor. But Shawn Dhaliwal with the perfect answer here.
What is important, though, is that the equipment, it's whittling away. After this, Shawn just has the 2 defense left, 1 on each of the Carapace and the Arknight. That's all that's left available here for Shawn after this. Thinking about flicking this Hunter's Clay potentially for France here? I don't see that.
Yeah, I don't quite get the upside there. Yeah, and we are just going to go ahead and move on from this attack. The mark is going to remain, however, and that means we get our first Marionette roll of the game. It is one, again, Black Widow. I've often named this as my favorite of the Arachnes, and it's been just chilling in the feature match area for us, Hayden. This is, I believe, the 3rd time we've seen this particular Arachne.
This is what he needed, though.
Yeah, a good hit.
This is what Trapdoor would have been terrible this time around. He needed the anti-brute. He needed the 1, not the 6, and he's done it. And I think, you know, he's on 16 here. He could easily fall to 8 here if he's got the right 4-card combination with this Black Widow that might disrupt Shawn and use that. Like, the life totals, they look like there's some discrepancy. You know, there's 29 to 16, but like we said, we've burned through the equipment. If France can just manage this game, we saw it yesterday with an assassin as well, with Xavier McLean doing that as well, managing a game from behind as an assassin.
I think it was 3 stealth attacks and a tarantula toxin, if I read the hand correctly. Pretty good.
Not bad.
Is going to do some defending here. The infiltrate gets in the mix. And Twine Lightning back for more action here.
Yeah, the infiltrate a little bit less challenging for the Aurora when it's not in the hands of Slippy, that's for sure.
I feel like we keep saying that. I don't want to be biased against Marionette, obviously a hero I love, but over and over I just see how these turns play out and I just think, man, Slippy would do this a lot better. I know there's upsides to Marionette as well, but thus far it has frustrated me.
Black Widow being one of them.
Black Widow is one of them.
And we're going to see it here. But does Shawn find another defense? Shawn does have the snag, but the snag doesn't stop the hero ability, right? It's only from cards.
I don't believe it does.
Going to see the weakness of snag here. Attack action cards can't gain from own effects or effects of attack reaction cards.
Yeah.
So, yeah, snag doesn't stop, which is what Shawn's checking there. Does my snag work? Unfortunately for Shawn, not.
Not in this case, Shawn. How are your defensive options in hand?
A couple of 2 blocks and a Heaven's Claws. Looks like Scar for a Scar, Arc Lightning. Yeah, Shawn just double, triple checking this.
If you're Shawn here, do you just say, okay, go ahead and use it. I'll give up 1 card. It's fine. I don't care.
I think so. I think
he's at 29 life.
I think you've just got to keep the pressure on here. I think if you take too many turns off to try and block things out, that is where France is going to get. And you can't double block this. If you don't have the defense reaction, you double block, France says, okay, Arsenal the card, pass back to you, and that is a massive turn cycle win. So I think you probably just have to take this here. This is a really good turn for France here, though.
Can just do something like Arc Lightning into Snatch. It's fine. It's a fine turn.
Wow, looks like Shawn is going to commit the triple block, though. And I think the challenge is because he has 2 cards that don't have go again. Because he can play that Arc Lightning, follow it up with the Snatch potentially, come in with the weapon.
Seems okay.
I think it's fine.
Shawn feels differently, though. Going to put 3 cards in front of this Mark of the Black Widow. And I feel that's the actual ceiling for that card.
That is a big win there, I think, on the side of the Arakni Marionette.
Patient play from Shawn, for sure. Just going to come in with Snatch, but Snatch without Snapdragon Scalers doesn't feel quite as scary. And I think France has picked up defense reaction as well. Sink Below able to just cover that up clean, should that be the line he wants to take.
All with a Spinneret. Well timed. We are down to 1 dagger. A couple of blues in hand. I think the question here is, because can Shawn use the card he draws? If not, do you want to keep that defense reaction for later? Throw a 3-block blue. You've got an extra 3-block blue that you probably don't need here. Throw it down. Keep that Sink Below for a future turn. We've only seen 1 Channel Lightning Valley, and that's got to be. I think that's playing on both players' minds here. I think that's why Shawn's being patient.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's the only way that playing that turn makes sense. if you're just saying at some point, and some point soon, these Channel Lightning Valleys will arrive. You're at 14. This will give me the gas I need to push over the top. All I have to do is just buy time.
Yeah, and let's not forget, this is a big moment. This is a winning in for the Pro Tour. Players rightly working out what is the line here.
Fran's going to go ahead and use that Mask of Deceit and pick up a transformation. And it is red back, so that means it's going to get a little extra wide on these next turns.
Yeah, looking to really leverage a big 5-card hand here. Of course, Shawn still marked. It's the Arakni Marionette getting to choose which Agent of Chaos it becomes in this instance.
I like the aggression here from France, feeling like he needs to make something happen and make it happen soon. Otherwise, those Channel Lightning Valleys will come around. The power cards will come around for Aurora, and you will die. That's the way it goes.
And make them happen now. If Shawn is to draw a Channel Lightning Valley this turn, I think that's great for France because you know you're going to disrupt this turn. So on those off turns where they're coming in with a snatch that is not very threatening, yeah, use what life you have remaining to leverage and Mask of Deceit. A great card.
Here is Bonds of Agony. 3 reactions on the table. Flick Knives, Whisperers, Hero Ability.
This is one thing that Arakni Marionette and all the Assassins do so well, but particularly Marionette, is make it so difficult to know what's going to happen next because there's so many options available to fight. It's like playing against a Dorinthia with a 5-card hand, right? How are they going to pump the Dawnblade and which way are they going to do it? Shawn here popping forward this Grasp of the Arknight. So Shawn is going to commit some blocks here rather than potentially just saying that I have to take it. This is a difficult turn for Shawn here, though. He has to find the right blocks here. If France is able to just rip apart Shawn's hand and push through a big chunk of damage, we're going to be in a very even position.
Here's the Flick Knives to start things off.
I lose the mark and then gain the mark? Correct.
Marked, then remarked. Here are the Black Tech Whisperers.
React number 2.
Oh, sorry. Black Tech Whisperers. On hit, go again. On hit, go again.
And then third reaction, it's Arakni Redback, +3, and go again, and the bonds are online.
Did Shawn find the defense reaction?
How about a snag?
Yeah, snag is huge here. Snag does exactly what you need. It stops the bonds itself getting the pump.
That is exactly the range you needed this card to fall in. Good cover there from Shawn. Paid dividends by putting that tech card for Assassins into the deck.
Shawn is still marked though, so if there is a follow-up on-hit effect here from France from the Arsenal, a stealth attack, it's going to be coming in for an additional 3.
Persuasive Prognosis, the follow-up here.
This is threatening a real on-hit. The thing is, Shawn does still have 1 crucial defense left on this piece of equipment. Is he willing to use it at this point in the game?
Well, I don't think he has the 3 block, does he? Oh, he's got the Arcanic Shockwave.
He's got the Shockwave.
Beautiful. Has a clean cover. It looks like he's just reaching for 2 cards here.
Oh, I like this block because I think what you want to do is save that equipment as long as possible and come back in with a snatch. France doesn't have any other equipment to block us, so if he doesn't have the defense reaction, either Flick Knives or 2 cards to cover that snatch. So I think this is a really reasonable defense decision here from Shawn. Got to cover up the Persuasive Prognosis, though.
Has the 2 cards pulled forward.
Importantly, France now without a Hunter's Clave. Just that Graphene.
It's a tough spot to be in. I suspect he will find a way to get one back eventually, should he get the time to do so.
Yeah, that's the question. Does he have the life and the time to do it? Shawn really tanking on this block here. The decision is, do you block with 2 cards or with just the Shockwave and that final piece of equipment?
Now we're reaching for the equipment. A bit of uncertainty here from Shawn Dhaliwal, but you can understand why the stakes get progressively higher and higher.
I'm actually not sure. I think the correct block is probably the 2 cards, but it's so close, and I think that's exactly what Shawn's thinking. Like, how important could this piece of equipment be in a turn or 2?
Yeah, it is going to be the equipment being used here, keeping the 2 cards around.
I think what Shawn's considering is how many defense reactions have you played? And as it happens, France does have a sink below to play. So I think Shawn finding the right line for this hand.
Shawn's an impressive player. He really is. And look at this, leading with the Scar for a Scar here. Just going to keep that snatch around for the future, perhaps.
I wonder if we can check in on France's hand here and see what he's working with.
Well, we can check in on a Take Up the Mantle that unfortunately has been revealed to Shawn Dhaliwal there with the drop.
It's an impressive looking hand, though. That's a big offensive output turn, though.
It is, but so Shawn's life total. 28 feels so high for this stage of the game, especially as an Arakni Marionette. Not a hero that's synonymous with offensive output. It's a good start, though. Kicks things off here with a Mark of the Black Widow. That Mark's going to push it up to a breakpoint already. Shawn without any equipment to go ahead and contribute to the defense here.
Yeah, Shawn has managed his life total really, really well. And that's, like you say, not big on the offensive output damage-wise. It's about the on-hits. And so that greater that life total gets and that gap gets, and the smaller the Arakni Marionette's life total gets, the less room to maneuver they have to set up those on-hit effects and to make them impactful. Shawn has taken the defensive lines when he can and just chipped away.
And Take Up the Mantle comes down. This card's going to change into something new.
Is it going to be a Bonds? There's not enough reactions, I think, so Persuasive.
Yeah, Persuasive Prognosis is the change. And Stains of the Redback are going to come in, buff this up even further.
Of course, for free, since Shawn is still marked.
5, 8. And you're allowed to choose +3 in a card because I'm marked. Correct. It's 8.
8 go again, being threatened here. Shawn with, I don't think we've seen much of Shawn's hand yet.
Let's see if we can get a peek. It's the share. Channel Lightning Valley, double Ravenous, and I think that last card is written in the stars.
I believe so.
Sure. I'll take 8.
Just going to go ahead and take 8 here, and the Persuasive Prognosis is going to get to do its thing. Red card hits the Banish Zone, and a Ravenous Rabble will go ahead and follow it. Important information gained here by France.
Yeah, especially that Channel Lightning Valley, and 2 life.
Yeah, maybe the life, the most important part of this entire package. Follow up here, leave no witnesses.
And Shawn doesn't have that piece of equipment we just spoke about. He decided to cash it in.
Would have been strong here.
Now he's going to have to give 2 cards if he wants to keep this arsenal. Yeah, he agonized it over it for so long, thinking about would that equipment come into play in a future turn. This game is just, it was 28-8 before, and
it's starting to lean. It hasn't swayed where I'm convinced that it's in France's favor. But man, Shawn's doing work.
And what's Shawn's next turn? This Channel Lightning Valley it gets more and more awkward the less room you have to maneuver and set up these 4 and 5 card hands.
No blocks here. Leave no witnesses going to do its thing.
It's gonna lose the
red
snatch.
card in Arsenal. Red card off the top, and that's huge, Hayden. Those 2 pieces of silver and a potential rebuy in the future of those Black Tech Whisperers. Important both as a source of go again and more defense. So 3 virtual life, I would say, gained on this turn by France.
Oh, we got a game on our hands for
I
top
think
8
so.
here.
I think things just changed very dramatically.
You cannot count out these assassins. No defense reaction in France's hand this turn, though.
But Shawn's hand looking almost inert. What can this hand really do?
It's offering 2 attacks, effectively. Attack for 4, and an attack with the Starfall. I think he just has to hope that France doesn't block the Starfall, really. But he knows his hand. He knows the complexion. He knows how to play it.
Rune Chant created by Grasp of the Arknight, and then here's the follow-up Starfall.
This is asking for 2 cards because he knows about the Channel Lightning Valley, of course, so he plays it. Sure, maybe might have played that differently if his opponent didn't know about his hand, but knowing about the hand, you've got to go for what takes the most cards. Spell Void.
Spell Void used, and that means no AB for the rest of the game. Just takes the prevention there, wants to keep the card around and in hand.
That's a really big decision for France there, I think.
But made confidently. Did not hesitate there. Ravenous Rabble, the follow-up here, does reveal the red. And no blocks on this Rabble, but has the sink below to cover up cleanly. And France is going to be coming back with the juicy hand here.
He has been sitting on that sink below since the turn prior, making it pay. And he knew. That shows you the power of knowing the complexion of your opponent's hand there.
Pain in the backside, offering just a little bit of extra damage here. As you mentioned, no clave right now. Follow-up blue card and just a nick in hand, though. The go again important on this particular turn cycle.
But this is the challenge of not having the Hunter's Clave. This hand would look so much more impressive if there was a Hunter's Clave to mark Shawn here.
It really
and have
would.
This mark of the Black Widow actually on.
I want to point out, didn't cash in the silver here. Kept
Yeah.
those around. Intentional? Misstep?
I think France might have just been playing a bit quickly. I'm not sure.
There you see those Black Tech Whisperers. They could be in play right now. They are not. It's 2 silver instead.
Yeah, I can't see a reason to not want to bring them back there.
Sneaking a peek at Shawn's hand here.
Arc Lightning, Arcanic Shockwave. I think that's an E-Strike.
It is.
And Lightning Surge, potentially.
Okay. Okay, decent hand, for sure.
This is tight. This is really tight. I'm not sure that Shawn has to worry too much about this damage, though. It is just vanilla damage.
Sorry, what?
Oh, so France actually deciding to cash this blue in. So that's why we didn't see that Black Tech retrieved at the start of the turn, opting to keep the silver, to cash in the blue, just going. It's a very aggressive play, but I think potentially that's where he needs to be. And he finds an infiltrate.
Okay. I like it. I like it from France. Knew what he needed to do to go ahead and keep the train rolling in his favor.
But that's not going to work with Justin Nick.
It's not, but you get to Arsenal the Justin Nick. You get to set up for a future turn. You believe you have another turn to your credit, and you're going to get to do it with a 6-card hand on the back of Infiltrate. Adds Entwined Lightning to the mix.
I mean, it's a card that France can play if he can get
0
the go
for 4.
again, or if he has to cash the hand in.
I'm at 9, right? Yeah.
For the first time, France with the life lead here. Draws a sink below.
That's crucial this turn, I think. The problem is no Arcane Barrier now. He decided to cash in a
just
Spell
going
Void.
to take this Arc Lightning damage. There is no choice. And how much can Shawn Dhaliwal do here? Channel Lightning Valley draws another Channel Lightning Valley.
I mean, it's a Lightning card that he needed. Oh, he had the Lightning Surge. Yeah, I like coming in with this Arcanic Shockwave here, I think. Splitting your damage. The other option is an E-Strike. Go draw a card, I think. Pop the Channel Lightning Valley on the bottom. But you're going to lose your Channel Lightning Valley this turn. It's probably worth keeping around. Unless Shawn thinks he can just push heaps of damage here and take the hand.
Feels like you want to search for as much go again as possible. That's where I'm leaning here. Take that free damage. There's nothing that France can do about that.
This is the thing. France has to worry about if he gets to 2-3 life, he might just be dead to multiple sources of arcane damage.
Scary spot to be in. We know that Grasp's still present. And that's why I like prioritizing go again here. It doesn't have to do the job on this turn, but if you get France low enough, inevitability starts to swing in your favor.
Is that the lair of the spider? Struggling to see what...
Try and get a better look here.
Yes? Yeah, it is.
It is. Has the D-React here. That's going to go ahead and mark Shawn Dhaliwal. 1 damage does get through.
Another damage thanks to the go again.
Yeah, down to 6 is France.
I think France is going to be priced into defending out the rest of this turn or face down that almost arcane lock. Shawn really thinking about the sequencing of this turn. The offer is potentially an E-Strike for go again into an attack for 4. Get E-Strike for 7 here. There's a lot of options for Shawn here.
Yeah, there are. There's risky options. There's safe options. Where's Shawn going to fall?
I think you have to take as many cards as you can. Because you don't know the complexion of France's hand. If he comes like the 4-card hand, he could put you down to 1 or 2 life and take potentially 2 cards from you. That's the scariest place to be against an assassin.
They're both actually under some form of inevitability lock at this point. With that flick knives on the table for France, that offers a similar problem as arcane damage is going to offer on the other side of the table. Things getting tight now, Hayden.
Yeah, this is a big moment of the game here for Shawn. I think you've just got to throw the most amount of damage, which is 9 here, I think. What do we have? What's the choice, Shawn?
I think he said go again.
Yeah, I mean, this is the line I like. Yeah.
5 go again from Shawn. I assume the kept card is the 0 for 4?
Yeah. To present 9 damage, it guarantees a card plus flick knives or 2 cards. Either way, you are thrilled if you're Shawn. I think Shawn correctly coming to the line here. Obviously doesn't know about the defense reaction, but I think has to play as if you can take 2 cards.
Sink below resets France's hand a little bit here.
The thing is even if you don't take 2 cards, you effectively put France into dead space because you lock him into being on 1 or 2 life.
Yeah, and there is that final salvo. It is the Lightning Surge. It's enough for lethal with France at just 4. And both cards are given here.
Yeah, just the hand didn't work with 1 card.
And I think Shawn Dhaliwal found the line. I think he has taken firm control of this game, but there is a little uncertainty here.
Without Snapdragon Scalers, what's the worst thing you can draw?
5 on the Marionette here.
The 6 would have been huge there.
6 would have been fantastic. It's going to be Tarantula.
Not the worst one to see, though, in this situation.
The life total is fairly low. It's really going to depend on output here for Shawn Dhaliwal. Is that double Exude?
It is. This is a single attack hand here.
Ooh, this is not good. This is not good at all for Shawn Dhaliwal.
Yeah, this game just keeps returning serve. Back and forth. Just when you think someone's about to break out.
This feels like a Rune Blade moment. 4 attack actions. No go again. I want to note an unfortunate mistake made here, Hayden. Entwine Lightning, chilling in the banish zone. France could have just played that.
Could have played a 0.
It was banished to infiltrate, and I think maybe nerves starting to get the best of him. Did not find the line, and here comes Exude Confidence. Rune Chant guaranteed. Exude Confidence offering 4 on its face, but a card is face down, Hayden, and that could be enough to earn 2 cards here.
I love that Shawn pitched the 2 reds.
It says so much.
If France blocks with the 3, just a 3 here, that's game. And he's signaled that he has 3 reds in hand. That is what Shawn is trying to sell, I think, with these 2 pitches. It's a somewhat risky play because this blue is not a good Arsenal target. It is not a good Arsenal target.
But you're telling a story, Hayden, and can you get France to buy into that story?
For a Pro Tour top 8 slot, Shawn sells the dummy. What will France do? The question for France is if he tries to cover this dummy, can you win the game?
What does your hand look like? There's a CNC in hand. Is there a blue to go along with it? One card committed to the defense. Passes back. Shawn Dhaliwal reaches, shows the blue, pumps the Exude. And that gets the fist bump and a top 8 for Shawn Dhaliwal. What a gambit in that spot. You love to see it.
The pump fake.
Frankly, evil play on the part of Shawn Dhaliwal. He wove a narrative, he told a story, and it was enough to make him a Pro Tour top 8 competitor.
Wow, well, we have an Aurora in the top 8.
And
There you go.
deserving one. A deserving Aurora.
What a game. Like, that looked for a very long amount of time, actually, that it was just going to be Shawn the driver's seat. But France pulled it back.
He did.
At one point, I think it was 28 to 16, and it looked like we were, you know, one turn away from being locked out, and it just became a game. And, you know, a couple of plays there that both players might look back at, but ultimately, I think, you know, can be very proud of the way they played.
I just have to laugh, man. Like, Flesh and Blood players are getting so good. All the beauty, all the depth of this game is put on display every single time we come to these events, to these Pro Tours. Frankly, at the calling level now, there is such masterful deception. There is next level thinking. There is I know that he knows that I know that he knows happening all the time. And it just shows the shine this game has at this moment. And look, I'm even willing to forgive Shawn putting in Aurora into the top 8. I won't hold it against you, Shawn. You played so well. Absolutely deserved the spot.
I couldn't agree more. I just think that all weekend we have seen insane levels of play. It has just been match after match of players playing, like you say, level 1, level 2, level 3, just digging deeper to find these lines. And it has been, yeah, just such an amazing level of play. I've been super impressed, and we've got a top 8.
Shawn Dhaliwal is a player's player. You talk to folks around the game, they love this guy. They love what he does. They love his attitude. You know, he doesn't come across as the most serious person most of the time. Not the most dedicated person most of the time. Some of it's an act, though, man. This guy's a stone-cold killer, and maybe he doesn't display that same level of this is my life, this is all I do, this is what I think about. But I think secretly in his head, I think it's always going on. I think he's always thinking about the game, and he shows when push comes to shove. He has the creativity to be one of the game's greats.
Yeah, I go back to 2 turns in that game. One was the E-Strike into the Lightning Surge, where he tanked for a bit, went to the graveyard, had a look, surveyed the options, and just saw the line to go the next 2 turns to find the victory. And then the other one I look at is very similar when he decides to push that piece of equipment. I thought at the time, I'm not so sure about this, but Shawn sort of found that if he could keep that card in Arsenal, obviously it didn't end up working out, but I think it was the right attitude. I think he had the right sort of mindset of how he was going to win this game.
You know, I want to give Franche a lot of credit, too. Was not feeling well today. Actually, as he came into the feature match area, was a little bit worried if he was going to be able to keep his composure down there. Gritted it out, played tough, played hard, and brought a hero into the limelight that, frankly, was on nobody's radar coming into this Pro Tour. And you saw a lot of what Arakni Marionette was capable of in that matchup. I think he had a build that was probably slanted towards Aurora, and I think probably a favorite sitting down and playing against average Aurora player.
Yeah.
But Shawn Dhaliwal's built different, and that's what happens when you get to these late stages. You know, you can do all the X's and O's you want. You can build your little graphs with the nice colors and the reds and the greens and tell me, oh, this is a 65-35 matchup, whatever story you want to tell. But it does come down to the players so many times.
Yeah, and Shawn just clinching the big moment. And honestly, 2 amazing winning games that we just witnessed there. And yeah, a Prism, now an Aurora.
Yeah, let's talk about what we know. We know 4 illusionists went into this round locked up, including a Pro Tour champion in the form of Pablo Pintor. 2 Enigmas, 3 Prisms now. The breakout hero of this tournament. Talk to me about why Prism is finding success in this metagame.
Yeah, I think people were a little bit underprepared for it. We spoke about it during that Prism game, that players not packing the same level of poppers that they've had previously, in particular those 7 damage poppers. The other piece as well, I think, is that they've not had players not having this, I guess, it's been an adaptation, I think, is what it's really been. You know, we saw that Essence of Ancestry body in the feature match area previously, and I think these Prisms have said, yeah, we may not have traditionally been favorites into Enigma, or Aurora might have solved this matchup in theory, but actually, we've also worked it out. We've gone away and worked, and that's what happens at the Pro Tour level. People iterate, they evolve, and they find solutions to potentially troublesome matchups.
So, we know 6 of our top 8 competitors. Let's find out the other 2. Here are our standings after our Swiss rounds, and the Auroras pulled through. My goodness, there is a possibility of no Auroras making this top 8, but only Vézinet was able to take down the Aurora Menace, and in the end, 3 Auroras punch their ticket into this top 8, and that means we have a 3-hero top 8. 3 Auroras, 2 Enigmas, 3 Prisms.
Oh, Canada is the other thing I got to say here as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. A very geographically narrow top 8 as well. 2 Americans represented in the top 8 with 2 American Prisms. But yeah, 3 Canadians, including 2 of our Auroras in the mix. And there you see the Pro Tour champion, Pablo Pintor, sitting at 12-3. Got to give credit to our 9th and 10th place finishers as well. It is Shing Tsang just missing.
Agonizing close
Another
again.
top 8 was playing at the same record as everyone else. Went on a heater late in the day, but unfortunately picked up too many losses early to go ahead and add to that decorated resume that he's put together. Still no shame in a 9th place finish. And Jacob Trossing also with that 12-3 record, falling just short.
And we've been speaking about teams a lot this weekend. One team we didn't speak about is the PCG Invasion team, and they've put 2 players into this top 8, and Shawn Dhaliwal and Michael Yazker on the same 80-card Aurora.
Yeah, Michael Yazker, also one of those Auroras. And then the final Aurora punching a ticket late in the day, Paul Van Gisel. We saw him early on in the tournament, came back around and heads to the top 8. Someone we haven't seen yet in our feature match area, just because he kind of dominated quite a bit. Max Diekman, I guess we saw him very early on, but in the late stages of the tournament, we didn't see him go ahead and clinch that berth with Enigma.
He's been doing his
just
thing.
Chilling. We're going to see plenty of him when we go to the top 8 tomorrow, where we watch every single match. 7 matches of the highest stakes flesh and blood possible being played all Sunday long.
Max Diekman as well, 2-time Spanish national champion, beating Pablo Pintor. Pablo joked to me, he said, we just hand him the trophy now. So I'm interested to see if they get matched up at some point in the bracket.
Yeah, the all-Spanish finals may be a possibility. We'll see. Tell you what, we're going to take a short break. Then we're going to come back and completely set the stage for Sunday. Now we know who our competitors are. If you thought today was high stakes, you ain't seen nothing yet, baby. It is Pro Tour Sunday, and we play for all the marbles. All right, I've caught my breath. That was a lot, Hayden. That was a lot. Coming off an extreme emotional high, because I've got to, because there's another day of competition. We're going to do this again tomorrow. As I mentioned, we will bring you all 7 of our top 8 matches played for the highest stakes possible, a Pro Tour Championship. All that cash, that unique card, those PTIs. Honestly, I don't even care about that stuff, though. Just saying you're a Pro Tour champion, that means so much. And maybe the deeper story here, what about saying if you're a Pro Tour, 2-time Pro Tour champion, if you're Pablo Pintor?
I mean, it's on the cards, right, for Pablo. He's there. He's here to do it.
On the cusp of true greatness. Let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket and see how the matchups break down for tomorrow. There you see our first seed. It's Andrew Cook. Been cooking all day since we covered that draft.
All weekend.
And he went ahead and started pacing the field. The last undefeated player in the entire tournament. Gonna be the first seed and immediately put to the aggro test. Has to go ahead and take on Paul Van Gisel on Aurora Shooting Star. And because those Auroras only made it in at the last second, they're spread out over the bracket. And in fact, all these heroes are paced out over the bracket. Despite the fact that we have a 3-hero top 8 here, no mirror matches to kick things off.
Not round 1 here. And then you go down to hit the second matchup here. We've got Pablo Pintor, the Pro Tour champion, against Leo Vézinet, who we saw in that feature match winning in on Prism. Just an expert Prism play and a very different take on Prism. Going to be interesting to see that matchup there.
Yeah, then we go down to our third matchup. And it's Kevin Murphy, a Prism master, battle-hardened winner earlier in the year for his first breakthrough win. And as I mentioned, sometimes all it takes is putting your name on the map, getting that confidence, understanding that you can play with the best players in the world. Going to be taking on one of those best players in the world in the form of Shawn Dhaliwal. We saw maybe one of the most epic Jedi mind tricks we've ever seen here in our feature match area. Pitched the 2 blues to go ahead and set up the myth that, oh, this is a totally safe exude confidence, don't worry about it. Psych, blue, pumped to 6, and punch my ticket into the Pro Tour top 8 for Shawn Dhaliwal. And then finally, one more Enigma test. Gonna be taking on an Aurora, Max Diekman, Spanish national champion, going to have to go ahead and prove himself against the aggro menace. This was the deck that was supposed to keep these Enigmas in check, but Enigmas have worked to figure it out. And there was a huge amount of Enigma representation in the room, but ultimately it's the 2 Spaniards, it's Max and Pablo, that are going to be representing that hero and trying to score some more living legend points for Part the Misfell. But it's only Enigma this go around. Her friend Zen and Nu not present in this top 8.
Yeah, Max and Pablo potentially sitting up for a grand final showdown, an all-Spanish showdown, sitting on opposite sides of the bracket here. But we've got, some interesting stories all across the bracket, right? Are we going to see someone like Michael Jaska, first time in a top 8 at a Tier 4 event, run his way through, maybe meet some other Canadian foes out there in the semifinals or finals?
I like how many folks there are in this top 8 that are known names in the scene, right? If I say Shawn Dhaliwal, every single Flesh and Blood player worth their salt knows exactly who that is. Michael Jasker, same story. Max Diekman, absolutely. Heard that name a million times. But not really those breakthrough performances for those players yet. And when they're as good as those 3 players, it's just a matter of time. Meanwhile, alongside those players, we have players trying to get themselves on the map. Andrew Cook, Paul Van Gisel, Leo Vézinet. All these players not really going ahead and punching their ticket either to become one of those known names. And then we have one of the GOATs in Pablo Pintor. It's really a full run of the Flesh and Blood experience amongst these players.
Yeah, and as we evolve through the years of competitive Flesh and Blood, we go through these Pro Tours. We're now our 6th Pro Tour. You start to see these names. You start to have the equation that we might have a 2-time Pro Tour champion, right? Or we might have a breakout star come through, someone like an Andrew Cook, right? And just tear through the weekend, first seed, and maybe be a Pro Tour champion for the first time. We
got the opportunity to talk with a bunch of our top 8 players. We have a set of interviews for you right now. Why don't we go ahead and check those out?
I'm here with Pablo Pintor, now 3-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor, locking it up here at Pro Tour London. Pablo, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
I want to ask you, what does it mean to be a 3-time Pro Tour Top 8 competitor now?
It means a lot. It means a payoff for all the effort, all of the hard work me and my friends have been doing. It means that I'm finally back in the competition, right? It was difficult to perform, not badly because I went top 32 in both last PTs, but I was scrapping at making the top 8 again, right, after New Jersey and Lille, and this is a dream come true. I'm overwhelmed at this moment. It's amazing.
And Pablo, you were playing Enigma this weekend.
Yeah.
You've had a bit of a different testing process to maybe what you've done in the past. You're, of course, a Sunflower Samurai, as we all know. But for this Pro Tour as well, you were part of Team Armory, this international super team. Just tell us a little bit about how your testing process differed and then how you landed on playing Enigma for this event.
It has been incredibly different. Things are much more organized here. We have schedules, we have meetings, and it's been a whole different process, which I have enjoyed. It has been great arriving a week earlier here in London to play the Pro Tour and prepare during a week, right? I have especially felt it during my limited games. It is amazing how much information can you extract, even in a metagame as volatile as this one is, right? Where there's a lot of reactions, defense reaction, a lot of incredible things can happen in a game. At the same time, you can extract so much information, and I feel like I have become a much more better limited player thanks to them. They also helped me realize that Nu was not the best choice for this tournament.
They've done you a favor then, potentially.
I was going to play Nu from my first game here. I was 100% locked in Nu.
Wow, you're on the Jacob Clemens couch, I heard.
Yeah. And they obliterated me for like 6 or 7 games in a row, and I said, okay, maybe I'm playing Enigma.
and here you are. I want to ask as well, you know, that last round, of course, looked like it was fairly comfortable in the end, but that matchup can go either way, right? What was kind of going through your head playing that last match, knowing it's a win-in for Pro Tour Top 8?
It has been an incredible high roll on my part. I want to say that to everyone. I have drawn the cards in the correct order, as if I have stacked the deck. It was amazing. I put so much pressure onto Prism that she couldn't respond. Usually this matchup is really close, right? On one hand, Enigma is much better at beating a board because her board also protects yourself from the on-hit effects from the heralds, right?
Yeah, of course.
She cannot generate soul as efficiently, and there's a back and forth, right, between both illusionist players. But when Enigma starts as strong as I did during this game, 2 poppers during the first two rounds, developing spectral manifestations coalescence so quickly, and being able to trade damage so efficiently, I believe it's almost impossible for Prism. But this was an insane high roll. I must say, the deck looks busted, and it is, but this game was special.
Pablo, 3rd time here on tomorrow, Sunday stage. You're becoming a Sunday regular at this point. You could be our first 2-time Pro Tour champion, first-time Tier 4 champion. I want to ask you to finish up, what does it take? What's it going to take tomorrow for you to do that?
I don't know. I just honestly still not processing the fact that I have made the top cut. So whatever comes tomorrow comes, but I'm going all in. I really, really want that second title.
Well, Pablo wants it, and we're going to see a lot more of Pablo tomorrow. When we get to Pro Tour Sunday, I wish you all the best, and congratulations again on another top 8.
And we're back with World Tour London top 8 competitor Vézinet on Prism. How are you feeling, my man?
Super great.
So
a bit exhausted and stressed.
Prism had a bit of a breakout performance this weekend, and you brought this hero despite the narrative being Auroras and Enigmas. Clearly you were onto something. How did you land on Prism?
I played Prism from since she's there, even with the old Luminaries, that was pretty bad. So I just kept going with the deck.
So back in the days when you had Tomes of Divinity as well?
Yeah, everything like that.
And those bans didn't deter you? You've still just been playing her the entire time?
Yeah. Still went with it. I just like the deck so much.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on making top 8 at Pro Tour London. Is there anyone you want to shout out? Who have you been testing with? I'm sure you need a lot of practice to make it all the way here.
Yeah. I want to shout out with my team practicing team, which I play like pretty much all the time. Really helped me a lot. Also, recently I joined the Value Vampire, which helped me prepare for the draft. Warlord also gives me like some weird matchup I could not practice at Montreal, so it was super great to see. So yeah, really thanks a lot for my teams.
Awesome. Glad to hear it. All right, so You have a top 8 tomorrow.
Yep.
There's a bunch of Enigmas there. There's an Aurora that we know of. You don't know exactly who you're facing, but who would you like to face?
I don't really mind. I think every matchup is kind of a dice coin, so...
Well, there you have it, folks. Some confidence from our Pro Tour top 8 competitor on Prism. Congratulations again, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'm here with World Tour London top 8 competitor Shawn Dhaliwal. How are you feeling, my man?
I'm feeling... I can't even describe it, man. Like, I've been playing card games for so long, and this has been my best finish for sure, and I've always dreamed of topping a Pro Tour, so...
Huge congratulations, my man. And you did it on Aurora, one of the big bads of the format. How did you land on this hero?
I'm going to be honest. I just locked Aurora like a month ago, and my team tested it, and they said it's the best deck. So I was already locked, and then they told me that, so I felt even better about it. I like Aurora because I find she's a little bit easier to play if I don't have as many reps. And I've played her before, so I chose her, and she's pretty good.
But you also had the reps, so it's even better. No, you didn't? No. All right, go on. Tell us more.
Honestly, I'm going to shout out my team, PCG Invasion. They did all the testing. They came up with the list, especially Matt Dilks. They came up with the sideboard plan. They gave me an entire paper with everything that comes in and out, and to go first and second. I just followed everything they said. Even before my match against Mario, that was my first match against Mario. And, you know, they were telling me the things to look out for and what to do. And I don't think I could have won that match without them. I couldn't top 8 this PT without them. So it's all them and their testing.
And you had some tech for it too. We saw the snags in your list as well.
Yeah, so they changed snags. Okay, so I flew out Monday, right? Sunday night, they're like, yo, bring your snags. So I don't own snags. I drove to Toronto like an hour away to go get snags from my friend the night before. And yeah, like they just decided snag, you know, there's enough assassins, and I think without the snags I would have lost, so there's a good choice, good change.
Gotta love having teammates who have your back over there.
Dude, they're so good, man. And they're a funny bunch too, yeah.
All right, so top 8, you don't know who your first opponent is, but you might have heard a couple of Prisms in that top 8, a couple of Enigmas. Who are you hoping to face?
Okay, so I'd rather play against Enigma. I think my Enigma record in this tournament so far is like 5-1 or something. And the one that I lost, I kind of threw the game. Prism, I played it against it once lifetime with Aurora, and that was one of my losses in the Swiss, and I had the game won, and I made a mistake and lost, so I'd rather not play against that. Also, it's a worse matchup, and Enigma's like very good, but I think Aurora's favored into it, and our clan is good into it, so I think I'd rather play against Enigma the whole way through if I can.
All right. Well, awesome. Definitely going to be looking forward to see your top 8 games. Congratulations again, Shawn.
Thank you.
And we'll see you soon.
Let's go. Let's go.
Did you just walk in the middle of me congratulating him? Okay. All right.
Look, man, Shawn Dhaliwal tries to be nonchalant. He tries to make you feel like this doesn't matter to him, like he's just here for a good time. He's not taking it seriously. I heard it, Hayden. I heard the emotion in his voice when he talked about how much a top 8 truly means to him. All the nonsense aside, all the posturing, he cares so much. He's so damn good at this game, and he's so damn good at card games in general, and he's been spending his life chasing this dream. And that's what this weekend's all about. It's about chasing a dream and defining yourself and making it feel like all this effort we put in. You know, you and I have spent years of our life in pursuit of a dream, in pursuit of proving ourselves as worthy of top 8 competitors, as worthy of being called champions. And when you get a chance to go ahead and finally make that a reality, I think you're a robot if you're not overcome by emotion in the moment. And I think you're going to see a ton of emotion from all of our players as we progress through this top 8.
Yeah, it's only natural, and I think, like you said, you could see it oozing out of Shawn there in that interview, not just for himself, but also for his team, and what that means for his team, that group of people who, like he said, he couldn't have done it without them. The matchup plan, the deck build itself, all of this, it means so much, and not just Shawn, but to all these players in the top 8, and we've seen it in other Pro Tours. You know, think about, we saw that interview with Pablo as well. He said, I want this. I want to be a 2-time Pro Tour champion. It means so much to these players, and as it should. It is the biggest stage of Flesh and Blood, and it's such an opportunity.
I have to love, too, the call out to the teammates. Because it is really about the group you work with, who you're able to find, who your people are. Nobody can do this alone. It's not possible. There's too much information you have to learn. There's too much you have to consider. There's too much you have to just prepare for. And even in the moment, in that desperate scramble before you sit down and play a Marionette for the first time, knowing somebody has your back and can set you up with, hey, pay attention to this. Make sure you use your snags in this fashion. Yeah. And Shawn saying couldn't have done it without the rest of his team. Just love to hear those type of stories. One more time, Hayden. I want to look at this bracket because it's time for me to go ahead and hold you to the fire. Let's talk about how tomorrow's going to go. Let's make some predictions. It feels so hard for me. A lot of the times I'm able to say, okay, I feel like this is favored here. I know this player has a solid plan. Yep, I can kind of see how this top 8's going to go, and it starts to make sense to me very, very quickly. I'm over my head with this top 8. I have no idea how this is going to break down, so I'm going to ask you instead. You're the expert. Let's start with our first matchup here. It is Andrew Cook versus Paul. How do you see this one going?
I think my money's on Paul. I've seen a little bit less of Paul. I've seen a lot of Andrew Cook this weekend, and he's impressed me as a bit of a breakout player for Pro Tour London. But something's just telling me I think Paul is on the Aurora. It is typically a Prism favored matchup, but I don't know. Something is telling me Paul has played this matchup a lot, and he might be favored here.
Okay, there's a second Prism versus Aurora matchup. Is there something different going on here? We saw Shawn Dhaliwal play really well. Does he have the reps into Prism that he needs to go ahead and take down Kevin Murphy, who we know is practiced as hell on this Prism deck? We saw him act defiantly down in the feature match area and move with decisiveness.
Yeah, I'm going to give this one to Shawn. Just after watching that final match, I don't know. I can't not give it to Shawn, to back him, Shawn, after that one. But I think both of these matches, both of these Prism Aurora matches are going to be fights. They're going to be contests. And, you know, we saw Leo in that match, the way he navigated it. I don't think, you know, Kevin or Andrew, I have to see the list, have this essence of Ancestry body. They don't have quite the same setup. And I just think Shawn, I think he's going to be able to navigate this. I think he's going to pull one out of the bag. He's such a crafty player. Not to say that Kevin isn't. Something's just telling me Shawn's here. I'm going to back Shawn.
All right, you've put 2 Auroras through into the semifinals thus far. Let's talk about the third Aurora in the mix here. It is Michael Jasker taking on Max Diekman. Do things change for you here, Hayden? How does it change when Enigma gets into the mix?
Enigma was my pick to win this Pro Tour London.
Same.
And that hasn't changed for me. I'm not sure if it's going to be Max that does it or Pablo. I think this matchup is very, very tight. This is a matchup that I've played a lot of players around this hall have played a lot of over the few weeks leading up to this because it is a key matchup for this event, whether you're on the Enigma side or the Aurora side. I think in this case, I'm going to go Max on this one. I would like to say Michael, but I think Max is a man on form as well. 2-time now Spanish national champion back-to-back. I'm going to give it to Max.
All right, one Spanish Enigma through to the semifinals. How about the second one? Pablo Pintor has a very different task on his hands, taking on Leo Vézinet on Prism.
Leo impressed me a lot in that game that we just saw, but we also saw Pablo absolutely run over Prism in his win-in, and I think Pablo is well set up to do it again. I have played that matchup a bit. I think it maybe sits, it does, in fact, I think it sits in favor to the Enigma side, and I'm gonna back Pablo.
Okay, and that means we have identical semifinals at that point. That's gonna put Paul Van Gisel against Pablo Pintor. Aurora versus Enigma. Who do you have this time?
Oh, I did the top bracket first. Did I? Who are we talking here? I thought we just did Pablo.
No, I had your Pablo versus Leo matchup.
Oh, sorry.
I want to talk about semifinals. We're going all the way. We have to cover the entire thing
getting ahead
here.
of myself.
So now you've got Pablo versus Paul in the semifinals. Who you liking there?
I'm just getting so excited, Brian, getting ahead of myself.
I understand. I get it.
I think this one, you know, it's I guess a repeat matchup in some ways. I'm going to give this one to Pablo, I think. I'm going to go Pablo. I'm flip-flopping on my Enigma Aurora here, but I gave Max the nod. I'm going to give Pablo the nod here as well.
Okay, and then you get to do it one more time with Max as he takes on Shawn Dhaliwal in the bottom of your bracket there. What do you have this time?
Imagine the story of an all-Spanish finals.
It's pretty exciting. Pablo having to take down his country's national champion to go ahead and claim his second Pro Tour victory.
I'm going to give it to Shawn, though.
Okay.
I just think after that game we just saw, the man is a monster. He's on a mission. You saw what it would mean to him. And I think it's going to be a Shawn versus Pablo finals. Canada versus Spain.
Okay. And then we get to that point. It is now Shawn Dhaliwal versus Pablo Pintor for all the marbles. It's one more time. Aurora versus Enigma. And frankly, fittingly so. That's where we all started our expectations for this tournament. If it were to go that way, I don't think anyone would be shocked. You know, Prism has had a nice run thus far. Still have to see if she can go ahead and complete the story. But in your version of it, it is Pablo versus Shawn to become Pro Tour champion. Who do you believe will carry the day when we show up tomorrow?
Look, I would like Michael Jeske to prove me wrong in the quarterfinals, and I would like Shawn Dhaliwal to prove me wrong in the finals. But my narrative all weekend has been Enigma was the deck to play, as strong as Aurora is, and I think Enigma is going to go back-to-back on Tier 4 wins after the World Championship win, and Pablo is going to become a 2-time Pro Tour champion. That's what I'm seeing.
You know what? I'm not sure I agree with the path. I agree with the outcome. I'm picking Pablo Pintor to become the first ever 2-time Pro Tour champion. The problem is, this is complete nonsense. It doesn't matter what we say whatsoever. We got to play these games. And we're going to be doing that starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow. We will bring you every single match in the top 8. And as much as we want to tell the story, as much as we want to look smart, that all goes out the window when it comes to Pro Tour Sunday. These guys are going to go home. They're going to practice. They're going to prepare. And they might change the entire game on us. They might come to the table with a strategy that none of us expected.
Saturdays at the Pro Tour, Saturday evenings at the Pro Tour are for testing with your teams, getting ready for that Pro Tour, trying to lift that championship trophy. The teams will be working hard, and they'll be trying to push their person right to the front.
Folks, it might be impossible to believe this, but honestly, we're just getting started. Sunday is where champions are made. It is the highest stakes of flesh and blood you can possibly play. The nerves will be intense. The stakes will be so high. The dollars on the line will be life-changing. The history on the line will be life-changing. Will we see the first 2-time Pro Tour champion in our game's history? Will we see other narratives, other stories just begin to be told? Who's on the precipice of greatness? Does Shawn Dhaliwal take this moment to say, man, this is what I was built to do. This is where the focus lies for me. I'm going to commit to this, and I'm going to make sure everyone else knows that I am one of the best players in the world. There's so many possible outcomes here, so many potential superstars, and you're going to have to watch each and every second to find out what happens. See you tomorrow morning.
I